Such a tight family. Every single day I get comments about y'all. I get comments about Kay every single day.
JR, why you gotta let Anton have the last word of some stuff that he's doing?
Not the last word. I mean somebody got to stop.
And incorrect.
Okay. But see, here's the difference.
Hold on.
Hey, JR, can you do me a favor and move Courtney back to me?
Hey! He's just like, yes, no, I'm gonna call.
What is that? I thought those was K Roaches.
You be acting drunk sometimes. So you don't think that when you go back and you replay your performance when you call in on some of these shows, you don't be like, man, I looked a little drunk. You don't, honestly, seriously. Really? Seriously?
What? No.
What you mean what? Did anybody understand what I said? He was on the lead attorney's live stream today, and I watched. What's that? Somebody feeling the funk? Who's that? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. 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 How y'all doing, family? Hey, yo, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. And introduce the crew. We got Anton. We got Rilla. We got Courtney. We got River. Kay. Me, myself, I'm Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. How y'all doing, family? How y'all doing?
Oh, we cooking, huh?
Yeah. Oh, how adorable was that intro?
We cooking, huh? We whipping up, huh?
I was like, oh, I know. Little heart emoji.
This what we at, JR? This what we doing? Okay.
No.
JR, you even made sure to put the roaches in. You mentioned it. You mentioned
no
it.
Comment.
I peeped it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Kay, your wish been granted. You on the masthead now. You didn't see that?
Look, Anton was afraid of what HR was gonna do to him.
I don't care.
Man, y'all looking lovely, man. Y'all looking good, ladies.
Thank you.
Fellas? When I say that compliment, y'all supposed to be like right
at it. I said fellas.
It's such like a delay or something like that. I said if y'all recognize it, but at least I recognize it. Okay. Gentlemen, I see you got the black hoodies on. I see.
All day with it.
Yeah.
Beef to the death, baby.
That's what I'm talking about. Really? What is that? Is that a Bulls?
Nope. HBCUC, Chicago State. You know the vibes.
Okay.
Come on. You know the vibes.
I don't know, man. Like I thought it might have been
this really? That classic. This that classic. Today. Nah, you ain't send me the text, Court. This
I
that
should
classic.
have. I'm sorry,
classic.
JR, you gotta switch me and Rilla.
Uh-oh.
What? Already?
Yeah, HBCU season.
No, it's just I just like my view going that way because my monitor is this way. So that's all.
What?
Anyhow, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to the show. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're going to move right into our first topic of the night, which is, does age determine adulthood? Does age determine adulthood? Start with you, Courtney. What are your thoughts about that?
Oh, all right. I'm going to say negative. It does not determine adulthood. Once you turn 18, you're legal. Once you turn 21, you're able to drink. So those age is just, what makes you, legal, but it doesn't make an adult. I think what makes you an adult is having responsibilities, psychologically, understanding what being mature is and being out on your own. So that's being an adult. Adult is adulting, paying bills, getting out your mom and them house, having a legit job and taking care of yourself. So that's what an adult is. It's responsibilities. It's being mature. It's being accountable for the things that you do and understanding consequences of the things that happen if you do or don't do certain things. So that's what makes you an adult, not age.
Okay, gotcha. Rilla, does age determine adulthood? Does age determine adulthood?
Yeah, I agree with Corey. Absolutely not. And when I think about this question, I think about, you think about millennials and Generation Z and the studies that talk about how much longer kids are staying at home with their parents, right? So you got some kids staying at home till they're 26 and some 30, right? So that's where we get the phrase of, sitting in your mama basement, right? But then I think about like my granddad, my great granddad, and they had grown man responsibilities at 15, 16, some of them, 14, right? So, and it's just as times change. So I think even when I was growing up, like when I graduated high school, I couldn't wait to get out the house. I couldn't wait to just go figure the world out, find myself, and do what I need to do to become the man that I needed to be. And we don't see that same drive and passion in young bloods nowadays. It used to be like you would go to the military, or maybe you would, join the police force or a fire department or something like that. We just don't see that same drive. So I agree with you, Corey. Like age definitely doesn't determine adulthood.
All right, Reverend, what about you?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you guys so much for having me. Usually I'm cropping myself in, so it feels kind of weird that I'm actually on the panel and I actually fit in the screen. So I want to say that first of all. But exactly, I made it. No, but does age determine adulthood? Absolutely not. And I definitely agree with both what Courtney said and with what Rilla said, but kind of on the other side of the spectrum, because in my opinion, I think adulthood is equivalent to the kind of life experiences that you've had. So I think that sometimes you have some people who are like so much younger that have a higher level of maturity just because of maybe a harder life that they had or the experiences that they had. And then you have some grown people, like as she said before, who are definitely have never paid a bill, have never lived on their own, have never had to step up to the plate of any responsibility that they've had to take care of. So age, the number in adulthood, absolutely not.
Okay, what about you? Does age determine adulthood?
No, I agree with what Courtney. I agree, everyone just said. I know that there's legal age, where you're considered an adult. Sorry, but definitely, like you have to be at a certain place developmentally, for me to be considered an adult. But like just on the other side, I know Chicago mentioned, I think somebody in his family that had adult responsibilities at a young age. I just wanted to like kind of touch on that, because even if a child has adult responsibilities, they're still not an adult. They're still a child, right? Mm-hmm. So just for people who are of legal adult age, you're not necessarily an adult in terms of development. But if you are a child, even if you have adult responsibilities, you're still not an adult. If that makes sense.
Let me push back on that a little bit, Kay, because the context matters, right? So the context was it was my grandfather and my great grandfather.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Right. So when you go back into those times, and I understand you're bringing it current, but I'm just saying I use that as a reference point. When
I got what you're saying.
Yeah, when you go back in that time, and even when you go to, let's say if we go to some indigenous countries today, those young men are going through rites of passage at 15, 14, now. So that I would just add an additional context. That's all.
No, I agree with that. I knew exactly what you were saying. I just wanted to add that little, piece in.
Yeah. So are you saying, Rilla, that because they're going through rites of passage, just like if they're 14 or 15, that makes them an adult?
So I think when we having this conversation around what determines somebody being an adult, I think it's relative, right? And I think it's culturally based. Because if you and I were to take a trip to Africa, if we would go to Nigeria, if we would go to Ghana, if we go to anywhere in the diaspora or whatever, right? We would see young men being charged with and being groomed to lead households at a relatively young age. It's only when we get into the Western culture that we begin to push back on that. And, people can debate whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent or whatever, but only in the Western culture is it understood that, you're not a man until you're 21 and your brain doesn't fully develop until you're 25.
Yeah. So this is what I'm asking, because regardless of culture and where we deem you as legal or non-legal, but I would assume that our brain development is, the cerebral cortex in the heart, in the head says it doesn't develop until you are 25. So does that development, because that all, the frontal lobe, determines, understanding reason and being able to understand right and wrong and understanding,
Decision making.
Decision make correct. So would that not be a part of being an adult?
No, absolutely. And again, what I'm saying is in the Western culture context, this makes sense. In indigenous cultures, young men, I'm not speaking to young women or about young women. I have no information or no insight regarding that. I'm just saying what I understand about young men. In indigenous cultures, they're indoctrinated and groomed to assume responsibility at a much younger age.
I think that the thing that bridges what you and Courtney are saying, because I understand both of you fully, is that if you go like to Chicago, what you're talking about, certain other cultures, there's an entire familial network. Whereas in the United States and, other places, there's a lot of individualism. So like, I get what Courtney's saying, because you're out on your own, you should be older because you don't have necessarily as much counsel around you. Whereas if you are maybe from somewhere else where family is big, like I know, in Nigeria is, at least where my family's from, it's a big thing. Like you still live right near your family. Y'all live in the same like compound. So yeah, you might be considered an adult at a younger age, but there's so many people around you that you won't necessarily be, making certain choices. Whereas in this country, if you're just out in the world at 15 or 18 even, or even 21 or whatever, without a certain level of development, it could pose some issues.
If I can add,
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
If I can add, I definitely agree with what everyone is saying. I think this is one of those questions that's definitely left up to so many different interpretations. But to feed off of what you are saying, Kay, I definitely do feel like it's relative, because there are people, especially in like other countries, if you want to go to like Caribbean countries like Jamaica and stuff like that, where they've been doing their own thing for maybe since they were 7 years old, and especially when you have a lot of family members that like migrate to the US or migrate to the UK, you have these, what we would consider over here, where we live, children who have like full literal lives, like, at like 15, 16, they have like children, they know how to raise a family, like they can sit down and really have a conversation with a 30-year-old and you can't tell the two apart. So I definitely think that it's definitely relative to location for sure. And culture. Yeah.
I want to get to Anton. Anton, does age determine adulthood?
It absolutely does. Every single person that just answered this question is completely wrong. 1,000% wrong. And ironically enough, I think people are trying to substitute maturity with being an adult, and it's a difference, right? Really, what we're trying to say, or what we should be saying, is that being an adult does not absolve you from responsibility. That's the difference, right? We all say that we know this guy and he's 40 years old and he still acts like a little child. Doesn't mean that he's not an adult. Doesn't mean that he does not participate in doing adult things. It doesn't mean that he can't go and drive a 3,000-pound missile down the street without anybody telling him that he can't. Doesn't mean that he can't go and buy alcohol at the store. Like, it doesn't absolve you from the responsibility. And so I think that people are conflating the two instead of being able to separate it. Now, another point that people are making is comparing Western culture to other countries and other cultures. I've only lived here, right? I've visited a lot of places, but I abide by the standards that we set here, right? And so I don't look at previous generations as far as evaluating or establishing how it is that I'm going to place somebody in an adult space, right? And often at times people use that as an excuse in order to not be responsible for the ways in which they act and operate, especially, guys that want to still live in their mother's basement, as somebody that illustrated, right? But the point that I'm making is that it takes 21 years to be 21 years old, and it's the reason why they established that as the foundation or the basis by which you can do certain things and you can get in certain places and so on and so forth, right? You can't even get in the casino unless you're 21 years old. And so Courtney kind of hit on it a little bit when she said that the maturity or the development of your brain, right? It more or less is around 25 years old, right? So the point that I'm just making is that I do believe that age absolutely is one of the biggest factors in establishing whether or not somebody is an adult. Because if you do take that stance and you say, well, age isn't the determining factor, then you'd have to go all the way on the other side, right? You'd have to say, oh, okay, well, then if you feel like you're mature enough, then you should be able to go and buy alcohol. You should be able to go in certain spaces, right? You can't have it both ways. Either you got to be one way, all the way as far as establishing the rules and the standards one way, or you got to be all the way the other way and accept it on both sides. And we can't let teenagers have sex with grown men at certain ages. Whereas if you're 21 years old, you can have sex with whoever you want to that's above, a certain age. But, ethically, morally, we set standards based off of past experiences, and past experiences taught us that you need to be a certain age and be able to make certain decisions. Largely, overwhelmingly, you're always going to have an anomaly here or there, but basically, to set the foundation, you absolutely age establishes whether or not you're an adult.
Yeah, and I'm going to push back a little bit on that because I definitely believe that being an adult requires mentally being mature. Being that I have a cousin that's special needs, and she's older than me with the mentality of a 5-year-old. So she's not able to be, she's not an adult, even though legally she is, she's not. Even with children, they could have a 15-year-old could have had a life that's been more experienced than me in my age. However, mentally, she is still a child, so we can't absolve that. So it's a mental maturity that I believe that is being in adulthood. And there is a such thing, I think, as being arrested development, especially when you have trauma. Emotionally, immaturity is something that being an adult, you understand responsibility, you understand being accountable for certain things with being an adult. So there's certain characteristics that I would say, yes, this man is a grown man. This man is an adult. Not this man is just a legal man doing childish things. I wouldn't call you an adult.
But Courtney, the problem with your argument is that you're basing it off of how you feel and how you establish it. It needs to be a baseline across the board. So I'll give you an example, right? Okay. I'll give you an example. Or let's just go through a small little conversation, right? How do you determine that a man is an adult?
Yeah. So being an adult, again, it's what are your responsibilities? What is your maturity level? Where is your head at? I don't consider a man being an adult.
But based on what? Like, give me an example.
Based on the definition of what adulthood is. So we're going to have a baseline. Let's look at the factual definition of what an adult is. And it's not legal ageism. what it is, you know, your psychological
Part of
effect.
it is developmental.
It's your mental development and what makes you become an adult. So we're going to have a standard. That standard would be what the definition is. And the definition of an adult is a standard mentally of where you are.
But you just established it by saying that you have to be 25 and your brain have to be fully developed in order to, like, what is the, okay, here's my question. What's the baseline? Like, is it just based off of our own interpretation of what we feel like is mature enough? Because again, when you go back and you say, okay, in yesteryear, they used to do this. Well, we don't live by those standards anymore. So are you evaluating it based off of what standard, when, who, what, where, and who is to establish how mature really is in order to evaluate whether or not somebody is an adult? That's what I'm saying. You don't have a baseline. You can't do anything but use what you feel, right? What we personally feel like maturity looks like according to what society standards are and what's been normalized. But if you want to give it a real life standard and baseline, and you want to say, okay, well, you can't buy alcohol until then, or you shouldn't be able to do this, or you shouldn't be able to drive a car until then, you have to have real life standards or a real baseline as to how you can measure that across the board. Otherwise, then it's just left up to each individual's interpretation. And how do you deal with that?
We kind of touched on that in terms of like the fact that you can't be a child and be an adult. So I think what Courtney's saying is that, all right, yeah, you can be legally an adult in this country. And I like, Anton, that you brought up, you know, this country specifically. You can be a legal adult. Like once you get to 21, like you can do anything, right? For the most part. So even though you're legally an adult, I think Courtney's saying like, if you don't have certain responsibilities, if you're not developmentally at a certain place, you will not be determined as fit as it relates to adulthood. And she brought up one of her family members that wouldn't be declared, you know, able to make certain decisions for themselves. Anton, I think that it's really interesting while you were talking, it reminded me of, you know, how people say a real man or a real woman. And my pushback is always like what you just said, right? I'm always like, an adult human male is a real man. An adult human female is a real woman. Because like you said, I think sometimes people use that to absolve themselves and to say real men don't do that, but real men actually do. Or real women don't do that, but real women actually do. And they just may not be the type of people, you know, there are other words to describe that. So when you were saying that, it really made me think of that. So I completely get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I think it's a really interesting conversation, everybody.
It is.
I love this conversation, but I definitely, I'm sorry, Courtney. I definitely understand the logic of what Anton is saying completely. Very logical, you know, answer is, you know, there's ages put in place and stuff like that. However, I just feel like there's a man somewhere who made the law who said that you're this age and that makes you an adult and that makes you able to do certain things. Because if it were true that, you know, you're 18 or you're 21 and you're able to buy a drink, then how come that's different in all different countries? And I understand that you're saying that, you know, you've only lived here, Anton, and I absolutely respect that. But like, you know, me being very mixed with different cultures, you know, that's not my story. So it just, you know, the legal age here for, let's just say, for instance, for a relationship for a woman, right, is like 18. In Jamaica, that age is like 16, right? So over here, it sounds absurd. It sounds crazy, but at that age, if she's 16 and she's with someone who's 21, it's completely fine. So that's why I don't, when it comes to like,
you know what the problem with your argument is? The very first thing that you said is that some man made the law that said this, that, and so, right? However, the people that make the laws collectively, and ultimately they are voted in and they are a representation of the people that voted for them, which is the population at large. They're making the laws based off of supposedly the best interests of who they represent, their constituents, right? So if they are a representation, if the people that are making the laws and continuously crafting these policies are a representation of the people that voted them in, then that means that we accept whatever it is that they say. So you can't necessarily debate it.
No, well, I agree with that statement, and I don't necessarily debate it, but I think that it's something to definitely keep into consideration when you're having a conversation like this, because
Well, can I throw a caveat in there real quick, River? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I saw Kay's face, and I think Kay may be thinking the same thing. And just allow me to push back, Anton. When you make the statement that the lawmakers that are voted into office are representatives of the people, the caveat that I would throw in there is that they don't always represent the best interest of the people, and there are lobbyists.
No, I didn't say the best interest.
Or
I said
any of the
their representation of the people at large.
Sure, and they're also lobbyists who have far more say in the crafting of legislation and our policies
than general population,
than the actual voters do. And so when we're having this conversation around age, and I understand that, see, what I interjected around introducing other cultures and what they do, and introducing my great granddad and my granddad, and when they were determined to be adults, so on and so forth, was we learn from those past experiences. We learn from those past experiences, and men were expected to be young men were expected to be more responsible and more mature at a younger age. So when we begin to introduce laws and legislation, and I don't have the information, the data, or statistics. I would actually, after this, I'm probably going to be more inclined to deep dive into it and see why did we come up with smoking is acceptable at 18.
But really, the expectation for what men had to do back then was based off of the environment by which they existed. Right? We live in a much more advanced, technologically savvy world. And
lifespan was shorter.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, there were consequences that went along with that, right? There were consequences. Jobs were much harder. People died a lot earlier. The men's life expectancy was much different. Women couldn't vote. Freedoms. It's so many factors that go into why men were expected to move a specific type of way. It was based off of the environment and survival. Now we are in a space to where we are so advanced technologically that we've had to modify things not only based off of that technology, but also along with that, we modified it based off of learned experiences. We have data. We have things that we can cite. We have, history that we can I know Kay is smiling off of that. We have history that we can tap back into to make better decisions and evaluate how it is that we're supposed to move, right? Back then, think about it. I mean, what was normal? Slavery was normal. That was accepted. That was a normal thing. Now, since we've evolved and we continue to learn, right, we're saying, that might not have been such a good idea. So should we still use the same standards that we judged our ancestors off of in order to evaluate what adulthood is? Or do we modify those standards according to the new learned information that we have?
Well, Anton, you got to think globally, like what River was saying. It's just because in America things were different, however long ago or wherever. Today, like in this day and age, in 2021, around the world, there are still many different things. And I think that's why I liked a lot of what you were saying, Riva, because I like to think that way too. Like just because something is the way it is here and that culturally we accept it and of course, live by it and whatnot, doesn't mean that the entire world is in that same situation.
Because if that was the true mark for adulthood, it would be the same across the board.
Everywhere. Yeah.
But also piggybacking off of what Anton actually just said, back then when slavery was legal, it was against the law to run away, right? And those laws were put in place by people, right? Pass it down now, those same people put the age restrictions on things, and they tell us what age is acceptable and what age is not acceptable in the same exact fashion as well.
Well, listen, I'm not saying that here's the thing. I'm not saying that you guys are wrong.
I know. Yeah, I know.
I'm saying that you can't use that argument only one way. You can't use it to measure how people are supposed to act on one end of the spectrum as far as how old they are, and then not use that same thing to evaluate how it is that they're supposed to act on the other end of the spectrum as far as their adolescence. That's all I'm saying. If you're making that argument, you have to be consistent across the board. That's all I'm saying. So
What do you
because of
think
that,
of their
I have
adolescence?
to establish a standard to say that adulthood, and of course you can anomaly if there's going to be more mature people here, you know, whatever, we take business interests into consideration, growth, technology, or whatever. But in order to be able to set a standard within a modern society, you have to establish a baseline.
Yeah.
I don't know what
I
that
can-
baseline should be. That's a whole nother conversation, but you
Right.
have to establish a baseline.
And I think a lot of times we look at being an adult when we talk about responsibilities are you a law-abiding citizen? Meaning, do you pay taxes? That's something in adulthood that we look at. Are you adult? Oh, are you paying taxes? Do you file your W-2s? So that's something too. That is part of being responsible. We can't say adolescents would be a responsible citizen because they're still dependent. Are you able to not have a dependent and be independent on your own? Meaning if you're married or not, are you able to be a law-abiding citizen? Citizen meaning paying taxes. And even I know, JR, you put in a super chat where someone said, adulthood doesn't have the word maturity in it or mature. The definition literally does. And even just pulling up, it's the state or condition of being fully grown or mature. That is the definition of adulthood. So for me, that would be the standard. And it's like, well, what is maturity? Well, being able to be a grown adult on your own. Are you able to be a law-abiding citizen, which means control?
But see, that's when you add
control
stuff
over yourself, where you're abiding by the laws.
You said on your own. That wasn't a part of the definition.
Well, this is what I'm defining as.
I got you.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So I have the definition, but for me, I'm saying, what makes an adult? It's, being able to be self-sufficient. I wouldn't think my child would be self-sufficient. She's dependent on me to live. Me being an adult means I can depend on myself to live.
Let me take a page out of JR's book real quick and throw a bonus question. So we're talking about adulthood, right, and things of that nature. Who on the panel believes, because we have boundaries and constructs that are in place that hold people accountable. So when an adolescent whose brain isn't fully developed, right, commit a heinous crime, whatever, and they're held accountable as an adult, do we
you supporting my argument, really?
I'm asking, do we all agree that adolescents should be held accountable as an adult?
Well, I think that would then say that age doesn't determine certain things, right? Because if that's the case, then all of the arguments that we've been having would kind of be null and void. That would mean that age does not determine adulthood. You know what I mean?
That's the exact argument that they make when they say I want to charge you as a adult. It's based off of an age. Specifically, it's literally based off of an age.
Yeah,
right.
in the crime.
In the crime.
And the crime.
And
so
I see what Anton's saying. He's laying out I see what you're doing, bro. I got you. No, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
But I personally, the brain develops based on, this is my personal opinion. I don't have any facts to support this at all. I just want to give that disclaimer. But I feel like the brain develops based on your experiences. So depending on what trauma you're going through, depending on, I feel like we're just, as humans, we naturally adapt to certain situations. Now, but as you said, Anton, that does support your argument, because if you're being tried as an adult, that means that they're going based off of your age. However, if you're doing a heinous crime and you're, 17, right? You're not technically 18. You're not technically the adult age. But at the same time, the processing that it takes to commit that crime, that's an advanced way of thinking, don't you think?
Well, what's happening? Not necessarily. Everything we've known and everything we do is a learned behavior. Every single thing that we do is a learned behavior, right? And when they say charge you as an adult, right, there's a baseline as far as the age.
Right.
Does not mean that they
age.
I'm sorry, say that again, Kay.
it's not just any age. Like you can't be 5 and be tried as an adult.
No,
Regardless.
I agree, but
You know what I
the
mean?
tried as an adult
Yeah,
is
he's not-
referencing that baseline.
Right.
When they say
Right,
that
right.
we're going to go outside of the guidelines, that's exactly what they're doing. They're establishing that baseline, and they say, okay, this is an anomaly. This is a situation that causes for us to go outside of whatever that
Mhm.
baseline is in order to make a more informed decision on how it is that we're going to deal with this situation.
Mhm.
But they still reference that baseline. Everything we do is referencing the baseline.
Mhm.
Everything.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that's why I said I
get
see the
what you're
argument
saying.
he's making. Yeah.
Because when you say tried as an adult, that means you're.
Right.
I get what you're saying.
Mhm.
I mean, everybody makes sense to me.
You can't even go on a certain right. I mean, if it's based off of maturity, why don't they just put a person that may be mentally more mature and maybe more built, right? Why don't they put them in the adult facility? Why don't they let them stay with the grown folks?
But like you said, that's like a rarity on a lot of cases too. So are we going to talk about what's more generally, where this is why we have the juvenile detention halls and not putting them in prisons with grown men? So understanding psychology and understanding what Maslow's rules of hierarchy is, with understanding what maturity is, it's you can't hit one level of a need, and one level has to be hit before you get to another level, so these are needs that you have to hit emotional and being mature as a person. So we can say, well, someone can go through a whole lot of trauma and stuff, but the thing is, a lot of trauma will defer a need. So there, I was watching some doctor, and he said, you can tell a woman that's had something happen in trauma that she didn't get over because of her voice. It would suspend a lot of maturity in her with trauma. So you can hear she talks like a young girl and she's 40. A doctor said that's usually some sign of trauma, because she hasn't emotionally developed to be a woman because of the trauma that happened that she did not get over.
I think
we have a pause wherever the trauma happened.
Right. Yeah. You stunt your growth where it does. So even if you're at an age at 40, that maturity level can be stunted by trauma, because we say, yeah, I'm 15 and I've been through it all. Just because you've been through a lot doesn't make you mature. It means that you have trauma that you have to deal with. And unfortunately, you have it at a young age. So there's particular laws that you have to have and meet to be a fully grown, mature person.
Exactly.
But you don't refer to that person as a child. You still call them an adult. You said that's a grown man living in his mama's basement.
So how do you feel about Courtney? How do you feel about like women who, or I would say, young women, obviously, like you're saying before, in the same regard, that have different life experiences, like literally have like been on their own, had to figure it out, like from maybe, they've been cooking since they were 7. That doesn't make you an adult. I'm just saying, as in like they've gained life skills and they're literally like not dependent on you, their mom, not dependent on family members. They're literally on their own, running a household, have a husband, catering to his needs, and they're 16 years old. Would you say that that person is still immature and not an adult, or would you say that they were?
I guess
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get.
Yeah, well, no, and I think that's a great question. But I would say that she's an adult at 16 and she's acting like a woman. I mean, playing house at 16, is that being a woman?
But is it playing house if that's her real life?
Well, 16 taking care of a man or catering to a man, that's playing house. There's no need for her.
She's somebody's wife.
At 16 here in the States?
Not here.
Well, see, but then that's what I'm talking about here. So no, as far as in the States, a 16-year-old girl being someone's husband, wife, living with a man at 16.
The reason why I'm asking that is because though, we are talking about like here in the States, we have different cultures that obviously live here as well, who practice the same principles as if they were at home. That's why I ask these questions, just because, just for a broader conversation, I guess.
So Riva, because I think that's interesting,
Yeah.
because I was rocking with you in terms of, thinking globally and knowing that people around the world do different things. 100%.
Yeah.
I just want to know your opinion. Let's say someone comes from, I think you said in Jamaica that
Yeah,
the age of consent is like 16.
Yeah, 16. Yeah.
So let's say someone came here. Do you think that even though wherever they may be, it might be illegal to do a certain thing at that age? How do you feel about that? Like, how do you feel about them breaking the law in the name of their, culture and things that are okay where they're from? Like, do you think that people, when they go to a certain place, should practice what's being done there? Or do you think that people should hold on to whatever, and if they just go to jail, they just go to jail?
Do you want my YouTube answer?
I
Or
want
do
your
you
real
want
answer.
my
I
real
like
answer?
I want your real answer, because I think globally too. I know there's so many differences around the globe, and I just feel like I would love to hear your response about that.
Well, I personally, I think okay, like there's laws, right? So we know that if you're here and there's a possibility that you're doing something that's not how it's supposed to be here, that there's a risk. You obviously could be going to jail, right, for whatever it is that you're doing. If she's 16, even though you guys met there and you come here, it's not right here.
Mm-hmm.
However, me being the person that I genuinely am, I mean, you have to be yourself, right? You have to be who you are. It doesn't matter where you are, you still have to be true to who you are. That's how I firmly believe. So I don't care if we're here, if we're back home in Africa, if we're this, your principles are your principles. I mean, for example, like, I'm not going to, celebrate pagan holidays because I'm not a pagan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just using that for an example. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't care where I am. I'm going to be grounded and true wherever I am. So to answer your question, yes, but there is a risk. You know what I mean? There is a risk. And it's also culturally, it has to be culturally appropriate, because if that's, say for instance, they came from there and they moved here, right? Because you have a lot of people who migrate, and she's that age, and maybe she's been known this person from then, or they've been dating since then, and they come here. It's like, how can you say that she's wrong? It's different if you're here and you're just literally growing up here and you say, well, oh, over there is this, so I want to do it too. That's a completely different story. But like, if that's literally the land where you're from, how can we call you wrong for doing that? How?
So like,
because you're over here.
Well,
no, what if you just come here? If you just come here and you barely know even what's going on over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can we how can we say you're wrong?
Because when you come over here legally, you have to have certain tests. You have to have certain laws to be able to come here and get a green card or come here legally. So it's not just, well, I'm bringing my culture over here and I don't know anything that's going on in America. That doesn't happen, or it shouldn't happen. And if it does, you're still responsible for what you go against the laws over here. It's not because it's my culture. Well, you decided to move here. So because of that, we have different laws that now you have to abide by. If you don't, or don't want to, then you need to stay where you are.
Oh, I think you should stay. I think you should stay where you are if you don't agree with all the laws over here.
That's right.
I think that's a stretch.
How?
Whoa.
If you don't want to abide by American laws, then you don't need to come over here, because we abide by those. And you can't use your culture as a crutch.
I think I think I'm not trying to cut you off at all. I don't want you to assume that I'm trying to.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm not being like that at all. But the reason why I strongly disagree with that, I'm not talking about when we're talking about like murder. I'm not talking about like, you know what I'm saying? Like stuff that's like you can't do these things. But what we're talking about, like in the sense that Kay was asking, in a relationship sense, I think literally from that one spectrum, I think that's a harsh statement. that if you don't like all of the laws, because even people who are from here don't like all of the laws. Like, doesn't
But
mean
wait,
But you still have to. But you still have to
Reva,
abide by them.
hold on.
You still have to abide by them.
But hold on,
Hold on, one
Reva.
at a time, y'all. One at a time.
I got a question. I can't go over to Dubai and just do whatever I want to do, right? I'm not a citizen. I don't have no voting rights, whatever, so on and so forth. Similarly, I can't even go in your house and tell you how you supposed to do things, what the rules is, how you decorate, whether or not you should pay your bills on the 1st of the month or the 15th or whatever, so on and so forth. I'm trying to understand what the logic is behind somebody that's not a citizen here being able to determine whether or not they should abide by the laws. I'm trying to understand that part.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that somebody who's not from here, right? I didn't say they should. I said that there's repercussions if you don't abide by the law. I did say that, like, initially, the first thing that I said to Kay when she asked me that question was that there's consequences if you don't abide by the laws, hands down across the board. It doesn't matter. You can't, as you just said, you can't go somewhere and do something, even if that's your cultural custom and you don't know, you're still going to have repercussions. That's what I did say to Kay initially. But I'm just saying as well that if you're just for this, I'm not using any other example. I'm using just this example because this conversation could go like. So,
you know, Anton is an equal accountability partner, right?
I think I've seen enough videos to know that.
Okay, I just want to I want to make sure we going down this road.
Yeah,
right.
but I'm feeling it. but what I'm saying is just for just that particular conversation that Kay asked me, where we painted this picture of this young, beautiful Jamaican girl who is 16 and she lives in Jamaica, literally lives in Jamaica. Maybe she got her visa to come here to go to college or whatever the case may be. She's not a citizen yet. Doesn't matter what the case is. And, you know, while living, we'll give her that the boyfriend lives in Jamaica with her, right? And he is 20. We'll give him 20 and she's 16, right? They come here or he comes here and he's dating her. Is that breaking the law? They're not technically citizens of this country, right? They're visiting or they're on a visa.
The lead attorney told a very interesting story the other day. He said that he represented a young man. Oh no.
Yeah.
Lights going all over the place.
Y'all talk about me.
That's my energy. That's
y'all talk about me. Yeah, Anton. What was that?
Was that a light?
What was that, Anton? What was that?
I'm gonna take that L. I'm gonna hold my comment until I get myself together over here.
Okay.
Let me absolve myself from the conversation.
River, is it River?
Wow.
River. Is it River? River. I'm just trying to pronounce it right.
Oh, River, yeah.
River, okay.
River.
Okay, just making
sure. While we're waiting on Anton, I'll answer that. And like I said, when you're over here, and it depends on the state. You know, Alabama's age of consent is going to be different from New York. But if you're in an age of consent, meaning that, you know, a 16-year-old is a child and a 20-year-old is an adult, and just because you was kicking it in Jamaica and it was cool, when you get over here, it's not, depending on the state. So if it's found out that you're in school and a 16-year-old has a 20-year-old, that's statutory rape.
Can I say why?
And he's gonna get R. Kelly.
Whoa, Court. Wait, Court.
Oh, I'm sorry. Great.
Court.
Great.
You make it more work for Anton.
Grape jelly.
Can I say why this is also unfair? I mean, this is this conversation, like, I feel like I bit off way more than I could chew by answering.
No, we going down this rabbit hole.
However, because I didn't even know that the ages in Alabama is different than, and I had no idea.
Yeah, there's different ones.
Did not know that. But the reason why I say is because I feel like people change their mind all the time. Like people, as in the people who make the laws, change their mind all the time. For all these years, marijuana has been, you know, the worst thing in the world and all of these things. And now everybody's legalizing it and it's cool. So it's like, it's hard, you know, to take somebody else's country and the things that they abide by. Like I said, if you're here, you can still go to jail, right? You can still be in trouble for it. I never said that you cannot. I 100% agree with that. However, it's relative because in technically, like, okay, what are you gonna do? Just send them home and then it's fine. It just doesn't make any.
Yeah, you're gonna send them home.
Yeah,
Well,
you gotta
Yeah.
you gotta go.
You're gonna deport them. But I want Anton to get to that lead attorney story because I was about to say that too, and I think you're gonna make
Yeah, the lead attorney had he illustrated a point where he had a story where he was saying that he had represented I think the guy was like 20 or something like that. He was 20 or older, and he had basically had sexual relations with I don't remember how old the girl was, 15, 16 years old or something like that. Long story short, he was facing football numbers, right? And we can, as far as going to jail. Now we can debate whether or not that was just or not, whatever. That's a whole nother conversation. But the point is that he was being held accountable according to the standards of the law, despite the fact that he was not from here and he was illegal here. The only way the lead attorney can get him out of that situation was that he was able to get him deported.
Wow.
You got to lead a whole country. Yeah. Or you're going to be here and you're going to abide by these laws. Now, again, that's a whole nother conversation as far as what's just and what's not just and
right.
whatever. But I guess the point that I'm illustrating is you can't, I wish somebody would come up in my house with size 17 shoes talking about I'm putting my feet on your couch. No, you getting out.
Gotta go.
You gotta go, homie.
Rick James.
Yeah.
Which as again, I did say that if you're
Final
here,
thoughts, River.
I did say that you have to abide by the rules. I just want to let everybody know I started off with that. Just say
Like this.
Oh, really? If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, while you're at it, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats that's been coming in. I've been trying to acknowledge each and every last one of you guys. If I missed you, my apologies, but we definitely appreciate the support. Moving on to our next topic, which is, how do you feel about people that say women conflate building with a man and building a man? Let me read that again. How do you feel about people that say women conflate building with a man and building a man? I'm gonna start with you, Kay.
How do I feel about those people? I mean, I think they should really think about the differences between those two phrases. Building someone and building with someone mean different things to me. So, I mean, I think they should just do more exploring as it relates to the phrases in terms of how I feel about those people. Do you want me to expound upon the differences between building a man and...
Oh, yeah, this is going to get interesting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you got to promise me one thing, though.
Maybe. What?
Do not mess up your hair tonight.
Oh,
What
come
do
on
you
now.
messed up?
Because you're going to throw it in the back and you're going to get that rubber band or whatever the piss you be grabbing.
Look,
And that's going to be the end of the
already
conversation.
have it.
Oh, no.
Nope.
Come on, Kay. Don't do it to us.
That's Kay's version of the black hoodie.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a good point, Rilla. That's a good point,
That
Rilla. I
is.
didn't think about that.
I didn't either.
Because when she ready to go in, she put that hair back.
Go ahead. Give us some insight, Kay. Give us some insight.
Go ahead, Kay. Please elaborate.
So building with a man could be at any level. You both could be broke, but have a vision. You know, y'all can both be trying to work towards something together. Building a man means, and honestly, like building a man, why would you even? But I guess some people want that situation, which is fine for them. But if you want to build a man, you shouldn't be complaining. I definitely think build a man and building with a man are entirely different things. Like, I don't think they should be seen the same way at all. Sorry.
Can a woman build a man? Is it possible?
I don't think so.
Yeah, for sure.
A woman can build a man?
Absolutely.
We can build a bear.
A bear. A bear. Build a bear.
Okay, I'm gonna revisit you on that one.
Rilla.
I've been to that
Rilla.
before, Courtney.
My guy.
Coming to you, my guy. How do you feel about people that say women conflate building with a man and building a man?
Yeah,
so
I think there's a couple different things we need to look at here. When women say they are building a man, that means, in my eyes, the way I look at it, they're not on that man's program. They're not subscribed to his vision. They're not aligned with his purpose. They're not buying into his system. None of that. to Anton's point when he was asking, you know, can a woman build a man? And I think this is where we get lost in verbiage and semantics and things of that nature. I think women, this is my honest opinion, fam. I think women were created as the helpmate to the man. They created to help, assist, and aid with the vision for the man, right? And so you can encourage that man, you can inspire that man, and much to the chagrin of most, I believe you can motivate that man. I don't think you can help build that man, right? Because the building of a man comes through, it's a different rigorous process. And I know we've touched on it on this program before, where we talked about the rites of passage for a man, right? So building with a man is the woman being aligned with the purpose, the vision. Now and again, it's on that man to be prophet, priest, and king, leader of his home and his situation. But building with a man is that woman being aligned. She's the rib, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, whatever, support, all of that. But building a man, you know, I think we really do have to separate the two and really begin to understand that the woman that looks to build the man is the woman that's looking to lead and compete with that man.
But don't you think that happens?
Oh, I know absolutely it happens. And I don't, and here's the other caveat that I would add, Kate. Thank you for reminding me of my other point, is that it's in women's nature to nurture. So when you think you're building a man, or like women think they're actually contributing, when actually you're handicapping that man. My opinion.
Okay. Courtney, how do you feel about people that say women conflate building with a man and building a man?
I mean, I don't know what I say to those people. I think it's a complete difference on building with a man and trying to build a man. I definitely don't think any woman can build a man. You know, they're not clay or Legos. I can't build them to be a man.
What was that?
Let me mold a man.
What was that you said?
Lego.
You're not clay or Lego. You know, let me build him up to be the man. No, but what I think a lot of women do is try to make a man be the type of man that she's looking for. So when we say, yes, I want you, you know, I can take you at this rate, but however, you know, I would prefer that you have goals and ambitions. And I want to make sure that if you're with me, you're going to make this amount. Even though the man might be like, I'm fine with it. No, I want you to make this.
I agree with that. I agree with that. There's a difference though between those two things. Like, I definitely agree with what you're saying. But when I was saying like a woman can build a man, I meant that it was more so a man who maybe wasn't okay with his situation and he was looking for inspiration, like so many men out in the world and online are, that blame women for everything. They want the woman to be the one that does something first. They want the woman to be the one that starts this and that so they can lead or whatever. So yeah, like if you are taking that upper hand as the woman, which I mean, I wouldn't want to be in that situation, but some men are literally waiting for a woman to come along and do something so that then they can fall in line and get on their purpose or whatever.
Okay, can I ask you something, Kay? I'm sorry, Courtney, just give me real quick. I just want to ask Kay. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, Kay, I'm going to ask you this flat out. Do you think that there are a minority voices of men who are complaining about the state of, you know, the affairs between black men and black women? Do you think there's a minority set, and that there are a number of men who are actually out here putting in work and doing what they need to do to become better versions of themselves? Or no?
Do I think there are a minority of people who don't put
maybe this is anecdotal, because I know you don't have necessarily the data to justify your answer, but I'm just asking for one.
Wait, but I'm not even sure of the question. Can you?
So you said you were talking about men who are out here whining and complaining about women, and your response was based on that those men may be in the need of an assistance of a woman who could come in and build them up, right? And what I was asking was, do you think that those men who need women to come in and captain save them, are those men in the minority, but they're on a soapbox and they're being loud and boisterous about their whatever grievances they have, or in converse? Yeah, I'm asking, do you think those are in the minority, or what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What you're saying, like, is it a small group that's really loud, or is that the majority? Right?
Yes, ma'am.
In my opinion, because like you said, I don't know, but in my opinion, I don't think that that's the majority. I think those are the loudest. It's in these online streets, especially. Not in real life though, because I never encounter people in real life that are anything like the people that I see more often online. So yeah,
I agree.
I
totally agree.
1000%.
I personally, in my observation, just of my real life, I don't think that is the majority. I think that a lot of people who have this mindset of I can't do it because the woman didn't do it first come online and find their voice because they have a bunch of people encouraging them and whatnot. But that's a whole different topic. But yeah, did that make sense, Chicago?
Absolutely.
All right. And Courtney, I don't know if you finished your statement.
Well, I agree, and I definitely agree with Kay. There's these online streets. I've never met people like this in real life. Hands down. Okay. So, but there was a movie, Two Can Play That Game, with old girl from The Game, Wendy Raquel Welch, and she was dating Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown started
Bobby Brown.
So if you remember the movie, he had buck teeth, broken down, busted, and disgusted. Yeah. And she was like, I'm going to make this man to be the mighty man I want him to be. And so she spent money on him, got suits tailored, got his teeth fixed. And then, when he was looking in the mirror or the window at himself, y'all remember this movie? Mm-hmm. He looked at himself, he looked all good. He was like, mwah. He's like, yeah. Create, so he was already a man, but she was doing stuff to make him the man that she wanted him to be. Now look, and then what happened to those results?
Yep.
He got full of himself, used her, and went on to somebody else to be the full man for a whole nother woman. But so no, we can't build a man.
Yeah. The results won't be good.
Won't be good.
Yeah. I like that example, Courtney. That was.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that.
That was a great example.
You can't use a movie as an example though. That's not real life.
Anton,
but it's a movie, but it is. Women do. We a lot of women tend to take on men where we can see they're fixable. So we'll try to push them to get a better job to make money, or we'll see them with clothes and we're like, oh, I like him, but his little style is a little, but I can help him. And so then we'll give him clothes or buy him clothes to change his wardrobe. Like women do that.
See, I feel like the problem is what trajectory for someone else's life. You can't be like, oh, I like him a little bit, but this is what I want him to be doing in 5 years, blah, blah, blah. The best thing to do is to find someone who has like the same baseline, I guess, values as you do, so that y'all can grow together, build together. But it's not like, okay, if I just clean him up a little bit, he'll be, like that's a whole different thing.
Kay, are you saying women need to be on a man's program?
What do you mean?
Because that's what it's. No. I'm asking because what Courtney was saying was, women and sometimes I don't want to say inherently, but that was the first word that came to my mind. Mm-hmm. But she was saying that. You'll see a man, and I had a different question towards you, Courtney, when you said that. Mm-hmm. But you think you can fix them up, so on and so forth. And then you came in and you really talked about, really kind of aiding and assisting, right? Okay.
I don't think when you're trying to get into a relationship that the first thing you should be thinking is I can fix him up. If that's what you're thinking when you meet someone, that's probably not the relationship for you. Fix him up. How about, okay, he might not be where he's trying to be, but you know what? I like him. We can build together. I can support him. He can support me, depending on whatever the dynamics are. I think that people should be cooperative. That's the whole to me, that's the whole point of being in a relationship. Better, happier, easier. Like both people's lives should be better, happier, and easier because of each other.
Okay. River, I know you haven't had a chance to speak yet. How do you feel about
I had a
people?
lot of time to speak last time. Yeah, I'm okay. There's a huge difference. But I think we've kind of delved from the question to kind of, other parts of the argument. And can a woman build a man? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I just don't feel like we're capable of doing that. That's my personal opinion. And I also feel like, yeah, if you meet somebody, because women, not all, some women have this thing about them where they just have to be in control. That's their issue. That's their problem. That's why they end up in certain relationships where they're trying to change somebody, right? Like, for example, like when Kevin Samuel speaks to different women, right? And he asks, like, do you want to be able to pay significant bills after you're married? And they're like, no. Okay, how much do you want your husband to make? This. Okay, what if your husband is making 50,000? Yeah, because if he gets with me, he's gonna make more. No, like that's you trying to build the perfect person because this is the percentage of the men that you're gonna be with, and now you're trying to build that same dream man that you still have in your head from Disney movies. So there's no you can build you can assist your man in building a plan. You can assist your man in building a vision. You can assist in those ways, but building a man we're not capable. In my opinion.
You better say something, Kay?
Yeah, because I don't think that you can build a man who already, isn't trying to be built. You know what I'm saying? But I do think that there are some men out there who are like, I need a woman to do this so I can do that. And then they find this woman that's, in that situation. I just think that's a whole different.
Do they ever find it?
Yeah, do they ask, they want to find a woman to do what so they can do what?
Support them, be there for them emotionally, be there for them when they're down financially, maybe whatever the case may be, so that they can get to the point they're trying to get to. Now, do I think that's ideal? Well, for me, no. Like, I wouldn't even want to be in that much control over somebody, and I wouldn't want my man to feel like I needed to do so many things first before he could do some things. But I do know that there are men like that.
Well,
I'm not
as a woman, I just want to piggyback off of that thing. I think there's three different types of men in that situation, where the woman is making the bread and he's taking a back seat, right? There's a man who has been working, maybe super diligently in other avenues, and now he has a vision and a plan and he's doing this, and maybe they're at a level where he's able to, focus on his vision and his plan and actually do what he's passionate about because they've already reached a certain level, and maybe, she's technically going to her 9 to 5 still. There is the man who is a leech, who, if he's not living with her, he's going to be living with his parents. Right? Like, that's just kind of what it is. Not to discredit anybody, but we're just being honest, woman to woman. And then there's a man that he's not asking for these things. A woman is just doing that because she's maybe really infatuated with him, obsessed with him. Maybe, I don't know, he has the right key to the lock. So I think that there's definitely different scenarios.
I agree with you. Yeah, there are different scenarios.
But in every situation, it's still not making or building a man.
But think about the women who, because everyone's not like a good person. Some people are very manipulative. Some people seek out the weak to prey on, to be their prey. There are some women that do this. There are some women who look for a man that does not have certain things in order so they can come in and be the savior and build that man up, build up his confidence, build all these things so that she then has control over him. There are women that do that. I know
Where
that.
are these women at? Where are these situations that play out like that? I'm very
Anton,
curious.
we've already established that you are just an outlier. You don't know
I'm
about
not talking about me. I'm just saying that where are these situations outside of the movie,
highly educated women,
where women are building these guys up?
Highly educated.
A lot of women seek out sometimes men that are way below them in certain areas of life so that they
No way. It's
Anton,
not even in a woman's nature to seek out a guy that's lower than her.
Anton,
Women don't chase men that's lower than them.
Hold on, Anton.
It's true. I mean,
it
happens.
I know we're taking a detour, but honestly, I'm saying in these streets, real talk, and I'm just going to use my experience in Atlanta, right? Highly successful, highly educated women would date down, and they would use the excuse of, I see the potential in him, and he didn't slick talked her, sold her a dream, and he gonna be the next baby face and L.A. Reid, or he gonna be the next Gucci Mane.
That pipe down,
man. It was a lot of slick talk.
That's what it is.
It was a lot of slick talk.
It's only gonna last so long, though.
I agree. And these women, and dig though, these women will date down thinking I can pour in my resources and my nurturing spirit and build this man up. Oh, they exist, bro.
Yeah, but
that's what I don't believe that that's true.
Yeah, that's what we call.
I know you don't, but they here.
Yeah, how you not gonna believe it's true? And you have 3 women telling you what women do.
Right?
I don't understand. We're telling you
because
what
I haven't answered the question.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I ain't answered the question yet.
No, we'll answer.
Dang,
women are telling you what women do.
All right, I see where we going tonight.
Hey, they got their hoodies on too.
Anton, how you feel about people that say women conflate building with a man and building a man?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that women purposely date down. I think that they settle, first of all, right? In an ideal world, they're always going to be hypergamous. They always gonna want the best option available, but the best option is not available, and so they settle. So it's a difference between dating down, first and foremost, because you have to do that purposely, right? That has to be an objective. They don't want that. That's what they're settling for. Secondly, I think that there's a ton of women that find themselves in a situation where they get emotional, they fall in love because they got the D. You know what I'm saying? Or they spent enough time with a guy that they wind up falling into a situation, but that's not necessarily what the objective is in going into it. So right off the bat, we just gonna dispel this whole idea of they're dating down. They're not.
You don't think any woman is out here like preying on the weak? You don't think that women ever do that?
I mean, you're always going to be able to find an anomaly here and there, but overwhelmingly, no, I don't.
Well, nobody said overwhelmingly, but we were just saying that it happens.
Right, but we got to speak to the majority.
Yeah, but we were just having
the reason though that I do believe that Kay was speaking to that smaller portion of people is just based off of that situation, based off of that statement, building a man.
Yeah, the question that was asked.
Yeah, that's how it kind of ventured off into like
right. Because that part of it was, can you build a man? Now, is it that the majority of women are out here building men? I don't think so. But since the question was, can you, since part of it became that, that's where that came from.
How can a woman build a man? Half of y'all can't even compete with men to that level and to that extent. How can you build a man?
It's not necessarily it's not building a man. Is a lot of women try to make that a man be the particular man they want it to be. Case in point, you can't say that majority of women, which y'all say all the time, want 10% of the men, but can't get it. So what do you think the 90% of women that can't get the 10% of the men going to do with the men that they necessarily probably don't want in the first place? They're not going to suffer. They're going to try to build them into that 10% of man that they couldn't get.
I said they're settling.
Well, they might settle, But the essence of women, what they're not going to do is say, okay, well, I'm just going to be fine with this. No, they're going to try to work with that man and make him into the man to be that 10% man. So who they want.
I honestly, see, the thing about it is that the nature of a woman is to want to always get the most out of a guy in general. It don't matter if that guy was already at the top of the heap. They're going to try to push him to be even more than what it is that he's at. So my point is that they're not necessarily trying to build a man because he's in a space where they don't like it. I don't think that women are inherently accepting of any man in the current space and position that he's in because they want him to always evolve and be getting better in the first place. That's my point. The point is that we're not necessarily speaking to the nature of women. We're speaking about what women are doing. But you can't just apply that to just the men that are in a certain space. You have to apply that across the board because women are always going to want to push a man to be a changed, evolved, different version of what he is, despite or whether or not she get the highest value man. It does not matter. We looking at, listen, we're looking at Jada Pinkett Smith literally implode before our eyes right now, and she has one of the highest value men that is on the earth walking right now. That is the absolute truth. Yet she's still seeking, chasing, evolving, crying, talking about she don't know what love is and she has to find it. We watching this literally play out before our eyes in real time. And you telling me that women are only doing that when it comes to certain type of guys that they settle for? No, they do that across the board. And they don't understand the nature of men. And this is one of the reasons why when you finally find a certain type of guy, and I got to agree with Kay a little bit on this, when you finally find a certain type of guy that do not accept and just move based off of how we gonna move, and he gonna be successful regardless of whether you there or not. So you can either ride the wave and you can get on board, or you can jump off and, you know what I'm saying, go surfing over there with the sharks. But the point is that the nature of women is to always try to push a guy to be something different.
I disagree.
That's just the truth.
No, it's not. Because if you get a woman that has a particular man that she wants, high value man or whatever, she's not going to force him to change. That would be dumb of her. For what? She won. What do you guys say? Y'all the prize. She won. Now with Jada, that's a completely different. She's not regular folks. And Jada wanted Pac. So that's a whole nother situation.
What?
Wait. I mean, am I lying? She did.
But you're still missing it. Regardless of whether or not they feel like they got the prize, they're never satisfied. Ever.
I think,
Come on. No.
I disagree. I totally disagree.
Anton, your wife is satisfied. Like, come on.
I'm talking about with the fact of trying to be ever evolving, right? They're always trying to push. They're always trying to change. Well, they always trying to make the situation to be even more. Listen, a guy could be winning in every aspect of his life. And let's just say, for example, we're not even going to talk about, because building can be in a lot of different ways, right? We're not even going to talk about money, high value, all of that stuff. They could want him to be more emotional, be more in their children's life. It's a lot of different ways in which women try to help or move men past whatever it is that they feel like a man needs to be in order to try to satisfy themselves. We see men of great resources get divorced every single day. It's playing out across the internet all day long. We see it all day long.
I think that's completely true. But also, like a woman's emotions are fleeting, so they might feel like this today, and tomorrow they might feel.
Look at Steph Curry. Why is his chick seeking attention?
Look at you. Look at you.
I know. I'm awesome.
But it's her insecurities. She's not trying to change him. It's her insecurities that she's doing all this to satisfy her insecurities and her need for attention. But she's not going to Steph talking about, let's change your outfit. Let's make you a better ball player because this is my needs and my wants.
No. I'm saying that I'm leaning on the idea that, and of course, I'm not saying all women, but the overwhelming majority of women, despite the situation that they find themselves in, are never fully satisfied with their circumstance. That's my argument.
I think
what does that speak to then?
I think that's a good point.
Overwhelming majority are unhappy
No, I didn't say unhappy. I said they're never.
satisfied.
They don't stay satisfied with their circumstance.
What
They could be happy.
Bigger issue.
What was
I
your
agree
question,
with
Kay?
that.
If the overwhelming majority are not satisfied, what's the bigger issue? Is that a woman's problem or the problem that some
That is a woman's problem.
I would
That is specifically a woman's problem.
I think
no, because think about it. People that are doing things that like Anton, I keep saying you in your relationship, your wife is happy with you, right?
Yeah, we are in a phenomenal. We've never been better, never been stronger.
Because you're doing what you're supposed to do.
That don't mean that she don't sit here and be coming to me talking about, I want to be more connected with every single part of you. I'm like, yo, I don't know how much more emotionally I have to give. I don't know what else to share.
You can't expect.
I don't have anything else left.
You can't expect in a relationship where people are constantly, getting older, evolving, growing, to have, something to say. That doesn't mean that you're not satisfied. It just means you're growing as humans do.
Well, so let me ask the question of the ladies. When Beyonce wrote the song Upgrade,
did she write that? I think Neo did. So
yeah.
So let's say
my man.
whoever wrote it. Let me give you deference and say Neo channeled the essence of a woman, and he wrote a song, a hit, number one hit for Beyonce. When she sang the song, when she channeled the essence and the energy of the I'm asking y'all.
Is this Earthy, Anton? Is this Earthy?
I'm not
That's bullshit.
Yeah, don't participate.
Channel the energy. Where's
yeah, when she channeled the energy, well, because we wanted to make the distinction that Neo wrote it. That's fair. But regardless, of that, she delivered on that. Right? So can y'all describe for me, because it sounded to me
you can't use that one, really. I'm gonna have to. You can't use that one. That's not a good example.
He's talking about building with the man.
That's not a good example, bro.
She's building with the man.
He was gonna get paid millions of dollars for that song. They could have gave it to me and I would have sang it. Whatever.
I'm curious to know, because I didn't finish anything, but I'm curious to know why Anton would say that's not a good example.
Because Neo wrote it.
Yeah, but she sang it and delivered it.
You would have sang it. If he sang it for you and you had the bag coming, you would have sang it.
That's not
I wouldn't sing it now, but in 2008, I was down on some hard times. I would have sang it back then.
You would have been upgrading them. No,
I had.
Anton, I want to see where he's going.
I had a price back then in 2008.
Thank you for it, because I think you could probably break this down. There are women that identified with that song. Yes, right.
Can I identify with the song?
I don't know if you can, but what I'm asking is, can you help us understand the difference when she said upgrading, or was she building a man?
No, she was saying that she wants to build with the man. I'm going to help you. I know that you're the block, but I'm the light that keep the street on. Like, you the whole block. I'm here to make you shine, baby. That's what she was saying. The upgrade. But if you listen to the lyrics, it's, I'm here for you. I'm want to help. The hell, don't have me singing the song, but
guys ain't complete without a chick like me. That's building with.
I hate to say this. I'm gonna have to backtrack a little bit.
What?
I'm gonna have to backtrack a little bit, because I have seen people in real life evolve based off of the women that they date or the woman that steps into their life.
Oh my gosh!
I'm gonna have to backtrack. Listen.
The man is giving the woman something to say. I can't.
Lightning struck today. I'm gonna give y'all this. I have seen dudes move differently, or when they get with certain women, they just took off straight up.
And I also think that.
Stop talking about me, Anton.
Oh,
wait, but was she building with, or was she building him? Is my question.
I don't know how I don't think it was a building with. I think it's certain guys I've seen take off as a result of aligning themselves with certain women.
But
listen, I'm gonna be real with you. Jay-Z I'm not even using nobody that I know. Jay-Z was a mega star. He very much elevated who he was, and there were bigger bags available as a result of him aligning with certain women. That's just real.
No, 1000%. But my counter and what Courtney was expounding on was Beyonce was building with, not building him.
Okay. I mean, I'm not using Jay-Z as the example as far as the building with or building. I've seen guys in real life that might have been dusties and they got with certain women and it was like it took off, bro.
Yeah.
Real talk.
So I think Beyonce was building with. There's a taking care of home and still fly.
Yeah.
I'm taking care of home, but I'm still looking good. I'm gonna help you build up your account. I'm helping you. She's a helpmate.
Jay-Z is not necessarily a good example in this situation, but I'm just saying.
But if Jay-Z or any man, I think sometimes when you see those men that you're like, oh yeah, you know how you said he went from like dusty, and then all of a sudden he's in the right relationship, and you see him like literally like glow up or change, you know?
Yeah.
It's possible that he got with a woman that's not stressing him out, so he had time to actually focus on his own vision and his plan. And execute it.
Woman, listen, and I would disagree with you, Anton, on that. Jay-Z is not a good example. Jay-Z is, and I'm not a fan of him at all as an artist, but as an entrepreneur and all that other stuff, like I am a huge fan. Marketer.
Chicago, call me later because we have to discuss what you just said.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
She about to rap. She gonna do the whole blueprint.
Nah,
she just grabbed the whole blueprint to you.
Nah, man, you better be careful. Your ear gonna be bleeding.
Nah, American Gangster is probably his #1 album. But what I will say is that, to your point, Anton, when you look at how he maneuvered, how he went from,
that wasn't a good joke. I'm gonna put that one back in the book. I'm sorry.
if you look at how he
hilarious.
went from
I'm sorry.
being, this quote unquote ladies man, and then he got the hottest chick in the game wearing his chain, and they have showed us for almost 2 decades of what I don't know, compatible relationship, marriage, or whatever I'm talking about in the public eye could look like. And that's why I alluded to that song, the Upgrade song, right? Because she does talk about the investments that she make in her man. And it's well documented that Beyonce will always defer to him first for she'll say her father invested in her and contributed to her foundation. But I also hear her talk about the woman that Jay-Z made her. And
what I would say is that there's a caveat in there. There's a third thing, right? I don't think that women can build a man. The whole conversation about building with a man is completely different. I do think that women can enhance a guy.
Yeah, I agree. I think we agree on that point.
A man that's an outlier situation where certain women are looking for men who are not in any good situation so that they can build them and be in control. That's like not the norm, I don't think, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think women can enhance guys. I've seen it happen 1,000 times over. I'm a better version of myself as a result of the woman that I'm with. So
I am so happy about this conversation.
Me too.
Man.
Man.
Oh man.
Don't worry. But I was gonna be rich no matter what. Let's be clear. All right.
We believe you, okay? We believe you.
All right. I just want to make sure that we establish a foundation here. Let's not get out of hand. All right. I was already gonna be the man. However, I will say that in so many different instances and situations, I am a better version, even when it comes to spirituality. Like I think she's pushed me in a lot of ways, and that's absolutely helped me bloom in that area of my life. So it's more than just money. It's more than just money.
All right, I want to kind of ask you guys real quick. Can a man build a woman?
Oh, absolutely.
Would you say so? Okay.
Yeah. Definitely.
Everybody agree? Really?
Really?
You unsure?
Yeah, because I think a man can groom a woman to his specific liking and his plan. I think we've talked about this before. I just don't know that a man can build a woman into being a woman. I think he can build her when you align with a woman that's on your program and you've casted your vision and you're leading, then yeah, you can groom her to aid and assist that vision. But can a man build a woman to be like a woman?
But you're just using the word groom. I mean,
I know y'all get hung up on that, but you know,
if you're a man seeking a blank slate, or someone that's really young, or someone that maybe isn't set in their ways, because you want to instill certain things in them, like what is that?
Get into it, and I think that's where we get. So let me substitute groom with mold.
Mold, build. Tell me what the difference is.
Professor Mold.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to see where the difference is.
Like, because when I think about building, right, you're starting at really kind of at a blank slate, or you may be starting where that person is. And when you're building that person, you're building them into who they're supposed to be, right? There's a difference with building an individual than shaping, molding, grooming, conforming them into what you need them to be to aid and assist in your vision.
I think a man can definitely build a woman. Absolutely. I think there's not even a question or a doubt, because there's levels to it, right? So depending on what kind of man you get with, or you're in a relationship with, a man can build you to the T across the board, that if that relationship doesn't work out, you're still going to be a good woman to another man. It doesn't, even though you were, technically on his program. I think that's possible.
But
I don't know what I think, because I understand Rilla.
There you go.
Because I think what Rilla is trying to say is that you can't, building meaning are you building from scratch?
I think you can.
Molding meaning is she's already a woman, but I can mold her to be the woman that I want her to be.
Human is from scratch. That goes without saying. If you're an adult person, you have a brain, you have experience. Like, I thought that could go without saying. No one is from scratch. They're not robots.
Well, that's what Rilla was saying, a blank slate.
So then the question becomes, give us an example, anecdotal or otherwise, where a man built a woman.
Say what?
Like I said, if a man gets with a woman, let's say he's an older man, and gets with a younger woman who, isn't set in her ways and all these things, and looks to him for guidance, looks to him for just how to be, how to exist in the world. He is giving her those tools to become the woman that she's going to become. You're trying to make it seem like build versus mold. I took ceramics classes.
And in your ceramics classes, right? I'm pretty sure
whether you're building it or molding it, they knew what you were talking about. It's not from scratch. You still need it to grow,
when you
right?
took ceramics classes, you actually did build from scratch, and you contoured.
No, because there was clay there.
Just like
the woman was already a person.
Can I do this back and forth with you, ma'am?
We're doing it. Since you said about Jay-Z, I'm feeling some kind of way.
She's petty. She's mad.
You build it.
Angry. She's mad. She's big mad.
But building, grooming, however we want to label it, it's all kind of the same thing.
Exactly.
To me.
Thank you.
Yeah,
maybe since you're a man, he'll listen.
I disagree.
Punch back, Rilla.
I'll give the cap. Well, I won't get that caveat, but I look at building as just completely different. That's all.
But no one is from scratch.
Let's just have a conversation.
Like Chicago, give me an example of a person that's from scratch. Somebody that's just a robot that's just like this, and then you put them
I will.
A small wonder.
Here's the thing, Kay.
We've had this conversation before.
That show.
Well, here's the thing, and this this even goes with Anton, with your discussion with the little creepy guy that was into young chicks. So there are men, when you talk about build, want someone younger that hasn't experienced anything, that's not really maybe on the precipice of being a woman.
That's a
are
bad
virgin.
example though, Courtney, because he was just looking to exploit.
Well, yeah, but there's men like that do want someone younger, 19, 20, that has no experience, that are virgin, so they can make her into a woman that they want her to be. But if you take a woman 25, 30 that has some experience, she's already a woman, but there's still a man that can still, if she's allowing him to, mold her into the wife that he wants her to be. So am I getting that wrong, Will? Is that what you're trying to? Yeah. So there is an essence where you can build up a woman that hasn't had any kind of experience with any man and build her into a woman and tell her this is what a woman is, compared to a woman that's had experience but can be molded into becoming the woman that he wants her to be.
I think you can get a woman that's 25 too that doesn't have much experience that is the same.
Well, I mean, that's just I'm just saying stuff. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not saying 25, then you're there's women that's 30 that's still a virgin.
Let me ask you this on this extreme, because if you believe a man can build a woman, so like, and this is really, really extreme. Y'all can skew me in the comments or whatever. So do you think a pimp could build a woman?
Okay, don't ask me this.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking.
Well, I read Iceberg Slim.
I mean,
he beat them to be the woman.
You said Fillmore Slim?
Iceberg Slim.
Come on, man. Come on.
Look, she got it. Come on, Iceberg Slim.
It was right there. It was
on top
there.
I'm just asking, and I know we talking semantics. For me personally, I think it's a difference between building a woman versus molding, investing, grooming. And
what's the difference? Maybe that's where I'm lost.
I done told y'all already.
Yeah, but like I got what you were saying, Courtney. I'm trying to get what Chicago's saying, because
I don't know how to. I really, honestly, Kay, I'm not trying to be funny with you. I really don't know how to explain it any further. I feel like
that's bullshit.
Things to you, and then you don't understand, and then it's like, okay, well,
because Chicago. To be fair, to be honest, your level of explaining, you'll be like, build, like just because you say it louder and more aggressive doesn't mean that you define the word. So like it's a different
wait.
Those are the
one at a time, y'all. One at a time. They can't hear us.
You want me to go to the Google dictionary and just pull?
No, I want you to give me your. No, I want you to give me your.
So when you're building somebody, again, when you're building somebody, I attribute building someone into their purpose, who they're supposed to be. You're going from a clean slate, a foundation. And I know you say, well, who's clean? Right. And that's why I say
I did it, Brilla.
I get it. I
did it.
Right. You had a clean slate, right? You build with the woman, right?
No, not with her.
Okay. Did she build you? No. This is even better. So, Anton, what would you say? Would you say you groom? What would you say? Did you mold? Did you conform? What did you do? Did you contort?
I think to groom, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to prepare somebody for something for the future. Right? Mm-hmm. To build somebody is to make them what they are. That's exactly what I did. I built her to make her exactly what she is.
I think I'm sorry.
She very much thanks me every day. Like her mother thanks me. She thanked me for making her what she is. She said she would absolutely never be the one, nowhere near the woman that she is today without me.
Go ahead, River.
I just so much agree with Anton on this topic, because there's some, like, men are, leaders, right? We're talking about the majority. Like, that's what men are. They're leaders. They lead. They have visions. They have plans. Sometimes a man can see you and see all the greatness in you that you just don't see, and literally bring all of that to the surface, and you literally become a completely different person than you were before. He made you. Like, there's no other way to.
I mean, she'll tell you herself.
Right?
Like,
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
She'll tell you without a doubt exactly what I just said. Literally, word for word.
I don't disagree with you, Anton. River, can I ask you a question? You grew up in a 2-parent household?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
It's my stepfather. That's why I say I did.
No. Yeah, well, okay. That's
That's why I said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why you ask that?
Well, because I'm thinking I'm asking because in all honesty, I'm thinking about my daughter, right?
Mhm.
And I'm building my daughter.
As you should.
I don't see another man coming in to build my daughter.
Nah, you grooming her.
Okay, that's cool too.
You're raising her.
You're raising.
Yeah, he's
Right.
Raising is different.
Listen,
yeah, you might be right. I mean, we arguing semantics.
I know
guess.
that's what I was about to say. I was just about to say I don't want to argue semantics because either way you slice it, I still don't see another individual, worthy individual, capable individual, whatever, coming in to build my daughter. Now, she's going to align with his program, right? And she's going to aid and assist, and he's going to counsel, mold, invest, all those things so that she can aid and assist that program.
Look at Kay looking
I
at
hear you, but
looking at the bit to get at your head, boy.
it's what it is.
But really, I feel like I feel like when you say build, I don't see a man building my daughter. When you say it back, I feel like you say it with a negative connotation, and I don't understand why you do.
Some ego in there.
Right. I agree.
I was gonna say that I feel like you're speaking from a place of being a man, and yeah, that's that. Your sentiments are ego driven. But
but think about it though, Rilla. Think about it though.
Yeah, it's still
without my finances, without I've added so many components to her life to make her who she is. That's literally building somebody.
Stressed. Oh God.
I mean, I guess it's different for me because I don't believe in partnerships. So it's a little different for me.
But really, I think that the man who would build your daughter, if that was the case, right? It would be somebody that you would
trust,
respect, trust, and love, because he would be doing that out of love.
I will say this. Let's assume that your daughter get married at 22, 23 years old, right? She is very much she is not a finished product at all.
Right.
Not even remotely a finished product. No matter what the foundation is that you set, there are more components that need to be added to her to make her complete.
You gave her the tools to, navigate in a way that you would be proud of, right?
Hey, listen, I hear you.
Right.
All that sounds cute. I'm still gonna stand 10 toes down on what I said.
That's his baby.
That's father. It's okay.
And I think we're arguing semantics at this point. Like, honestly, I think we're talking semantics. I don't see nobody building my baby. That's all.
See how you just keep saying it, building.
I know.
Okay. Yeah,
okay, what is building for you?
You just keep saying it like it's a different word. If you put a different voice, it's like,
okay.
Like not building. I mean,
Okay, you better slow up. You're gonna keep it 1,000 while you better slow up.
I don't want to even how I move up the Bambi Skippy with him.
Okay.
I don't want to do it right now because of what he said about Jay-Z. She mad.
The process.
I am out to get you.
Wait. Hold on. Building.
Big man.
Building. The process of constructing something.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Rilla. Can I ask you a question real quick? Can a woman destroy a man?
Jeez, that's a good question.
Well. Oh, let me.
So here's what I will say. Yeah, because as soon as you said that, cool. That's a great question. I think at the end of the day, the man has to accept responsibility for whatever his actions or consequences are. I don't necessarily think a woman can destroy a man. Let me give myself as a real example.
Bruh.
Nah, not bruh. This is like real spill. The whole time I went through my situation with the mother of my children, I never attributed any fault to her for anything that happened. Anything. I always assumed responsibility. And I would never tell another man that another woman is responsible for your downfall or for the situation that you found yourself in. This, that, and third, blase, skip, right?
Hold on, Rilla. Hold on, before you answer the question, because we do this, we hold Kay accountable on the same level. You have to give us a yes or no answer before you add the context.
No.
Finally, justice.
So are you saying that a woman cannot destroy a man?
That is an affirmative no.
Bruh.
Well.
Your Honor, arrest my case.
Anton, between the putting the finger on the temple, now the hands behind the head, I know what's going on in your mind.
Because I don't think that Rilla is being genuine right now. I think that he wants to make sure he's staying 10 toes down on his argument.
No.
Rilla, look, I was the perfect example earlier. I said, you know what? I'm going to have to backtrack on this thing.
I've done that multiple times on this show. So I know, listen, give me the context, because I actually just laid out from a personal experience.
Are you telling me, Rilla, based off of all of the different conversations that we had about family court and women destroying men and all of this other type of stuff that we have a conversation about on this platform, that women cannot destroy men?
Right. And listen. I hear you, Kay. And this is the thing. Women using the legal system, right? Even when you trace through all of that, because what you're going to say at the end of the day is, yes or no, this and third. And what I'm saying for context, bro, honestly, at the end of the day, we saw that coming.
Rilla, a woman can literally accuse you of something and completely destroy your life. What are you talking about?
Literally.
Real talk. We see it happen with college students.
I knew it. And okay. I knew this was.
I'm just saying, Rilla. You telling me that a woman cannot destroy a man?
Literally.
Now we moving goalposts.
How is that moving the goalposts?
We're moving goalposts. What was the original question? We're talking building.
I said, can a woman? I'm using it to make a different argument.
Okay.
Can a woman destroy a man?
You just said it was a good question, Chicago.
Okay, cool. So can a woman accuse a guy of rape and destroy?
That's not what I asked. I said, can a woman destroy a man?
I know.
Grape. I said grape.
Grape jelly.
Grape jelly. Cool. Can a woman accuse a man of grape jelly and destroy his life? Yes.
Really? I can't believe you're doing this right now.
I can't either.
Look at his face.
I mean, help me out, because I'm trying.
It's a straightforward question. Can a woman destroy a man?
Sure, Anton. Yep, she can. She could destroy a man's life. Yep.
Oh, really?
JR with the sound effects.
I'm throwing Rilla. I don't want to say I'm throwing your bone, but I understand what you're trying to say.
I'm just trying to figure out
what he's trying to say is a woman or man can't destroy a person, because to destroy means you put an end of it. That's it. Unless you kill them. But can someone put you in a predicament where I'm losing money, I lost my house? Yes, but are you completely destroyed?
Even in terms of killing women?
But I don't know if we're talking to that extreme.
I mean, but I'm just saying, on every level, a woman can
she is Kay. I believe that Kay is.
Okay, people can murk you and then it's done. Yeah.
But no. I mean, on every level, honestly, and I hope that I'm saying this right now.
Bring it back to the original question about building. And I'm assuming that's where you're going with your question.
My point is that if the same thing has to be true on both sides. It has to be true on both sides.
Hey, we still got a lot of show left, y'all. Just take a moment to breathe, y'all.
Man, I gotta pontificate on that.
It's simple.
What?
It's the same thing on both sides.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
We're gonna find out these point of views tonight. We're gonna get to the bottom of it. You guys are just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats. I'm trying my best to acknowledge each and every last one of them. If I missed you, my apologies. But guess what? You'll get acknowledged on the back end.
Now I see why JR be doing like them after hour shows by himself. He got that them smooth after midnight voice for the radio.
Don Cornelius.
Yeah.
Let me suck them titties, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Let me suck them titties, baby.
I hate it.
The after hours be turned up, super turned. Super turned.
My apologies, River. I know it's a little bit
River,
much.
stick around. Don't leave.
Like, what happened?
Just get like a different song, please. Like, can we have or oh my goodness.
Hey, hey, River, if you watch the show long enough, you know that that's like the anthem, man. They be really.
He does
liking
that
it.
when he wants everyone to just be like, okay.
Okay.
If this is not the greatest show ever, I don't know what show it is, but
Love this show, man.
make sure you guys get them likes up. Also subscribe to the channel. I always got them bonus topics I like to throw in. So I'm gonna throw in another one for you guys real quick. Damn, I'm going over here to cloud storage in it. Here we go. Can a man without money make a woman happy in a relationship? Can a man without money make a woman happy in a relationship? Start with you, River.
Yes. Yes, I believe so. But there is a but to that, obviously.
What?
Obviously, because if a man who has a lot of money has a woman that wants you to bring water from the moon and it's still not enough, then that question is yes, but for how long?
It's a relationship.
I think
Reba.
that's just the truth. Okay.
Which means that it's ongoing. It's not a one night thing. It's a relationship.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, how long in that relationship will she be happy? She might be happy for a time, but how long will she maybe be unhappy? And also, I think that depends on what kind of woman you're with as well.
She gonna be happy all the way up until she see that air mattress. It's over. Right then and there, that air mattress. That's it.
It depends on what kind of woman you're with as well. It depends.
Okay.
Not every woman is superficial. Not every woman is
An air mattress? You need more than an air. Listen. I hold women accountable,
You
right?
just said so what?
But I'm gonna need you to have a higher standard than an air mattress, though.
But is it an air mattress because
Is it a pillow
you have
type
a
air
vision and a
mattress?
plan, and you just starting out, or you just, you know what I'm saying? And is it
We
that?
grown, fam. Listen, if
No,
you a man and you dating with an air mattress, you shouldn't even be dating.
Man, I seen one. I was like, damn, that's a.
You shouldn't
like
even
a
be
bed.
dating if you rocking with an air mattress. If you can't take her back
JR.
at least to the futon, we got issues, fam.
What?
Air mattress easy on the knees,
But why
Anton.
do you have to?
Air mattress easy on the knees.
But why?
You know, it's kind of thinking of the old
Yeah,
air
yeah, we hit that
that
G
people
spot.
used to have.
But where did he get the air mattress from? I'm trying to figure that out.
I don't know. Maybe he just got out of jail. I don't know. He trying to get on his feet.
No, where did you get the air mattress from?
Man, yeah, I just moved in. They're gonna move the bed in.
Like, wow, right?
Okay. Y'all hilarious, man. Can a man without money make a woman happy in a relationship? Okay.
Absolutely. And you know, it's funny that y'all asked.
Okay.
It's funny that you asked this question because
You was doing so well tonight.
what did you say?
Oops.
I'm sorry.
It's funny that you asked this question, JR, because I was just thinking about this. Like while I was fluffing my fro before sound check.
Oh,
I was
really?
literally thinking about this topic because I don't know why, but it came into my mind based on a conversation. I guess I kind of do know why. Conversation I was having before. But the only thing that needs to happen to get a woman is for you to make her feel how she wants to feel. If you can do that, you can be rich, broke, tall, short, whatever. If you can make the woman feel exactly how she wants to feel, I think that a lot of women will overlook a lot of things. And we see this on a very regular
With no money?
Anton, I think she's talking about, you know what she's talking about.
No, I'm not.
Listen,
I don't think she's
I didn't think Kay was talking about that.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
not
talking about that either. See,
I'm
y'all,
talking about if a woman, you know, maybe
y'all placing that over my head. I ain't
maybe
talking
a
about
woman
that.
has maybe insecurities about something and this man makes her feel confident about it, or maybe she feels like, you know, whatever the case may be, whatever the woman wants to feel, and it's different for every woman. If you tap into whatever that woman needs, wants, seeks, whatever, you ahead of the game in terms of, you know, her looking at you as a potential whatever. So yeah, I mean, and what?
Especially when it get cold outside and the heat is off. Nah, bro.
Think about real life. Like,
well, he doesn't have money. She does, right? It's just the question was just if he doesn't have money.
No woman wants to be required to be they don't want to be required to bring resources to the table in order for y'all to survive.
There's
no woman is enduring through that through no relationship like that. No woman.
I don't think most women want that. I mean, I definitely think that that's a fair point to make. I don't think most women want to feel like the only one, you know, bringing in, you know, whatever. But I do know for a fact, if I just look around in some places, that there are plenty of extremely broke men that have women that would do anything for them. And it's because those men, you know, make the woman feel how she wants to feel. And I'm not talking about whatever y'all were talking about earlier. I'm talking about emotionally, mentally, you know, whatever the case may be. So
and like a real relationship, like a full-blown relationship?
Absolutely. Anton, I know you live on planet Versace robe, but
yeah, you like that? Do you like that white one I debuted last night?
Oh my goodness. One of my friends at work hates your pink Versace robe, and they were
wear that one tomorrow.
They were like, "Is Anton gonna have that on tonight?" And I was like, "I think he got a new white one that he might wear."
We switch up. We gonna go red for Christmas. We gonna do it all. We gonna do the whole gamut.
Red for Christmas.
You say Santa Claus. Son.
What?
We're going red for Christmas. I honestly, but seriously, getting back to the conversation, I don't know no women. I don't know no women that's sticking around in no relationship with no broke dude.
I could just be honest. I've been a hairstylist for a really long time, for like years, and it's definitely that's why I said it depends on what type of woman, because that goes all the way back to like maybe an hour ago when we were talking about those sugar mamas, because it's definitely a real thing. They will literally take you out your job. Don't work. Like, no, you don't need to work. So you can be right here so that when I'm available, you're available for me at all times.
Anton, you see that message?
It's a real thing.
I was
see that on the screen, Anton?
Robes for the crew for Christmas. I'm with that.
Yes, Anton, because I don't.
You just said your friends don't even like my robe.
Listen, I don't understand how we're all sitting here. I got my Ulta Beauty robe, like that came free with my perfume. Meanwhile, you're over here with all these Versace robes, a deca, and we out here struggling. Like, get us all robes, Anton.
Courtney already had. I seen Courtney had a robe on.
It wasn't Versace.
Excuse me, that was TJ Maxx.
Exactly.
And I am a proud Maxxinista, but it was TJ Maxx.
Me and Courtney are over here with the reasonably priced robes, and you're over here just flaunting reasonable.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't even own a robe.
You don't own no robe, JR? Oh, JR, you got to get a robe.
I come out of my drawers.
You got to get JR a robe along with me, Courtney, and Rilla.
All right, that sounds good.
Well, dang.
That sound about right. I'm with that.
You guys.
We got to wear them all for Christmas.
Loose.
Let's have a Christmas episode where we all wear them for free balling it up.
He run around in his drawers like he in Mississippi somewhere.
Ready.
JR come out the shower just to be rocking it.
Hey,
you know.
What was old boy name in Baby Boy that was in the kitchen cooking eggs?
Oh my gosh.
Vin Rains?
No, what was his name though?
Oh.
They are. What's his name? Like Leroy or something?
Scrambling eggs.
Just scrambling eggs.
Man, I don't know what y'all on tonight.
Anton, you got till around Christmas season.
Let me get what you
I got a couple months to get y'all robes.
To get us all robes so we can come on here during the Christmas Lapeef episode and all be in robes together.
Instead about 3, we should be able to get away with it with about $4,000. So we can do that.
Perfect. Tell your assistant, whoever.
He just gave the game.
I'll be waiting.
Y'all better not sell my robes either. Y'all better not get the money for it.
You gotta sell it.
I want to do an exchange.
Make sure you I want the receipt.
That thing's gonna be on StockX.
If you guys just tuning in, this is the greatest show ever. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Appreciate all the super chats again. I'm trying to acknowledge as many as I can. We're going to move on to our next topic, which is the church still a place to find a spouse? Why or why not? Is the church still a place to find a spouse? Why or why not? We'll start with you, River.
You said Rilla or River?
I don't know. Y'all confused me. I don't know if you're saying Rilla or River.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard him. I heard him. I know every time when he comes to me. Pause. 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 No. So no, to answer the question flat.
I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to River, but go ahead, River.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead, River.
No, you said you knew.
I'm so confused.
We're gonna run the playback. Listen,
Okay.
So here's the thing. And this is one of the things that we talk about. You know, Black men in the church have consistently been leaving decades now, for whatever reason. When you look at, and I had pulled this up too, the Pew Research, right? It talks about the discrepancies between baby boomers who attended at 46%, Generation X, millennials, and then Generation Z. And you see a steady decline in people attending church. And then when you do the exit polls and understand why people are not attending church, so on and so forth. I mean, if you think about the makeup of church back in the day, we talk about family structure, so on and so forth, right? Like churches where you used to go, people would vet those mates, like not just the men, they would vet the women too. And they would match make, and there would be social events, so on and so forth. And now that's just not the case. And then with it being so much pushback and question on everything, like everything is in question and everything is acceptable, even to the point that when you go to some churches now, the sacred has become secular. Like Jesus is my homeboy, right? And so for me, when I look at it, with that decline in membership, with that decline in eligible bachelors attending the church, like I don't view the church as a reputable spot for people to find a spouse anymore.
Okay. Anton, is the church still a place to find a spouse? Why or why not?
Absolutely. It absolutely is. As a matter of fact, church be lit. It be lit in a mug. I love Sundays, and I love on sometimes when I'm able to rock on Wednesdays, because maybe y'all just going to the wrong places. Maybe y'all going to the wrong churches. I don't think that people are putting enough effort into finding a church home, to be honest with you. And obviously I'm considerate of the fact that there may be some people that have completely different religions and denominations and all of this other type of stuff, right? But for the sake of the argument, based off of the question that's posed, I think that there is some dope people. You can build a great network. There are churches where there are some people that's doing some awesome things in certain communities. You connect with people on a different level. And I think that it's absolutely one of the best places that you can align yourself with, especially considering that I don't believe in dating, right? I believe in just aligning yourself with certain people that's going in the direction that you're going in. And there's never been a better place to find somebody that's equally yoked. And so the thing about it is that one of the beautiful things about going to church is that I'll use my own self as a situation. The foundation of the two things, the foundation of my marriage is our friendship and my spirituality. Those are the things by which we built our relationship off of. And so without that, then you're in a space where the only conversations that you have or the foundation of what you're building it on is things that's fleeting. It's sex, it's looks, it's a lot of different things. And so I'm not saying that that's where everybody needs to find their spouse, but I'm saying that it is a absolutely more phenomenal alternative to all of the other places that you decide to go to in order to meet people. Straight up. And so I think that people need to be more intentional as far as why they're there. I don't think you should be there for that. But at the same time, again, aligning yourself with people that's going in the direction that you're going in and learning more about them authentically outside of the things that we just look at people for instead of trying to understand who they are, learn more about them, align with them as far as their principles. Maybe I do a lot of volunteer work, and a lot of that is rooted in, you know, the giving and the things that we do as in a church. And I've met some really, really great friends. I got some friends that make a lot of money, and we all connected because, you know, we spend our time making sure that we align ourselves with people that believe and think like us. So I do absolutely believe that that is one of the best places that you can meet people in. I just think that people need to be a little bit more selective in where it is that they go and whether or not those people align with, you know, with what they believe.
Okay, is the church still a place to find a spouse? Why not?
Absolutely. Like if you're a church going person and all that, I agree completely with what Anton just said, 100% everything. I wanted to, you know, Chicago, I'm out to get you tonight because of what you said about Jay-Z. But no, I'm playing, but I did have something to say about what you were bringing up. And I felt like you were kind of trying to correlate, I guess, the decline of marriage to the decline of going to church. Is that what, before I even say what I'm going to say, is that what it was?
Part of it is, but go ahead.
Can you explain? Because I don't want to give the wrong.
No. I want to hear your response. I don't want you to give your response based on what I said. I want to hear what you're saying.
How can you not want me to give my response, which means response?
Because I didn't base my response off of anything
that you said.
I didn't base my response off of anything that you said or your opinion or anything. I just want to hear what you think about people being able to find a spouse in church.
Let me say this before you go, okay? Let me just say this. Let me just say this one thing. Let me add this one caveat. If you're courting and you actually looking to really rock with somebody, if you really want to know what she about and you really want to like have her on your team, there's nothing doper to a lot of these women if you say, hey, why don't you come to church with me on Sunday? That is everything to them. That's like, okay, he's serious about me. We rocking. This guy is serious about his spirituality, his principles, his morals, his character. He's making sure that those things are intact. It speaks a lot about him as a person. When a guy invites a girl to meet his mom and to go to church, those are the things that really, really get to women.
No,
Anton,
I agree with you, Anton.
No.
I agree with you, Anton.
I have to push back. Listen, man. And I know the caveat. I know the caveat with Anton is that you said you have to be more discerning in the churches you choose to attend. Fam, listen, man. We're gonna have the conversation. Let's keep it a bean, man. Some of the biggest pimps, players, hustlers, hoes, skip-scap, scallywags, all that is in the church.
Courtney's face.
Like I said, you're gonna have to find a different church because that's not my experience.
I get what you're saying, and I'm with you on that because there are quality
churches. Said there are none of those people.
Listen.
I don't know no pimps and scallywags in the church, bro. I don't know no pimps. I don't know no scallywags. I don't know none of them people that's in the church. Real talk.
Scallywag.
This is hilarious.
Gorilla, go ahead, finish.
So listen, and I ain't trying to be funny, but I'm being dead up. So now we gonna act like that don't exist.
It does not exist.
Anton, I ain't trying to be funny, bro, but I get it. In your anecdotal experience, in the circles that you travel in a particular network, and based on what
I've been to a lot of churches, bro.
I'm not tripping on that. I know a lot of them too. And I could cite some that are really dope. I'm not talking about what I personally.
So why are you only speaking from one perspective? Is what I'm saying.
Because I'm being objective.
No, you're not. Being objective would mean that you speaking from both perspectives. You acknowledging the good and the bad. That's being objective.
No, I'm
gonna chime in on this one too.
But wait a minute. So Chicago, y'all. I'm just saying that in general.
What's y'all?
Just you,
yeah, be careful now.
In Chicago, are always getting on me about it's a general question, blah, blah, blah. So Chicago, would you say that in general, churches are full of P words, S words, wags, all these other things.
Okay, so let me be specific. Let me be
I
specific.
mean, because if not, like,
I don't even know what Kay just said.
Okay, so
What did she say?
let's
A
talk
lot of
about.
P's and S's.
Let's
What
talk
you just
about.
said.
Okay, so let's talk about this, right? Because we are.
how he's not answering the question, but then when I do it, it's a huge issue.
Hold on. We got to do one at a time because the people can't hear something.
He doesn't answer questions.
Cool. So the black church in Chicago, are you saying that you don't consider the landscape?
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is my experience and my observation.
Most people are P words and F words.
When I do research and study on why black men are leaving the church and have been leaving for decades and what they're complaining about, right? And what I observe anecdotally in my travels, yeah, pimps.
Why are black men leaving the church? I'm curious.
He said because of P words and S words.
So you're saying that black.
So that's a whole nother conversation. But
No, because we got time tonight.
Okay, well let's do it then.
So you
what
saying?
I will say is I think the conversation that Kevin Samuels had was spot on.
I'm not talking about Kevin Samuels.
But I'm using that as a reference point. And I think it was spot on with why he was saying, because I'm curious as to why black men are leaving the church. This is something I've been.
But you can't do that, Brilla, because now you're backtracking because you made a statement that this is why black men are leaving the church. And I said, okay, well, give me some reasons why they're leaving the church. And then you reference Kevin Samuels, and then you say you're trying to explore the reasons why they're leaving the church. You can't just make a statement that you can't. You the 10 toes down, man.
I think I don't even think I've laid out anything yet, but here's the deal. One of the reasons that black men are leaving church is because, number one, they in their households, they're not leading that spiritual example, right?
That sounds like personal accountability and responsibility.
Cool. One of the reasons why they're not leading that spiritual example is because they no longer trust the church. They no longer trust the pastor. They no longer, and so while they will allow their woman to go to church on Sundays, and I think we just had a whole show, a show where a gentleman referenced like, oh yes, they can go to church, but I'm gonna be at the crib chilling, whatever, cool. The women tend to come back and they excited and they want to evangelize and proselytize on what they just learned in church. They don't want to hear the message of another man coming into their house, right?
This is in my opinion, one of the examples that I think references back to the conversation that we just had in women upgrading, right? Because I find that and you got to excuse me because I'm a heavy defender and proponent of the church. I find that most people make that as an excuse. Now, that is hilarious to me, Rilla, because you just said in one of the last conversations that nobody can do anything to you. That's what you said out of your mouth. And now you blaming another man in order to justify your conversation of why you should or shouldn't go about rocking with your spirituality. You said a woman can't even do nothing to you at all. And now you trying to use the church as the crutch by which men choosing to fall away from God. That is a
Right, so am I saying
that's dangerous, bro?
Wait, no. Let's be clear. Am I saying for me personally, or am I observing the landscape and saying what I see? Because I think I specifically was saying that this is what I see happening. And I said I was being objective in what I was seeing. Because you were saying anecdotally in my church, in the circles that I rock with, in the churches that I'm connected with, in this community, it's this way. And I come from a good church. And I'm still connected to that church, right? So I'm not tripping on what's going on in my space. I'm saying I'm not anecdotally, but I'm saying for the observable eye, from what I could see. Okay, let me ask you this, Anton.
Who's telling you all this about the pimps? Like, I'm trying to figure out where this comes from. I have a lot of church-going friends, anecdotally, And none of them are like, man,
Well, are these church going?
He's talking about Bishop Don
I think I'm gonna speak on it.
Are these
I'm
church?
gonna speak on it real quick. I'm gonna speak on it.
Yes,
Are these
Don
church
Juan.
Wait.
Hold
Are
on.
these church going friends of yours overwhelmingly male or female?
Both. Why are you
Hold on,
skeptical?
Rilla.
A lot of people go to church.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you what I haven't. Like, I'm gonna tell you what I've seen. Like, I'm gonna tell you what I've seen in Chicago, right?
Was it
I haven't been to church in a minute, especially with the pandemic, right? But when I was growing up in a smaller church, it was easy access for everybody to have more of a relationship. So I did see some of the similar stuff that Rilla is speaking of. When I went to the bigger churches, I didn't see that. Was it happening? You don't know, because the church is so big, people just come in there for the purpose. But in those smaller, like family churches, a lot of guys were creeps, a lot of women were creeps. A lot of people had so much trauma, they was coming there trying to get saved, and they still doing dirty work all throughout the whole entire church. So I have seen that happen in churches. You know, some of those deacons was some freaky deacons. You know, it was a whole lot of things going on. So I can't speak to every church, but I can understand in the smaller church. But the bigger churches, we didn't see that. People just came together, praised. The thing I heard about the bigger churches is that they were skeptical about if it was all about money, or they was either trying to count the pastor's pocket and trying to see how they live in luxurious and in $1 million homes and stuff like that. So I've seen a lot of talk about that. But smaller churches, it was more about, I mean, everybody was doing some dirty stuff.
I just think if we're gonna have the conversation, fam, we got to be like 1000% real about the state of the Black church, or church in general, evangelical and all otherwise. And I'm not finna sit up here and paint a picture like everything is on the up and up. It's not.
Well, but everything is not on the up and up anywhere. The question,
right? I don't understand why
we're gonna bring it back to y'all as a church.
Right. I don't understand why we're expecting people to be perfect in church. What church is people from the outside coming in, all walks of life. You're going to see pimps and scallywags in college, at your job, on the internet. These are people. It's just some people understand that they need a little bit more help, and they can't do it on their own. They're asking for the name and praises of Jesus or God or whomever they serve, what mosque or whatever. But church is not perfect. And it's not for perfect people. It's for people that knows that I have fallen to sin and I need to get right. There's not a perfect soul in the church, and never will be. So why are we holding, everybody, I know the most sinners I know is in church. That's where they need to be. That's exactly where they need to be. The heathens, the scallywags, pimps, dollywops, whatever. That's where they need to go.
What?
But I mean, she's making a point, because then at the same time, on the flip side, you'll see people say the same thing and say, well, I don't like church because I got to dress up, or because they won't accept me as I am. Like they making arguments out of, not you necessarily, Rilla, but they making arguments out of both sides of their mouth. And I just don't understand. Just like Courtney said, right? You're going to have some of the worst things that I've ever seen on a college campus. I don't see nobody saying I'm not going to college because it's some whatever it is that I don't rock with. We only apply that to certain things, and I think that's disingenuous.
Why not to
hold on, you guys. Hold on, Rill. I want to go back to Kay because she never did get a chance to finish, and then I'm gonna go to River.
I was just asking Chicago, were you trying to correlate the decline in people going to church to the decline in marriage rates? I was just asking that. Are you pleading the fifth, or what is this?
I hear your perspective.
We love you, Rilla. We just don't agree with you on that.
Like what?
But the thing of it is, Anton, and honestly, that's cool. But I
Can
think
you address what I said, please?
Yeah, I just think, Kay, I just want to hear your opinion on it.
Oh my goodness.
You don't need anything from me. I just want to hear what you have to think about the topic.
I already said that, but now I'm asking you because this is a show with conversations where we get to ask.
And that's what we do. Yep.
The same way, Chicago, that you do it to me.
Go ahead. Your question was, go ahead, so I can answer it outright for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My
Yeah, go ahead and
question
ask the
for you,
question.
are you okay? We're cool, Chicago. Okay. I feel like you're getting mad. So
I just asked the question.
okay, my question is, are you correlating the decline in church attendance to the decline in marriage rates in the Black community?
No.
Okay. Because when you brought that up, that's what I thought you were doing. So I'm glad you answered that, because I was going to ask, like, you know, aren't there plenty of confounding variables? So then why did you even bring those two things up?
Because I think there is a correlation in the decline in church attendance, especially where Black men are concerned, because there is no influence or information or instruction to Black men in terms of being instructed on marriage and the importance of marriage and manhood and so on and so forth. I think there is a correlation to that from a cultural perspective, but I don't think that's the sole reason why there's a decline in marriage, as the question that you stated.
My question was the correlation. I never said anything about sole reason. And then you answered and said, yes, I think there's a correlation. Chicago, you know what? It's fine. Thank you.
But fam, like for somebody that be spot on, like, yo, you need to quote me and be exact and whoop-de-woo, like, you didn't say that.
I literally asked you a question.
And then I added context. You're like, well, that's what I was trying to get out of you.
Gotcha. That's how you're acting when you add context. Welcome to my world. I definitely was just asking you, and then you answered back and said no about the thing that you just said that you did. Like, it makes no sense, but I get that you may be, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything because, you know.
Okay, that's not it. But go ahead, because I know he wants to get to River too.
Go ahead, River. Is a church still a place to find a spouse? Why not?
Well, can I just, I've been patiently waiting. Okay, let me just get myself together. I want to say I wholeheartedly agree with Rilla. And I've been waiting because Rilla,
he came back on that one.
On this conversation, I definitely stand firm with you. And I'm a person I've been to big churches, small churches, little churches, church on the corner, church, that mega church. And the dynamics of the churches do not change. And I'm not talking about like going to church as in just being an attender, not knowing anybody. Like, I would never obviously name the churches that I, have attended, but like literally my mom has like worked in churches. My stepdad has worked in churches. They literally met at a church. My sister and my brother-in-law met at a church. So the things that you're saying is true. And for the sake of the argument, because I know that we have to give an answer before we, do anything else. I heard Kay say that, and I want to abide by the rules. I'm going to say no, because how can, for example, like I said, no, but I have more to say, but how can you find, how can, like, say, for instance, a man go there to find a woman when that woman is technically in her mind married to the pastor himself? How is that possible? Because now she's going to
say that again. Say that one more time.
How is it possible for like a man, for example, to go to a church to find a woman to make his wife when that wife is already mentally committed to the same pastor?
What do you mean?
Where are you getting that from?
No.
And where are you getting that from? Is this a cult?
No, this is not a cult. This is not a cult. This is not
a church. I'm not married to my pastor.
No, but Courtney,
I get what you're saying, Riva. Like, you're saying that some women are so devoted to the church that it's just like
that's her God. That's
right.
her God.
I get that. And if Chicago, that's what you were trying to say. Is that what you were trying to say?
You're on mute.
Because Riva, I get what you're saying.
Hey, I'm not finna do this with you, fam. Like, just
we are. We are. People do it with me every week. We're doing it with you today.
No, man.
Yeah.
No. River's making a point. River,
I get what you're saying, because you worded it in a way that makes a lot more sense.
It's a strong point, and it might not feel good or sound good, but it is not a lie. It's not a lie.
Do you think that's the majority?
I've literally been at a church. Okay, this is not. I've literally been at a church service where the pastor's wife has come and declared to the church, "That's my man." And I'm not talking about a little church. I'm not talking about a little church. I'm not talking about a little. I'm talking about a non-denominational, regular church that everybody on this panel, if you guys went to church, I know for a fact you would attend there. And she had to make that, she had to state her claim about her man because of how things run in the church. You have a lot of women who want to stay single. They don't mind staying single because the pastor in their mind is their man. They will do anything for that man. So how can another man come there and try to make you his wife when you're already so?
Do you think that's the majority, Rilla?
No, that's not the majority. And
But
if you're
you
speaking
think
about
the majority, because if not, then it's
I've never heard a pastor wife going on.
I've heard about
that's my man. I've never seen. I visit churches especially when I travel. The thing is, when you have these mega churches and they become celebrities. So it's as if you have groupies that come into church. You have the Jezebel spirit that comes in. It's not necessarily these are what women are, but there's Jezebels that come. And they attack preachers and pastors. Men are weak, period. Should they be held accountable? Absolutely. But again, the church mirrors society. If you put someone on a high platform that people look up to, anywhere, you're going to get women that are attracted to that.
Anywhere.
They're not married to it, they're groupies.
No, but there's nothing wrong with what you're saying at all. But the question is the church still a place to find a spouse?
Well, then why would it not be? But why would it not be? Because
that's why I'm saying in that regard, how can a man find his wife when she's already locked in with somebody else?
Because you're talking about
nowhere is a good place to find a spouse.
Right.
There's always gonna be people.
I can't find a spouse at a
not
football
at college
game.
because there's professors.
I can't find or there's football players
at the
there.
football game. You can't find them there.
Hey, are you
unless it's the majority.
Okay, do you attend church?
No.
Okay, cool. Court, so, the churches that you have visited.
Chicago, don't do that. Don't do that.
I asked the
you are. Yeah, you are, because you're trying to do something where you're trying to say you don't go to church, so you don't know how many pimps are there. No. No.
Rilla, can you ask me the question?
Because Chicago, why did you ask me that?
Real quick, because I don't do that, and
that's not. Come back and tell me why you asked me.
No, hold on. Well, then ask me that, Kay, because
okay, come back after you answer.
No, hold on, Kay. I asked you a question, you answered, and I moved on to the question.
Why did you ask? Why did you ask?
Because I wanted to know.
Why?
Because you
hold on. Okay, hold on. Let him ask his question.
Because you're speaking with such confidence, right?
About what?
About the church that I was curious. Wait, my goodness, Kay. My goodness, fam. You answered the question. I moved on. It's not deep.
No, it is.
Okay.
It seems real. It was a
nobody sneak dissing you. Ain't nobody setting you up.
It's cool. It was a salty question. It was.
My God.
Do you go to church? No. Okay. Well, Courtney.
Well, I think Rilla's just trying to ask who goes to church so he can dive in about church stuff.
Because she was speaking with such confidence when River was posing.
Why didn't you ask anybody else?
Position.
Wait. Hold on.
Church. Hold on. I already know Anton goes to church. I already know River has said she's been to church. I know Courtney goes to church. I don't have an interest in whether JR goes to church. The only person I didn't know on the panel if they attend church was you. So I asked.
Why are you yelling?
Really, you gonna wake up the kids?
Why are you yelling?
God. Why? Because that's. Listen, man. Let me tell you something, Kay. Honestly, sometimes like it's not that deep.
Well, then why did you even address me? You did it, and now you're mad that I asked you a question back.
My question was for you, Courtney.
Yes.
Why did you address me?
Let him please. What's the question, Rilla?
No. I got a question.
You gotta let me talk.
You gotta.
Maybe I sound like JR. Y'all listening to me?
Right. You're trying to have the conversation.
They answered the question, and I was cool with that. It ain't nothing more than that. It wasn't no sneak this. It wasn't no underlying nothing. I just wanted to know if you attended church because I was curious because you were speaking with so much passion.
Hold on, y'all. I got a question. Go ahead. If the church is not a good place to find somebody that is moving in the direction that you're going in, where is the best places to find these spouses that y'all want to rock with? What's the alternative?
Where are the pristine places where there are no scallies and
I'm whatever? Really, what's the question you had for me? I've been trying to listen to that for 15 minutes.
Right. So the question that I have for you, Court, was that, and I'm not ignoring yours, Anton, because I think that question is specifically directed at men. But Courtney, my question to you was, in the circles that you move in the churches that you've attended, and the churches that you visited, are there predominantly men or women in the congregations?
Okay, so my home church, predominantly older women, because it's an older church. I visit a church here that is completely mixed. It's a mega church, younger crowd, usually between college and 40. So it's a younger crowd, so it's mixed. It's a little bit more contemporary. And there's a church that I listen to online that's predominantly men. And it's in Texas. And I've said this before, it's called Adamant Believers, ABC. And they have a group called Heroes, where the pastor preaches to these men. And it's it's not a big church, but it preaches to 200 men about becoming leaders, becoming husbands, how to pick a wife. And so I see it on both ends, but my home church, the church that I grew up, is old. When I was in there, when I was in the choir, I was soprano, okay? I was in a YPD. I was in African dance. I was doing all that. I was, but it was a lot of, our age, teenagers, in college. But then once we got to be adults, they all left. Yeah. They mom stayed, but everybody left. That's my age. When I came in, they're all gone. So then I decided to kind of visit other churches where I was like, okay, I can't do that. I need a little bit more people that I can relate to, and something that's going to make me grow instead of just singing Negro spirituals every Sunday. So the mega church that I attend, it's mixed, and it feels good, and they look good.
You think
and they want wives and they want husbands and are not just married to the preacher.
When y'all let me know when y'all done so I can.
Courtney, is it overwhelmingly overrun by pimps?
No, I don't know a pimp here.
Okay, that was
no, I'm just trying to see because I'm just trying to see because this was the main argument. Okay.
But I also want to say I'm not trying to
Chicago,
and I obviously know that that's not every single experience in these churches. I know that that's not everyone's personal experience, but does it go on in all the churches? Yes, it does.
All the churches.
No, it does not go on.
How do you say all the churches? How do you know? Have you visited every single church in the
state? I have not visited every single church. No, I have not.
Human. Everything goes on everywhere.
I have visited a lot of churches. And
one at a time, y'all. One at a time. They can't hear us if we all talking.
I think important thing when you're asking me have I visited all these churches and how do I know? I mean, no, obviously no. I haven't been all over the world. I haven't been to every church. So loosely I can say it exists in every church. I'm saying that very loosely, but the reason why I'm saying that is because I've been in different churches, different time zones, different states, but I've always been in the church, not just a visitor. My parents work there or whatever the case may be. So I know intricate ins and outs of actually what's going on. And yeah, it is it's definitely a reflection of the regular world. You know what I'm saying? So
how do you do this right now when you just did a whole thing that I definitely agreed with earlier about not generalizing people globally as it relates to age and culture and different things they do, but you're generalizing people at church when I guarantee, I don't know, but have you been to more than 20 churches? And there's millions, around the world. I'm talking about. There's lots of, I don't know, millions. I don't know, hundreds of thousands, whatever.
A lot of churches,
places you can go to worship. So you're doing the exact same thing that you just said that people in America shouldn't do as it relates to culture.
Interesting about this entire conversation.
No, but Kay, I did
Look at
say
Chicago coming in.
I did say though in the beginning of my statement that I use that term very loosely, because I literally, it's not possible for me to have gone to every single church. Obviously, it's not possible for me to know everybody in them business. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not possible. But I'm just saying that I've been to a lot of churches that have, I mean, very big congregations with a lot of people, and have heard some things, and it's not like I'm just hearing things just from, you know, I'm not hearing made up stories. It's real life things that actually go on in churches, which is why I made my point. And I also think that it's important that we don't equate spirituality to church, because those two things don't always mean the same thing. You can have a person that knows how to read very well, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. There's a certain connection that some people don't have and some people are born with.
But do you think
that's a whole different conversation, huh?
But do you think that's okay to do that? What if somebody was like, I met several people from this country and they were this way, so everybody is just this? Like, come on.
But that's why, again, that's why I did say very loosely that I'm saying that. I just know that I've been to a couple of churches to make not a couple of churches. I've been to a good amount of churches to make.
Like how many?
A lot. I honestly can't count because I've been
like
to
under 20 or over.
Well,
for sure over 20.
But here's the thing: you're visiting these churches, so how are you knowing they business and pastor's business while visiting these churches?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I visited certain churches, but I've also attended churches that like I said, I that people I know have worked in and stuff like that. Like, so I definitely know like the intricate details of some of the churches that I'm speaking about. I'm not just speaking just out of thin air. Like, I don't know what church Anton attends, obviously, so I'm not saying that I know exactly what goes on in his church. You know, he just said there's no, you know, P's and S's and all the rest of the alphabet in his circle that he knows about. At the same time, he also has a community within his church of people that are like-minded like him. So there might still be some other people that go to that church.
I think the problem is everybody in church wondering what people doing in everybody's business instead of being there where you're supposed to be, and that's honoring and praising God.
Well, I don't
think these folks' business.
Well, I don't think it's about being in folks' business. I think that
Did people take surveys? Like, how many people in here have you pimped? Like, how do you know what anybody is doing?
But I don't think that's
you make assumptions based on gossip and rumors at church. And I'm not even
all right. Hey,
but I just don't think that's fair.
But I don't think that's
okay.
I want, please.
Go ahead. Final thoughts on this one. I got a follow-up question.
I just wanted to say that I don't think that's a fair statement to say of like being in people's business and all that kind of stuff, just because of the fact that like these are known. I literally didn't ask for any of these facts that I have. It's just facts that I know.
Did you ask the people?
No, I just told you that a woman. And the thing is, if I said names, it would make my argument extremely strong, and everybody would not be trying to negate.
No, really, you want to chime in? Or something you want to say? Hold on, Kay. Hold on.
I just found it interesting this whole time, right? We're talking about churches, right? And we're talking about religion, and everybody's so invested. We're not talking about relationship with God. We're not talking about none of that. We're talking about whether somebody could find a spouse in a building where they say they worship God. And we not validating. And then here's the other thing. Somebody makes a statement and says, this is my observation. And then that can't be right. You can't judge everybody like that. That can't be true.
But why wouldn't we when we do it on every other subject? Why would we?
Well, here's the thing. Because if you look at specific part. Listen.
Hold on, okay.
Here's the deal. If what y'all saying is true, then show me the churches in mass where there are predominantly men actively participating in those churches.
I'm about to send you something.
What?
And here's the thing. It's not about someone giving their opinion.
Do you know what in mass means?
No, really. I've got the
I didn't say you third grader. I didn't. Go ahead, JR. Do your thing, man.
I just kind of want to ask a follow. Go ahead.
But here's the thing, because again, I'm gonna ask the question: if the church is not a place where you can meet somebody that you would marry, where are the places that you're meeting these people? What's the alternative? Is all I'm asking.
And that is the real question. And that's
Well, I asked that question in order to make a point, right? Because again, similar to what Courtney is saying, and this is why I say I don't believe in dating, because you have to be on your purpose in whatever it is that you're doing. You should be building a network with people that are aligned in the direction that you're going in. If you find somebody that is going in that direction, right? And you can find somebody that's going in a direction that you're going in. And listen, it's so funny because, y'all talking about all of these different peoples and pimps and pushers. I say this all the time. You got to get it right once. Nobody told you to go and align yourself with the pimps and the pushers or the women that want to rock with the pastor or whatever like that. There is some dope people in church. It's some dope people in college. It's some dope people that's going to be at the local watering hole. It's dope people everywhere. So for somebody to tell me definitively no, they won't say no that you can't meet somebody at the bar. They won't say no, you can't meet somebody at the club. They won't say no, you can't meet somebody at college. They won't say no, you can't meet somebody here, there, or there. But they definitively is going to tell me that. They won't say no, you can't meet nobody on the app. But they going to definitively, without any shadow of a doubt, say no, that you cannot meet a spouse in church. Is crazy to me.
Can I
That's
say
absolutely nuts.
100%.
Go ahead, River. Go ahead.
But I do want to say something to Anton. So remember, I don't know if you guys remember because we've said so much after this conversation went on. But I did say there's a no with a comma. And the reason why I wanted to say no with a comma, because I feel like this is an open-ended question. I think it's obvious. Yes, you can find a spouse anywhere. You can find your spouse at the gas station, right? But the reason why I wanted to say no is because there's a lot of faults and flaws as to why it would be harder. Is why I gave my answer as no, because if I said yes and I had all these deflections, I would sound like I'm a crazy person.
Reva,
talking about?
You didn't give me the alternative. When I asked where's the alternative, it was crickets.
No, but I also didn't get a chance to also say that I understand. That's why I said about your friend group at church, like you're surrounded with like-minded people. So obviously in the foundation around like your peers at church or whatever community you're in, yes, it's possible for sure that a single person could find somebody, maybe a part of your friend group, maybe a part of the place where Courtney is at, or you know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that it's not possible at all. I just was trying to firmly prove my point that it's a harder situation now in the time that we live in. I was just trying I think
that you failed in proving that point. And as a matter of fact, I would say that
I don't think I did at all.
As a matter of fact, I would also say that because more people are falling away from the church is why you see people justifying people like Lyndon Cameron. They'd have no morals. They have a lower threshold for being able to really say that I live on this principle or I stand on this thing. It's the reason why most of these relationships and when people get married today, it is no equally yoked. It is all based off of stuff that have no substance. There is no foundation. And so I would say on the opposite end of what you're saying is that the reason why marriages are falling apart is because there is no foundation in something stronger like the church.
No, but Anton, you're putting church and religion and spirituality all into a place.
What do you think church is?
But doesn't the Bible say that you are the church?
Correct. But what do you think church, as we identify people coming together to praise God, what do you think that is?
Yeah, that's fellowship. Like-minded people getting together is fellowship.
That is literally networking.
Correct.
So if I'm looking to find somebody that's going in the direction that I'm going in, why wouldn't I align with people in my network like that?
No, there's not that yes. There is a network, but I
can dance. Think about it, Reva. I can sit here and dance in my house by myself, but people go to the club because they want to be around other people that dance.
I agree, but no,
it's the same thing with church. People always try to divide. Hold on, but nobody say you should dance in your house by yourself. But then people, in order to make an argument against the church, they'll say, hey, spirituality, that don't have nothing to do with the church. No. You can read by yourself. Why is it always something against the best thing for us as far as aligning with people that's actually trying to do the right thing, but we never make that same argument against anything else in society. People don't make the argument against social media. They don't make that argument against the club. They don't make that argument. You can study in your house. You don't have to go to college. Why do people go to college?
Hallelujah.
But we didn't.
I'm not
Oh,
even
great.
religious,
We
and I don't
also-
even go to
Hold
church.
on, you guys. Let River respond.
Really have time.
but
Hold on.
the
Let
thing
River
is-
respond. Go ahead.
And the thing is that I'm very aware that I'm with the Sharks. Who said something about the Sharks earlier? I'm very aware that I'm gonna be like in the lion's den right now because of the fact that you guys attend church, right? So I don't go to church anymore. Obviously,
I don't go to church.
I think that's clear. Okay, that I'm not a church goer. I'm not, you know what I'm saying, religious. But I definitely am a spiritual, earthy person that you don't like, Anton.
You
so
earthy?
I'm very earthy. So don't. That's a
Oh,
whole other
Welcome,
man.
Riva.
that we have to
Welcome.
have, because what you think earthy is a whole different conversation.
Okay, all right.
You and I have to have this conversation.
Do you have singing bowls?
What?
I do.
You got singing bowls, Kay?
I have one at school, and I have one in my living room.
No, I don't have that. But I think that I definitely want to talk to you about that earthy thing, though. I don't want to divert from the conversation because I think that's
Oh yeah, we're gonna have that conversation
Definitely
eventually.
wanna
You
have
stick around for after hours.
yeah, okay, great. That my dreams come true.
She's ready.
But I definitely just wanted to say that I just don't. I just think that everything, there's levels, right? There's definitely levels to everything, and I'm just talking about the only thing that I'm talking about when I say church being a place. The only sentiment I'm trying to make is on you saying stuff like, yeah, we go to church and we do this, so yeah, get into alignment with these kind of people and do this. And I'm just saying, like, being in alignment with people who believe the same thing that you believe doesn't mean that you have to be at one place to find those people. You can literally find them in Barnes and Nobles.
Riva, I respect your opinion.
Hold on,
I
Anton.
respect your ability to be able to communicate it effectively. But the only reason we say this is because we're trying to give you and Rilla a different perspective of what church really is
Okay, I
versus
think
what
Rilla
it is
wants.
that
I
you
think
guys
Rilla
are
wants to respond.
communicating.
Go ahead, Rilla, respond. Go ahead, Rilla.
Please.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Rilla.
Let me say this. Real talk. Anton, from day one, when you expressed your sentiments around your religious beliefs, so on and so forth. When I connected with Courtney around her religious beliefs, I'm not misguided and undecided. I'm very well versed. I understand the landscape of this nation when it comes to evangelicals, Protestants, Catholics, what Black people are doing, Baptists, Kojic. We could run down the line. I'm very well versed in what's going on. So I don't, because the way you describe your church, I could almost tell you the socioeconomic group makeup of your church and the ethnicity of your church. And I could probably tell you the attendance, male versus female, married couples versus singles, so on and so forth. What we're talking about is the church still a place to find a spouse? Why or why not? And that's the real conversation that I'm trying
Rilla,
to
you said definitively no.
Hold tight. That's the conversation that I'm trying to have with y'all. And I feel like we're trying to defend our faith and our religion and our building and our pastor and our, all these different beliefs, that we're not having the real conversation. So
But we not, Rilla.
No, for me, it becomes a circular argument.
No, what it is that when you say something, we hold you accountable for what it is, for the argument that you're making.
Y'all not holding me
And so
accountable.
now you changing that into being that, we making it something that is not. When you say something, we want you to qualify your argument. We didn't say nothing about our pastor. I didn't say nothing about.
Let's be clear. Y'all are not holding me accountable in this particular argument.
No, I'm not holding you accountable. I'm
ending with the argument.
I'm asking you to qualify what you're saying and support your argument. That's it.
But I think, but I've said this, and I think we're all going off of anecdotal, right? Because Anton, when you speak specifically from anecdotal, and then you sustain that.
Everything that we doing is anecdotal.
I got you. I promise you, I got you on that. But same,
like Riva just made the same anecdotal argument based off of her own personal experiences.
No. But to River's point, when she says, "Yo,"
Is it River or Riva? I just want to make
River.
sure.
River.
River.
She
Is it
said,
River?
"Name
I'm gonna
church."
call you TV.
She said, "I could name churches, and y'all would know who I'm talking about."
Yeah, you would.
When I say is, listen, man. When I
For
say
real.
it's pimps, scallywags, hoes, skeezers, scallywags,
After real, I want to switch it up a little bit.
that's cool. When I say
I have a
that, I'm
question.
not saying from the parishioners. I'm talking about leadership in the church, and we acting like that doesn't exist in the church.
Rilla,
I have a
your
question.
party. Go ahead, Court.
Would you guys say that River and Rilla about a mosque? Would you say the exact same thing that you are saying about the church about a mosque?
I can go for. I mean, I honestly. I mean, if you want me to, I can give you an inflated answer that would sound great, but I've never been to a mosque, so I really don't. I don't know how it works. Visually, from what I see for a mosque,
it's a religious place that people go to worship. The same thing as a church.
We all collectively go there to pray.
Yeah,
but churches, but I feel like at a mosque, I think they solely go there and pray. And like, there's one person just like making I don't want to sound ignorant. Okay. So don't do that to me.
They preach.
But I know that they do pray, but, I answered the question from the perspective of a church based off of what I assumed the conversation was going to be, like a regular, non-denominational Black church. That's where I made my answer from. So would I say that about a mosque? I'm going to tell you absolutely not, because I've never been to one. I've never been to one though. So it's not about me being discriminatory, but I also think that this is an emotional conversation. And I don't mean to say that in any rude way or anything like that, but just because of the fact that, like, when you are an avid person that goes to church, especially when you have like a church home that other people, might be watching on here and stuff like that, it's hard to actually have certain conversations, because somehow subconsciously it's like an attack on your God as well. And that's just how I think. I think it's hard to have certain conversations like this.
Well, I'm not emotional about it, so I'm used to people attacking Christianity. That's just what they do.
I kind of want to switch it up.
I'm saying. That's
I kind of want to switch it up a little bit.
Christianity, when we were just talking about
because church is important to Christianity.
I got another question to ask. Can couples with two different religions ultimately be happy? Can couples with two different religions ultimately be happy? Start with you, Courtney.
I mean, I'd be naive to say that their marriage wouldn't work if they got married together. Would it call a lot of tension and a lot of arguments? Yes. A lot of tension that probably wouldn't happen if you were equally yoked. Now, if we're talking about me, do I want to be with someone that's of a different religion? No. Because I do believe in being equally. There's nowhere in the world that I could be with someone that's an atheist. There's nowhere in the world that I could be with someone that's agnostic. Because for me, that's just, you're disrespecting what I put my life on. I couldn't be with someone, that doesn't believe in Jesus and calls Jesus, white Jesus. You're praying to the white man. I'm not. Because that's important to me. If I live my life and base my life and willing to die for my God, for my Jesus, and someone doesn't believe in it, then that's gonna cause a whole lot of friction. And my moral beliefs and my stance is going to be different because I base morality through Christianity. That's the sole purpose of for me. So no, I don't. I think it's important to be equally yoked spiritually.
All right, what about you, Rella? Can couples with two different religions ultimately be happy?
Yeah, I don't think they can. And I think when you see people from two different religions getting married, I don't think it's necessarily a function of happiness. It's more about duty. I got a homeboy. His parents are Nigerian. His father was Muslim, and his mother was Catholic. And most times we wasn't even allowed in this house, but when we were there, it wasn't necessarily happiness. It was just routine, right? And so can two people of different religions function together? Can they build a life together? Can they be married? Absolutely. Can they be happy? I don't think, this is my opinion. Anecdotally, I don't think that they can. And I don't think that if they're marrying, it's for happiness, it's for duty and responsibility.
Okay. What about you, Anton?
No, I don't think that they can. I don't think that you can survive in a marriage where people are moving in two different directions. And it's pretty funny because somebody actually mentioned it. I don't even remember who, but somebody mentioned it. I think it might have been you, Rilla, where the woman go to church and the guy stay home. I think that that's a fractured home. I think that ultimately that's going to lead to y'all gonna have to move one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? And I just find that to always be a situation where ultimately you guys grow apart or y'all moving in two different directions. Y'all ships sailing in the night and y'all just tolerating each other instead of actually thriving. So I say no definitively. I think that y'all have to be on the same page across the board, not only in what it is that you believe, because think about it, it spills over into how you raise your children. The standards that you set as far as what's right and wrong, everything, the company that you keep, the friends that you have, your surroundings, what you find to be fun, what you find not to be fun anymore. Somebody gonna want to go and continue to live the life that they've been living, and somebody trying to level up and move in a different direction. You know, it's just a complete chaotic existence where somebody is always going to be looking at the other one like, I don't know about this anymore. And I just don't think that it can, I don't think that it can work at all. I don't.
Yeah, I think you made a good point. Like one of my homeboys said, one of his guys had to convert over, before they even got married. So I think that says a lot right there. Kay, can couples with two different religions ultimately be happy?
I think that it is definitely possible for an interfaith marriage to be happy. Because if you really think about it, I've read about this, and I think the people that are most likely to marry outside of their faith are Jewish people, I think. And a lot of people are just like, culturally connected to that faith, but don't necessarily like practice it, vehemently or whatever word you want to use. So I think it just depends how not devoted, but how into it that you are. Like somebody can be a Christian, they can say they're a Christian, they can believe in Christ, all this. They can read the Bible, but they might never go to church. So they might be fine with someone who believes something different. But if you put your religion at the forefront of your being, your personality, who you are, it's just like your main quality, then I think it would be harder to have a happy relationship with someone who is not in line with that. But definitely interfaith interfaith relationships can absolutely work.
Okay. River, same question. Can couples with two different religions ultimately be happy?
I agree with Kay. On it depends on what kind of precedence your religion takes in your life, because and I also think that it depends on what the religions are. I think if it's I don't know, I don't want to use like difficult ones, but I'll just say Catholics and Christians, right? They share similar holidays. They definitely believe in Christmas. They definitely believe in Christ, but there's going to be a clash when it comes to the position that Mary is in, right? For example, but maybe they can probably get along. I feel like majority of the people who don't necessarily practice, I'm not going to say majority because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but a lot of people like that are Catholic that I know, they don't really participate as much. They just say that they're Catholic. They're not avid churchgoers. So maybe if they were with a Christian person, it wouldn't really be a problem. But I also agree, like I said, that it depends on what it is. And I definitely feel I agree with Anton as well when he's saying that you can't be one person who's super religious, and I think Courtney said that as well. One person that is religious and devoted, and the other person is literally doesn't believe in anything at all. I think that's like, how can the two? Because those two people are always going to fight. They're never going to agree on anything for real. Because as you said before, when children do come into the picture, how are we going to raise this child? That's going to cause a lot of issues. So I think it's relative to the people and to the religion. So I think it is possible. There's a lot of factors that would have to come into play.
Okay. That's good. That's good. Anybody want to follow up? Closing? You're on mute, just so you know, Courtney.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying what my Bible reads. It says, do not be unequally or be yoked with unbelievers.
Right. That's what
what my Bible says.
Right. That's why I said
don't even try.
An unbeliever and a believer is like, that's not even somebody that doesn't believe in anything, and somebody who does believe in something, that would never, that's like oil and water. But
no, because it's not that you believe in something, it's what do you believe in? You can believe in God. What kind of God is? It's a whole lot of different gods. Your God could be Zeus.
No, but I'm saying, but if somebody is Catholic, you don't feel like that's the same God that you believe in?
No.
Catholics are Christian.
But no, they're not. And let me tell you, it's a whole different. They look at Jesus completely different. They worship Mary. We do not. No, they're not. Catholicism and Christianity is different.
I'm not getting into this one, Kay.
Okay.
Okay. We don't, as a Christian, we don't say, we're able to talk to, as a Christian, we're able to talk to God. We don't need an intermissionary telling us that we got to put our sins onto another man. And
there are many denominations of Christianity.
Well, denominations is different from religion. Catholicism is not a denomination.
Of Christianity, yes, it is.
No, it is not. Denominations is Baptist, AME, Kojic, Pentecostal. Of Christianity is not. Catholicism is its own. They have the Pope. Do you think Christians worship or go and look at the Pope? We do not.
We'll talk later.
We're completely different. We don't recognize the Pope as a holy man.
Can I ask a question to you, Courtney?
Yes.
Do you believe that if somebody is not a Christian and they don't believe in Jesus, that they are going to hell?
That's not on me. What does the Bible say?
Well, I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Just pretend I don't know at all what the Bible says. I'm just asking you like a really personal question. Mm-hmm. If you're willing to answer that.
That's fine. I believe in what God says. So if you don't confess your sins and if you don't believe unto him, yes, Lapeef. I don't what.
I told you really got a soundboard.
Junior in a minute.
Yeah.
No, Courtney got nicknames for you.
Lapeef. I was like, what? Yes. So you look it up, and it's not what I think or what I believe. I put my faith in God, and if He says it, then I believe it's true. But that's on Him. That has nothing to do with me.
Anton, I have the same question for you as well.
I'm sorry. Can you restate the question?
Yeah. If somebody does not believe in Jesus, do you believe that ultimately they are going to hell?
I don't know what the threshold is for somebody going to hell, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And I think hell, when we talk about that, I think it's separation from God. So if you don't believe in God on earth and don't want Him in your life here, then why are you worried about being with Him in the afterlife?
Well, no, I did not say that they don't want God in your life.
But that's what hell is. It's separation from God.
Well, death is.
Well, I mean, I don't believe we truly just die.
I don't think we have some definite answers on all of this. We got an idea.
Oh, I got some answers.
Oh,
you got an idea.
I got some answers.
Okay.
So my ultimate question was just like, it basically is Christianity the only way that people can live their life ultimately? Basically,
well, I mean, that's what you believe. So if you're Muslim, mm-hmm. you believe that is the way. If you're Christian, you believe that's the way. I don't believe that it's so many ways. You can do it as an atheist. You can do it as my religion is. I believe that this is what is right. and I'm going to continue in that. If you don't, that's on you. But again, we talk about heaven and hell is just separation from God. If you don't want to be with God now, then you are not going to want to be with him when you pass away. And
So
that's your decision.
So you acknowledge that there's other ways that people worship, but you just feel that you just feel that your way is the ultimate.
Well, people worship any kind of ways, yes. Just like I think a man should be with a woman. There's other people that don't believe that, and you have that right. That's what makes God good. Because I mean, he gives you free will. Mm-hmm. He doesn't force you to love him. He doesn't force you to be a Christian. He gives you free will.
I was just asking. That wasn't I had no ill intent with that question.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Okay.
Well, you got free will. Do what you free will.
Well, you got free will.
You got free will. Do what you want to do.
Hey, I'm so proud of you.
If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also subscribe to the channel.
Okay, gonna call me.
Courtney, I texted.
I can tell when y'all texting. I always got that bonus question. I'm asking ladies first. Ladies, what's one thing you want from men but never get? Ladies, what's one thing you want from men but never get?
You heard
JR restated the question like, listen, I'm looking for answers.
Well, I can answer that, I guess. I don't think there's anything that I want from men that I don't get. Why are you laughing?
I wasn't laughing. There was something.
No, you. I heard you.
I'm a heavy breather. Okay.
No, you. I heard you.
Yeah.
Now, if you are. Now, I mean, of course, like individuals, but in general, men. I can't think of anything that I want from men that I don't get. No.
Talk to him then, Kay.
I don't know. No. Mm-mm.
River, what about you?
I mean, I could agree with that sentiment. I could agree with what Kay said. I think if you have to sit here and think for long enough, that means that there's
right. Like there might be an
whatever
random, like
it would be superficial to answer. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Courtney?
Why are you doing this sound effect when it's not?
Yes.
Same question for you. What's one thing you want from men but never get?
I don't have anything.
So y'all getting everything y'all want out of these dudes.
Superficial answers, but I don't like to talk so in depth about something and then have like such light answers. But I mean, maybe the fact that, you know, sometimes when you're rambling and you have so much to say, and then they'd be like, all right, that's enough. Like when they cut you off, you're like, can you just keep listening? Can you just keep doing this?
Wait a minute. Y'all about to make me put on my headphones.
Just listen a little bit longer.
But that's like superficial. So
okay. I'm gonna come back to you, ladies. I'm gonna give you a chance to really think about that. I'm asking men the same question. What's one thing you want from women but never get? One thing you want from women but never get. Start with you, Rilla.
You know, when you pose it that way, here, less jaw jacking.
Did you see? You see?
That goes along with what you were saying.
Listen, less jaw jacking, more action, right? Sometimes as a man, when we're casting vision or when we land, like, and I get it, you know, you want context, detail, insight, all these other different things. Sometimes as a man, you in go mode, and you know, we don't have the luxury, or let me say for me, I don't have the luxury, you know, to lay it all out in detail in the moment. I just need to know if you with me or not, right? So so if I go to my brother and I say, hey fam, like I give you an example, like if well no, I don't want to use that as an example. If I go to my brother and I say this is the move, 9 times out of 10, he's not gonna say, well, why are you doing that? Or what's going on with this? Or did you think about this? Or is that going on? Blase, blase, split. He like, oh, that's what we on. That's what type of time we on. Boom, let's go. Right? A lot
That's
of times,
not a good friend. That's not a good friend. You need a friend that's gonna question you and hold you accountable.
No, I don't know about that, Anton. I mean,
that's not a good friend, bro.
No.
Courtney, get the ski mask. Let's go. You're like, yes, come on. We don't care where we going. Whatever.
That sounds
Listen, right. I would say that me and JR are brothers. Like me and JR are like this, bro. Like we are tighter than the. There is not a day that does not go by that me and JR do not question every single thing that each other is doing to ensure that we making the best decisions possible.
Wait.
We're not gonna just do something just because the other one said do it, bro. We are very much going to make sure that we making the best decision. I want somebody to question me.
Let me ask you this, because I'm not talking about holding each other accountable in that regard. I do understand what you're saying, right? So you telling me every conversation that you have with JR is pushback, and there's no like, okay, I see what you're saying. Let's move. Every conversation is a pushback.
Unless we both truly understand, but we're not just gonna ride just for the sake of riding. We got to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
Okay, cool. So again, what I'm saying is, well, and maybe that's how you move, bro. That's cool. And maybe that is how you move. I'm saying for me, this is my answer, and I would disagree because you know, as a young lad, I found myself in situations, and I've been like, yo, this is what happened. This is what we on. Woo woo, blah blah blah. And bros was like, let's go handle that, right?
That's how you end up in prison, bro. It's a sentence behind that. It's a lot of dudes that done went down because they was just riding and they wasn't actually paying attention and starting to question things. And listen, bro, when I don't want no yes man around me. My wife, I want her to help me make the best decisions possible. I don't want her ultimately it's my decision, but I need her to step up when it's time to step up if she got some insight to give me.
Anton, we got it. Listen, bro. Honestly, and I feel you on that, and I agree with you on that. And I do understand context is everything. That is not what I'm talking about at all.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, because I think a lot of times, and this is something that came out Tuesday, I think, but you know, a lot of times we talk a lot in absolutes. I'm talking generally. So, you know, okay. Here's my response, period, to that question. A lot of times, and I don't mind pushback in context, but sometimes when I got to make a decision, I need to know that you're going with me, period, point blank, in the sense, right? We could talk about, you know, context, details, and maps and all that other stuff, but in the moment, when I got to make a decision, I need to know, and I think that's what most men want in that moment from their lady. Like, I got your back, you know, not pushing back just for the sake of pushing back. Not pushing back because you scared or this, that, and the third with the wool. You gotta trust and believe that where we're heading at, I'm gonna lead you to the destination. That's what I'm talking about. And I've been with bro. And see, for what I'm talking about, also, Anton, my brothers gotta trust that I'm not finna put them in no oofy goofy situation, man. I would never put my bros in a situation where I'm risking his life or my life, or we finna get locked up, or this, that, and the third. No, we're not talking felonious. I'm saying when it's time to make a move. Right? Are you with me or are you not with me? That's what I'm talking about.
Fair enough. I mean, so what was the answer to the that original question about is it something that a woman don't?
Fellas, what's the one thing you want from a woman but never get? Let's jaw jack. Let's jaw jack and more action.
So you wanted to so you saying that the thing that you never get from a woman that you want more is her talking too much, basically. No, I'm just making sure that I'm just clear. I'm just trying to get clarity.
Yeah, I'm answering really from a general perspective. When I take into account, not even just personal experience, when I take into account when
I'm with you. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what you say.
Wait. I'm not taking it that way, Anton. I promise you. I'm not taking it that way. I'm saying my personal experience and when I'm talking to other gentlemen, right? And even some of the conversations that we have on this platform, let's jaw jack and more action, right? Because we talk a lot about women being on the man's program, yes?
Mhm.
Less jaw jacking, more action.
All right, what you think about it? Think about it, Anton. The one thing you want from women but never get.
I can't think of nothing, honestly, bro.
All right,
I can't think of nothing that I want from a woman that I don't
I
get
got
from her.
something. I got something.
All right, let's hear it.
A massage for more than 15 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, man. It start off good 5, 7, 8 minutes, and the next thing you know, they give you that look. You done? That's it? That's the one thing that in my entire lifetime that is I can count on my hand. I can count on
I'm trying to
two
think
fingers.
of something now.
I can count on 2 fingers that a woman would give you a massage more than 15 minutes. I mean,
I'm trying to think. I can't think of nothing.
This is why I said that my answer would be superficial, because that was one of my answers as well.
Yeah, you'd be superficial now. We cool with that.
Yeah, it's superficial, but I think that's good if you ever heard someone.
Hey, I'm trying to think.
That's real talk, man. You be like, man, that's just getting good.
Like, you're done.
Go ahead and give it a little light scratch while you at it. Give it a little light scratch while you at it. You get a mixture.
I never said I was itchy. I didn't say that.
I'm talking about as soon as you put your arms out.
Honestly, bro, you know what? To be honest, like my chick, she like proactive with everything. Like she rub my feet. She do everything, bro. Like she do everything. I don't even ask. I just be chilling. I don't know. I can't think of nothing.
What the hell is that?
What is what?
Yeah, y'all ain't hear that? That's Rilla ass. He calls him distraction and shit. Rilla, you big man.
I'm far from big man. I'm on.
I was just messing with you, man. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Appreciate all the super chats. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Also hit that like button while you at it. Almost through.
Wait a minute, I got one.
Okay.
There it is.
I did ask my man for a crossbow for our anniversary.
No, you don't need none of that.
And he said,
good decision by him.
He said, slow down, Rambo. And I didn't get it. In that
Rambo. Oh, what's that, your nickname?
Wait.
Yes. He said, slow down, Rambo.
What?
Okay.
And I've wanted the crossbow the entire time. Just never got it for me. So yeah, that's the thing.
That's interesting, Kay. Thanks for that, Kay. I'm seeing it. I can see it. You painted the picture well. Thank you.
Oh dear.
Why do some people rely on horoscopes so much when it comes to being compatible?
Oh, there's this earthy people question.
Why do some people rely on horoscopes so much when it comes to being compatible? I'm gonna start with you, River.
Good. I'm glad. Because I first have to answer, before we get into this question, please. Anton, what is your definition of this earthy people?
That's what I have been asking for months, River.
The people want
simmer down.
It's I think it's like a spirit that come over them. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, hold on.
Y'all don't want to hear my answer? Okay, we'll forget it there.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to mute myself to refrain.
Me too.
From reacting. Okay, go ahead.
It's like a spirit that come over them, and they just reject everything that they reject everything that makes sense. It's like, why won't you put on shoes? A. B, why don't you wear deodorant? Why do you rely on all of these different things that go on in the atmosphere in order to determine how it is that you're gonna move? You know what I'm saying? It's no specific thing, but you can identify them by the way that they do certain things. You know what I'm saying? And the women talk a certain type of way. A lot of times they don't believe in actually like you're different. I gotta find out what type of earthy person you is, because they don't be like, sometimes they feel like they don't need to brush their hair. You know what I'm saying? They believe in all natural everything. What? They just be moving a certain type of way, and you can just see it in certain ways that they do stuff. Right? They wear black soap half the time. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, sometimes they got them singing bowls. A lot of times they be having them crystals. They be having them crystals. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, what is these crystals? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just be trying to understand why they float. The guys, a lot of times, they pants. You know how guys got fitted jeans and it tapers down at the bottom? You know what I'm saying? The guys don't wear a lot of jeans. And so what happens is they be wearing them, what are those pants that rub up against? I mean, yeah, they wear a lot of linen. It seems like they walk on the beach a lot. I don't know what the heck is going on with these people. I'm just trying to understand why
any of that.
It's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, well, why don't you like it? I'm confused.
I'm gonna tell you the reason why I'm laughing is just because you guys are just taking it so personal.
No, you know what? Because no, you cannot.
Yeah, they always call me, yo, here's another one. They always calling each other queen and king. It's like, yo, just be a normal person. Like, where are you from? What planet did you come from? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. You got time for that, queen.
Yeah, I think, I have my Hillman shirt on. So if you think about a different world and you think about Freddie, i.e. my hair is like Freddie today. This was reminiscent of Freddie. Right.
What?
Junior, I don't. What you ain't never seen
Lapeef, and they said
respect my name. Nah,
I guess he's never seen Different World, because when you talk about Earthy, then you will think about Freddie and how she's earthy and did all that. If you look at her boyfriend Shaza with the linen and stuff, so that is when I think when you're talking about being earthy, if you had to pinpoint or put a person or a character of it, that would be the idea. What he means by earthy is that character that Cree Summers and Oh Boy played.
Anton, what do you have against earthy people? You've been saying this for months.
I think they're cool. I think they're really, really funny. It's just a red flag when you.
I have another question.
Another question. You are not answering the question that's on the table, but it's okay. You got time tonight.
Yes, but I just have another question because I do. That's all I had tonight. So where have you met said earthy people?
Oh, all over the place. All over the place.
You know them intimately, right?
Not intimately. What do you mean by intimately?
Right, as in like close knit, like close.
No.
Okay, so the reason why I asked that question is because in the same way that we can be, we can laugh about the earthy people and the fact that they don't wear shoes and stuff and all these things, is the same way that if we were to touch and talk about Christianity, people get so offended in the other way. But because it's the earthy people, we can laugh and we can make these jokes. When in actuality, a lot of these so-called, and I also kind of knew, to be honest with you, that you weren't well versed with this whole earthy thing that you were talking about.
I'm not.
Based off of a video that I did a reaction to, and also because you.
Oh, I gotta see it.
And said, "You're earthy." I'm shocked that you think it's a literally one size fits all kind of thing. I don't want to.
Riva, you taking it too serious.
Riva.
Oh, I'm sorry, Riva.
It's okay.
It's literally, listen, it's a joke that's derived from Eric Benet. Like, it seems like everything started going down when he stopped wearing shoes. And so it's like, yo, why is Eric Benet floating when he got divorced? And listen, I got thick skin. You talking about a person that get more heat on the internet than anybody. I don't care if anybody talk about Christian. Listen, if somebody talk about Christianity, that's on them. It don't bother me at all. No. I'm saying, like, you saying that people get offended. I don't get bothered and offended over what people say. Like, that's on them. They can say whatever they want to.
No, I don't either. I'm that type of person as well. I really don't get offended. But no, I'm not saying that personally to you. I'm just saying that like because you did a video and then I reacted to it, and then I was like on Instagram.
What was the video?
I don't remember, but you said Earthy, and I was very triggered, and all my subscribers knew
Why?
it. Like,
Why?
they knew it. They were like,
Aw.
he didn't like that he said
Why
that.
were you triggered
Tell
by
me why
Earthy?
you triggered. This should be fun.
But wait, but
You've been waiting on this conversation all night. This is gonna be fun.
But before I tell you why I was triggered, I was just gonna say that I went on Instagram like the same night, and it was like the same conversation about all these earthy people, and I'm like, what is going on? What did I miss something?
Yeah. When I say
I'm just trying to figure out why people subscribe to being earthy.
But I think that the reason why I take it a certain
Well, I'm just me. I don't care if somebody says I'm earthy or I'm ghetto or whatever. I'm just me. Who gives a damn if it's earthy? Like,
why did it trigger you, River?
Well, it took because the conversation was going, and I felt like you were making so many intelligent points, and then when it came to these earthy people, you just completely lost me. I'm like, wait, how can this person with so much knowledge not understand these in-depth things that are really not hard to complicate? A lot of the people that you were talking about, that you were saying that don't wear deodorant, are not wearing deodorant because of the chemicals in it causing cancer.
Thank you.
I'm like, how could he say something like about deodorant and it's a joke, but in actuality, like, it's actually a part of your health as well. A lot of people don't.
So you're telling me that there isn't deodorant that's available that you can wear that don't have chemicals that cause cancer?
Absolutely. But there's
also. So what you talking about?
But that's still also earthy. It's a whole different. It's a whole different mindset as well, because it's also not eating processed food. It's also eating what you plant and what you grow. It's also like there's so much more depth to it. It's also like not supporting certain businesses and only supporting like your local companies. There's a lot more to it. That's why I was.
I got a better question for you though.
I got a question too.
River, why are earthy people above being joked about?
No one is above being joked about. But I
think
that,
why are you triggered then? Because every time I talk about earthy people, I'm literally laughing and telling a joke.
Because you're laughing and telling a joke is why I find it. Because these are people's like belief systems. And let me tell you, I'm gonna give you a big reason why. Because I'm kind of dancing.
But you had this all about the church and pimps and in the church.
I was thinking the same thing.
Like you can't.
Nobody is above the jokes.
It's very
nobody is above the jokes.
And I say that as a church.
One at a time.
All in the church.
The audience can't hear us unless we're talking.
Yeah, you say there's pimps all in the church, and then you question me and my Christianity. But then when Anton laughs about what you believe in,
hold on, River.
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all.
But then when Anton make jokes about what you believe in, then it's a problem. Like you literally said on this show 10 minutes ago, this is a sensitive subject and I don't really want to talk to you guys about it because you'll be so sensitive about it. And we're like, no, we're used to people coming for Christianity. So we can talk about it. We can joke about it. You don't have to believe it. Like I said, God gives us free will. So you free nilly-willy to go to any belief system. I'm not hating.
Are you saying
I'm giving him the same grace?
I'm sorry.
Can
I say something? I see that she has that loaded to then put me in the same position to say, see, now you see what I was saying, because when it was against me and my religion, now you and yours, because one, I never said that was me, as in I never said that I do all of these things that I speak about, but two,
you just say that was you.
Hold on.
No, I said I'm an earthy person, but I said that there's levels to this. But also, two, the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm not literally offended. Like, I'm not literally upset. I'm literally not emotional. I'm talking to you about it. I've been joking about it. I literally am the person who started the conversation. If I was so emotional, I may have used the wrong. Maybe you guys misinterpreted when I said the word triggered. Maybe you took it seriously. Like I'm saying like, oh yeah, they knew it. No, it wasn't like that. I literally was saying like, I was just surprised that you were saying these things about a large community of people just because of how intelligent you are when you were saying stuff like they don't wear deodorant and they don't wear this. That's what I
intelligent. You did a whole show about it. You did a whole show about Anton, about you being triggered. So yeah, you were.
I gotta see this.
No, I didn't.
This show
no, I didn't say that. I said I did a reaction. No, I said I did a reaction video and
We don't even have to talk about the show because I didn't see it. But you just said
I have a question. I'm
not a Christian. I'm more of an earthy person. So
I
I'll
got a
rock with it.
question.
But you just did the same thing, Riva. You're being extremely contradictory and hypocritical.
Okay, I have a question about earthy people, and I seen it.
Let her rock. Let her rock.
I got a question about earthy people that I seen in the comments, and people say that earthy people are into witchcraft. Oh, is that true? Is there any truth to that at all?
That's it. I think that's a deeper question to have, and because there's a lot of facets that go to that. There's a lot of things of what do you consider witchcraft. That's number one.
Right.
Number two, there's levels again, and everything that there's levels. Everybody doesn't do the same things just because people have.
Yeah.
Because the reason, this is the point that I was trying to get to before people were saying that I'm being so emotional and I'm not being fair and I'm being like hypocritical.
Well, you said yourself that you were triggered.
Hold on, okay, go ahead, Reb.
No, but this is just a point that I was trying to get to before, and I feel like it will maybe make you guys understand, right? When I think of earthy people, my perception of earthy people is going to be different than Anton's, right? When I think of earthy people, I think of Rastafari. That's earthy people to me. The definition of earthy people would be naturalists, people who lived a certain way, like as if before all of this technology was here, before like the advancement, they literally live like I don't know how to explain it in terms of like just, you know, for the sake of this conversation, but just like, yeah, they're not gonna wear shoes when they're where they are in their grassland, because literally it's proven that when your feet are in the grass and in the ground, it literally like earths you, like, and so there's a lot of and that's, so there's people who necessarily are earthy or naturalists, but they're actually Christians. So that's why I was saying what I was trying to, that's the point that I was trying to get to, that it's not just like a one size fits all, that these people are just walking around, you know, with chakras and doing tarot readings and all of these things. That's the main point that I was trying to get to, is that it depends on what your objective of earthy is, because some people just believe in a natural liberty, but their religion is not, like, earthy is not a religion, if that's what you're trying to say.
Here's the thing though, Riva, is that it's not okay. The joke is not personally about you.
But I'm not upset about the joke. Let me start over. I'm not
upset
about the
you
joke.
Said you was triggered.
Well, that's why I said I think that you guys didn't understand what I meant when I said the word triggered, because I'm a very jovial person. I laugh a lot. So I was saying that they were like, "Ooh," I said that the people in my comments said, "Ooh, she was triggered because I made a face when you said something." I didn't even respond. And just to go back, the video that I reacted to, it was a whole long video. You said one comment about like earthy, and I was like, earthy? And then they were like, "Ooh, she's triggered." And I even said that to you just now in a joking manner. So I don't want it to be this one thing where it's like, "Oh, don't be so emotional, don't be so touchy," because it really was not that. And I'm a real person. I'm gonna own, like, I take accountability for everything. It really was not that type of situation. So I just want to.
I'll say this.
Yeah, we're gonna bring it back to the question.
I always say in a debate, I attack the argument and not the person, right? I do believe in joking and having fun and stuff like that, but I, you know, unless it's like a guy that I felt like have a personal agenda or something like that, I don't really go in, especially on girls. Sometimes I do get out of hand, you know, and I need to be, and even Rilla is like, Anton, you getting out of line on that part. You know, it's people that hold me accountable and stuff like that too, right? I'm not above reproach. But as it relates to like a group of people in general, right? I like gay jokes, for example. JR don't like it when I call him my work husband. But
I'm not your work husband.
JR is very much my work husband. You know what I'm saying? Look at Rilla covering up right now. But my point is that, and if anybody has ever heard me speak about homosexuality on, like, for example, my own personal channel, I rock with them. Listen, it's an individual thing. The lifestyle is completely separate from the person. I work with some super dope people. Do I agree with the lifestyle? No. Am I going to treat them any differently? Absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? Do I joke on them individually or, you know, perpetuate any kind of hate speech towards them? Nah, I don't do that at all. But at the same time, when we all laughing and we having fun, and I'm talking about Eric Benet, I'm very much gonna joke about the fact that is when he walks and he don't have no shoes on, you know what I'm saying, and his pants be hitting against his ankles. That is a funny thing. I don't know why, but that is one of the funniest things that's in my mind, and I don't know why. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a personal attack towards you,
Yeah.
right? I don't want you to be triggered.
I have a question for you, Riva.
I'm just
gonna answer your
giving
question.
some foundational information, like
No,
just to
I'm
help you to
gonna answer
understand
your
where I'm
question
coming from.
absolutely. But I'm gonna say I know it's not an attack on me because you don't know me. Like you literally just met me, so I'm not taking
Oh, I'm gonna
it
do some research on you.
pull up on me. Pull up. Okay.
I already subscribed to your channel.
I'm not taking it personal at all, and I just want to state that I definitely know that you were doing everything in a joking manner, but I did want to just, but you know, like you said in the.
It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Go ahead, Courtney. Then we got to get back to the topic.
Yeah, because you know we kind of skirted around the witchcraft, and I would like to get you both to answer the question. But even with Riva, when you was questioning me in my religion, you know, I guess was a confusion about what it is. For me, it's do you do spells? Do you believe in spells?
What?
Me personally?
Junior, you my nerve. Yeah, black magic. Do you believe in magic?
Spells and
because that's what witchcraft is. So do you? I mean,
no
spells and black magic and that's the definition of it.
Okay, so to answer your question right away, no. To answer your question right away, no, I do not. But we're talking about the community. Right? Is that what you're asking? You're asking about the whole community. The same Bible says that you have life and death in the power of your tongue. You can literally speak things into existence. So I think that people cast spells every day with their words. Now, am I a person who literally like chants or does anything like that? No, I do not. But are there people who are in the community that do like? And the thing is, that's why I'm saying like the word earthy. It doesn't really say anything because I can only the perspective I know about I took the word earthy that he was saying as naturalist. Earthy, from his definition and from hearing you guys speak, is a whole different conversation. You guys are talking about a wider group of people do similar things that you put into one box, and you kind of can't do that because there's a lot of people who are in like the natural community that do a lot of different things. And so that's you're putting a lot of people into one box when you ask that question. But if you're asking me personally, no.
Corey, why are you looking like that?
You know why?
Because it's a contradiction.
You
said a big contradiction.
And I'm an earthy person according to what people consider earthy. I mean, my singing.
Oh, really?
I can ring it for y'all. But like,
don't you cast no spells on me.
There you go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But anyway, like you're contradicting yourself, Riva, and I get, you know, I'm not mad at you. I get what, you know, it's hard. I get it. Like, you know, but I'm like a person that people would consider earthy, I guess. And you're putting people in a box. Meanwhile, you were just agreeing about churches being full of pimps and panderers or whatever. How is that not a box? And you said yourself, I've not been to every church. Okay, Courtney could say something or whoever could say something because I'm the type that's not going to put anybody in a box like as much as possible. So I'm not going to say all earthy people are the same, all Christians. That's why even though I'm not a Christian, even though I don't go to church or anything, I've been to church, but I'm not like a church goer. I'm not going to do that to Christians because I wouldn't want anyone doing that to me. But you, on the other hand, are doing it to Christians, don't want people to do it to you. And that's extremely contradictory, and I don't understand it.
No, because you keep making something personal to me that you can't make personal to me.
You literally said.
No, because
I seen all the pimps in church. You said that.
I'm not talking about church.
Now you're saying To Courtney, I don't want you to put us in a box.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay. All right. What did you say?
What I did say was you're putting a lot of people under this earthy term into one box. And there's a lot of
way you put church people into a pimp box.
But why do you keep saying that I said the pimp thing? Because I never said that. That was Richland.
What?
You agreed.
I said
you
I
said all.
You
all
said,
the
in fact,
I said I agree.
Riva, that's why I asked you how many churches you've been to. That's why, Anton, why do you keep doing the manual sound?
But
Riva, the reason that I asked you why.
I let you speak.
Hold on, Kay.
I let you speak and you're not letting me speak. And so it's becoming a thing where.
I mean, well, this is a show.
Hold on, Kay. Hold on, Kay. Let her rock.
No, but I'm just saying that you're only getting one point across, which is your point. But you asked me a question and I want to answer you.
What did I ask you?
Hold on, Kay. Let her answer. You gotta let her talk. You
asked me. You asked me if you asked me the reason why I'm saying this whole thing about earthy people and being.
What did I ask you though?
You said that we did that with how come Courtney turned. You're asking me about Courtney. You said that.
Okay. Let her. Hey, Kay, just let her talk for 5 minutes, okay?
Yes. She said we were talking about church, and when Courtney was saying this and about emotional and stuff like that, and then I flipped it and I put people into a box. I put all church people in a box when I said this about pimps, and you were asking me that, like, how come I'm contradicting myself is what you were saying to me. So I'm saying that when it comes to the point of earthy people, that's why I said it's the word earthy, how I took it. This is what I'm saying again. The way that I take it is naturalist. That's how I know earthy people to be. So I'm saying the way that I know my foundation of knowing what I would consider people who are earthy is Rastafarians, right? Rastas, naturalists. That's what the people that I consider to be earthy. Now, I said, when you're talking about tarot cards and you're talking about spells and witchcraft, there's a whole community of people who do that, who are not Rasta. So that's why I'm saying I'm only speaking from one section of what you consider the earthy people. So that's why I said you can't put it in a box. There's literally a whole community of people who do, what is it? Their crystals, they literally go under the moon and like chant spells and all these there's a whole community for different things when it comes to the earthy people. That's why I was saying that you're putting all of those people in a box. So it's not because I'm trying to backpedal or I'm feeling a certain way and I'm trying to change my sentiments. I'm just telling you, I said what I said about Rastafari and my foundation of what I know earthy people to be and why those people don't wear deodorant and what I know about those people when they take off their shoes and they're walking and they're literally living a natural lifestyle. But then we're talking about a whole different ball game. That's what led to Courtney asking me if I cast spells.
Okay. I just want to go around real quick and just keep it under 1 minute. Just get this question out. Why do some people rely on horoscopes so much when it comes to being compatible? Really?
Yeah, I was like, please. Just
really? Hold on, okay.
I think some people rely on horoscopes so much when it comes to being compatible because they find truth in it. You know, I don't understand how celestial moon stars and quasars align and people being born in certain months and they tend to correlate and act a certain way. And I don't know many men that, deep dive and understand it or rely on that other than Charlemagne the God or whatever. But, I think there is some truth to it. Like when you hear people describing certain signs or say when a woman describes your sign, then you be sitting up there like, actually I do, okay, I can't relate to some of those traits and qualities. So I don't know if they pulling out the air or if there's some actual truth to it, but I think they believe that there's truth in what they're saying. I don't know. Kay is the resident physicist, so she may be able to expound on that.
What about you, Anton? Why do some people rely on horoscopes so much when it comes to being compatible?
I have no idea. Honestly, the one thing that I will say is that I think that people find a way to justify whatever it is that they believe in, right? Like you make it work. Like it's so funny because I've had somebody say like, oh, you must be a this because, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, nah, I'm not that at all. And then they shoot their shot again on the next whatever. You must be a Pisces or a Gemini because there's two of you. And I'll be like, nah, you off on that one too. And it's just like, and then I tell them like, nah, I'm an Aries. I knew it. I knew it was an Aries because you got the moon star. I'll be like, your sun, moon, and your left. I'll be like, what is you talking about, yo? So honestly, I genuinely don't understand it, but it definitely seems like people, they make it make sense in their mind when they want to justify, whatever it is that they rock with. So I can't necessarily speak on it. I will agree with Rilla in that I think that it tends to be more of a woman thing than I've never seen a guy into it. So I don't know. It's weird to me though.
For the sake of the conversation, let's just go around and get everybody the horoscopes. Rilla, what's your sign?
Stop.
Who?
Stop. The stop sign.
What's that?
August, man. I think that's Leo.
What is it? What are you?
I was born in August. I think that's Leo.
You think that's Leo? Man, you grown as hell. You know what sign? You had a conversation about sign, man.
Let me be clear. I don't subscribe to that sign.
I know you don't subscribe to it, but you ain't never had a conversation before you can even subscribe to it. I'm pretty sure somebody said, "Oh, you this, you that." Never in your life.
I don't listen. I'm telling you, I don't subscribe to signs, so I think that's Leo.
Okay. Okay, Rilla. I'm a Scorpio. Anton.
I'm an Aries.
Courtney.
I'm a Capricorn.
All right. River.
I'm a Leo.
Leo. Okay.
My sun sign is a Pisces, and my moon and ascendant are both Leo.
What?
I won't tell y'all the rest of my birth chart.
Hey.
What's the main sign? What's the main sign?
The one y'all all named is the sun sign. That's like the one that people popularly know. But if you do your natal chart, you can find out a lot more. But my sun sign is a Pisces. My moon and ascendant are both Leo.
Okay. I have no idea what that means.
Do some Googling after the show. Hit me up. Y'all got my number.
Okay. Courtney.
I'll show you what you need to know.
Courtney, why do some people rely on horoscopes so much when it comes to being compatible?
I think fear of the unknown is why people look for horoscopes. So, they want to know, well, what's going to happen to me in the future, and the fear of the unknown. I think sometimes horoscopes give people hope, especially if it's positive. It helps them, I guess, make decisions. So instead of them relying on themselves or on God, they look at their horoscopes and say, well, today I'm going to, I don't know what the horoscopes read, but, but like comparison, because I've had someone say, oh, you're a Capricorn. Well, you mesh well with, or whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, people's fear of the unknown and not wanting to rely on yourself or God, but relying on the stars and the cosmics to get you to where you want to be.
Okay. River, you get a chance to go on this question?
I actually didn't, because we went somewhere completely different.
Okay.
I think I agree with what Courtney just said about the fact that that's kind of what they just lean on. Everybody kind of leans on to something. So I think they lean on that because, the fear of the unknown. I definitely agree with that. And I do think that it makes sense that if you're born around a certain time that you would have probably similar traits of other people. Do I agree that it's an intelligent thing to delve into that full-fledged? No, I don't. Because sometimes people will be like, oh, you're a Sag? Oh, my dad was a Sag. And now they have this warm connection with you and want to welcome you in. And that person doesn't mean you any good. Like, that person is nothing like your dad. Completely different person. So I definitely think that I understand that people born around a certain time do have certain traits, but at the same time, you can't just use that solely, because there's a lot of things that come into play. It's, where you were born, your community, how you were raised, what kind of household you were raised in, that make you the person that you are. It doesn't really rely on like the sign that you were born under.
Okay. Okay. Why do some people rely on horoscopes so much when it comes to being compatible?
I think some people, get a very superficial view of it. And I think some people rely on it just because, a lot of people are just looking for something to believe in. And they just do a quick superficial look at things. And they're just like, oh, yeah. And there's this thing called like the Barnum effect. I think that's what it's called, where it's like there's something for everybody type of thing. So it's like you read something and you're like, yeah, that's me. And that's why, myself, I'm more into, if you're going to do it, like get your whole birth chart. Like don't just know your sun sign. But yeah, I agree with what River was saying too. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a deeper conversation, but
No, it's deeper. No, I'm gonna have you leave that one.
Yeah.
What you say, River? I ain't hear you.
No, I was just laughing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He was like, not again. Not again.
You guys are just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Did I hear somebody smack their chops? Somebody was trying to say something?
Hey, River, I got a question for you. And you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I'm genuinely curious.
I will answer.
You don't even know what the question is.
I know, but I'll answer. That's why I'm here.
ready.
Do you believe in wearing deodorant personally?
Yes, I do.
Just not the kind that causes cancer. Basically.
I'm going to be 100 with you. That's why I said that everybody's okay. Let's not go back there.
No, I'm because I'm wondering if is it levels to the earthy.
No, I'm gonna answer the question. So no, like yeah, I do tend to wear the ones that don't have. I mean, the main chemical that is toxic to your body is the aluminum. So I do wear that. Wear that one. But at the same time, that it depends on what the situation is. Because if I'm going somewhere and it's a hot occasion, I'm definitely not wearing that one. Because I'll wear that like maybe in the house or whatever. But if I'm personally, I'm just not gonna be a liar. Like if I'm personally going somewhere to an event or whatever, like I'm really big on smells and smelling good. So I'm definitely not.
So what makes you earthy? Why do you define yourself as earthy?
We can't go back here, Anton.
No. I'm just curious. Listen, you did hold on. You did a whole reaction video.
Why do you keep saying that? And it was a small
you
part
said
of
it.
a reaction video.
You said it.
Small part of a reaction video.
Don't worry about it. I got you.
No, we'll talk. No, we will talk. And
I know. Oh, we gonna talk. I'm gonna do a whole show on you or with you. Up to you.
Please. I would love to expand upon it because I think that, especially within this conversation with Courtney and Kay and with everyone, I think it's just like because you don't truly like kind of know where I'm coming from, it's hard to understand what I'm trying to say, especially because like how I'm trying to articulate myself in the conversation. So I would definitely love to like delve into that way, way more because I think that you guys would be really intrigued with the things that I have to say, to be honest with you. And my background.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and like my background and like my where I'm from. I think all of that has to do with like the whole situation. So.
Oh, we're gonna get into all of that. Bet.
Yeah.
I think it's just like a different situation right now, and you're kind of, I think that you are a smart woman and you have some interesting things to say for sure. Even though I definitely was like, what's going on, River? But
okay. I think that I'm blessed to be on a panel with
Courtney, you don't laugh at my jokes like that.
Because you're not funny.
Oh, okay. I see where this is
going. How come you never asked what kind of deodorant I wear?
I assumed you wore deodorant, but I don't know. Because she mentioned it. Like, this is just a random. You wear Crystal's deodorant?
No, she has a sauce. A sauce.
A sauce?
Yeah, she started up.
Barbecue sauce on the armpit?
No, that's not barbecue. It's some type of.
You wet it under the. You wet it.
It's all natural.
It really works. Like I haven't worn a regular deodorant with like the aluminum and stuff.
What's that smell?
Like
a hospital. What's that?
Okay, he said you put
ever go to hospital
under your armpit.
You ever go to the hospital? Had a hospital smell.
The thing that people don't realize is
I think my hospital shit was a little bit funnier than that Sweet Baby Ray.
Not.
I know y'all tried to overtalk me when I said that.
somebody please laugh.
I
at
laugh
J.R.
within. I
joke
just wanted
so
y'all
that
to
he
laugh
can-
on air, but it is what it
I'm
is.
trying to help that dry
Huh?
joke.
Courtney, he doesn't like
Normally,
jokes
if I say a
about
joke and I know it's not funny, then I recycle it. But I'm not recycling this one. That shit was funny as hell. As I stated before, if you go into a hospital, you smell that. That's the type of sauce she was using. I'm gonna continue my joke. Y'all ain't gonna fucking try to
It
cancel me.
was
Like,
horrible.
fuck that shit.
Can someone give him a
Nobody
boo
got time
sound?
for this shit.
I truly don't understand what.
Somebody
You
give
feel
him
me,
a boo
Shawty? You
sound.
feel me?
Some people would never believe it, but wearing deodorant the regular time,
What the fuck is that? Okay,
terrible.
y'all creeping me out now. I know
Wearing
we talked about the witchcraft and shit, but what the fuck
Oh,
is that?
see, here we go. Here we go.
I've been hearing shit. I'm talking about that's the second time I heard some shit. I know y'all heard that. Am I the only one? I ain't that had that much liquor.
That was you for sure.
No, that wasn't me. Y'all heard that shit. You heard that, right, really?
It was
I
like,
ain't tripping, Emma.
Look at the blink of the wrist.
I ain't tripping, Emma.
Kay, what was that? Do that thing again.
That was you?
no, that was you before. But I
That
just,
wasn't me, man. I don't know what the fuck that shit is, man. Y'all really converting over here.
can I make a public service announcement about deodorant? Because
No.
please,
Not until you explain that sound we just heard.
Not somebody saying Tussie in the comments.
Not Tussie. Oh my gosh, that's old Tussie.
this is the thing.
That's funny.
People wear like the regular deodorant, like with the aluminum and everything else, for like from puberty on, all day, every day. Some people don't understand that your armpits are literally like need to be detoxified, and if you stop wearing that,
What are we talking about?
No, I have to say, if you stop wearing that deodorant, you won't be as funky. You won't. You have to detox your armpits with bentonite clay and apple cider vinegar, and then you can start wearing natural deodorant, and you won't be funky.
Hey, you know what?
Anton and JR, y'all met me.
I might have to take notes because the older you get, your hormones do change. And
I didn't even say anything.
No, but I'm
sometimes
just
putting
saying,
on
y'all
deodorant
met
don't
me
need
when I
work for
wasn't
folks.
funky, and I wasn't wearing that deodorant.
Okay.
We was trying to get through them scenes that we was recording. We wasn't thinking about no deodorant. We was trying
You were
to get
like,
them
"Bria,
scenes
can we
done.
just go to the store so that Kay can get through this?"
We was trying to get them scenes done. We wasn't thinking about no deodorant.
Jesus
But I'm just saying, I wasn't funky while y'all came to record the shows or whatever. So I have a lot of knowledge about this. If anyone is interested in detoxing their armpits and breaking free of the aluminum situation, I'm just saying, y'all gonna stop not using me as a resource because you know what?
Come on.
I know a lot of stuff. Okay, keep on sleeping. Go ahead.
It's all starting to come out. That whole truth is starting to come out about you, Kay. We're starting to learn a lot tonight.
Oh boy.
I'm just waiting on that spell to come out. I cast a spell on you, motherfuckers. Are we live?
Nobody lied. No.
We be forgetting sometimes.
Yeah.
Why y'all keep yelling at me to get out the
That's
comment?
a fact, Court. We do forget sometimes.
We do forget. we lie. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm sitting over here trying to post this link for you guys, man. The link is up in there if you guys want to call in.
And make sure y'all get the likes up too, bro. We don't want to listen.
Yeah.
Our likes should be well over 1,000 at this point.
This is the greatest show ever.
My Sweet Baby Ray's joke was funny. I don't know which.
I thought it was. I didn't. Well,
It might have been funny,
it was
but you
funny.
was
JR
over,
thought it
you was
was-
over talking my joke though. So
I was trying to
You
help
know,
you out
mine's-
like I usually do.
mine was starting to come to fruit, and then
Did,
you just
no,
you canceled me.
It was rotten fruit.
Stepped over me.
Rotten.
Courtney was like, it was falling a little flat, and she tried to.
It was, y'all, I'm telling y'all, there was nothing more funny than sitting in the car with JR and Courtney going back and forth in the line to get some food. That junk was so funny. I just could not stop laughing.
Because he thinks he's a comedian. And we all know who's the funny one in the crew.
We was picking up food, about to go hit the night spot, and they was just, oh man, it was out of control.
Court, can we get that Terrence Howard?
Oh, that's after. I will do after hours.
All right, we missed the last one.
What's going on, McCain Entertainment? Welcome to the show. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Doing phenomenal.
Good.
Hi, Mr. Entertainment.
Hope you guys will. Great show, Lapeef. Great questions. Great questions. I gotta talk about a few things that I'm interested in. You know, when we talk about like dating in the church, right? And I grew up in the church, and to be honest with you, and Anton, I want to know your perspective on this. Do you feel like I've heard Christian women talk about this? It's almost like Christian guys at times, especially when they're younger, they don't have the game. You know what I'm saying? They're not approaching Christian women. Maybe that's what the issue is too, that they're not approaching Christian women, especially at a younger age. Maybe not
pimps.
Well, no, I'm saying like there's some guys, I'm telling you, there's some Christian guys who like are not approaching Christian women the same way that maybe someone who's just trying to be a pimp. You know, so there are probably quote unquote people who are players going to the church and approaching these women. But I think maybe the church needs to, especially for the young people, they need to do some stuff for the singles. They need to give game. Maybe they gotta give game to the, you know.
No. And I think the problem is that, see, the thing that people often at times do is that they hold Christians to a higher standard than they hold regular people, when they don't realize that Christians are regular people. True. Just trying to get themselves together, and that's the reason why they in church. You know what I'm saying? And so the thing, and the reason I say that is because, like you said, the younger people, like I was raised in a church, so we was knuckleheads like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Our parents was trying to get us together. It was one of the reasons why we had to go to church every Wednesdays and Sundays. You know what I'm saying? So, Wednesday night and then Sunday morning and all of that. But we was knuckleheads like everybody else. So they was just trying to get us together. You know, we was trying to holler at the chicks at school and everything like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? We was just regular people. But the lessons that they put into us stuck with us in our life. So today, I come back to that stuff, and it means so much more to me because, you know, I never departed from the lessons and the foundation that was set in me as a young child, despite the fact that of us being knuckleheads. You know what I'm saying? So we regular people just like everybody else. It's just that we go to church. That's the difference.
I feel you. I don't know. I just hear, you know, certain things from like, because even me, right? I'll use myself as an example. I didn't really approach Christian women and I still go to church, but I didn't really approach Christian women. Matter of fact, I kind of did the opposite and actually approached women outside of church, which is probably my mistake to begin with. But I do think there is a thing where people are not approaching at the same level of people who are not in the church. And you hear a bunch of guys who would say, man, I'm just going to church just to get some of the women, especially at a younger age. Now, granted, you know, maybe it's different situations for different people, but I've heard Christian women say that. I don't know. That's just my perspective on that. But another thing that I thought about too, when you guys were bringing up the interfaith thing, I think generally it doesn't work. It does not work from a general perspective, especially if you have strong Christian values. Like if you're a Christian and you're not going to be with somebody who's of a Muslim faith or of a different faith if you have that strong Christian values. But I do think that if you're not a traditional Christian, right, people can have a relationship where they can have like a Muslim and a Christian, you know, person kind of. They could have that relationship, but I think
there's a lot of people that label themselves Christians. They label themselves Catholics and stuff like that. They're not practicing. That's just the way that they was raised. Right. And so a lot of these people, I think, you know, because they have that label on them and then they still live in their life however they live in their life, it kind of sort of paints it in a negative or a bad way that's not representative of what it is that they're being taught. You know what I'm saying? That would be like me making an assessment of all Muslims based off of how the government painted Muslim culture after 9/11. It's not an accurate representation of what all Muslims are. You know what I'm saying? So I think that we just got to be careful and how it is that we assess people and what we label things, and what we hold up as a representation of what certain cultures and certain things are.
I feel you on that. I mean, you're right from the perspective of, people just identify as Christians and that's just how they were raised. But you're right. And I think honestly, if you were to do an interfaith thing, the kids then would decide, usually if you have an interfaith relationship, the kids totally stray away from faith or they it's a pick or choose type thing. I've seen it within my own family, where I have people who were raised Christians, then became Muslims, but they weren't like strong Christians. And so they became of a different faith. So, and I come from a Kojic / charismatic background. So it's an interesting perspective. I'm not really into denominations, right? I'm more so a person who just believes in Jesus. I'm like, hey, look, if you believe in Jesus like me, I'm cool. So like for Catholicism, they might have a different perspective than me about Jesus. But to me, if they believe in Jesus, then to me, I consider them Christians. They just have a different perspective. I could be wrong, but for me, I think.
All right, so let me give you a Hail Mary, and I know JR want to get some other people up.
Mm-hmm.
The devil believe in Jesus. Now what?
I like that. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The devil read the Bible. I mean, it's a lot of people that's atheists that read. They more well versed in the Bible than some people that consider themselves Christians. How is it? And the point that I'm making is that I rock with people based off of their character.
100%.
You know what I'm saying?
100%.
I don't worry about people's denominations and what they believe in. Whether I do business with certain type of people, it's all based off of character. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's just how I move.
No, I agree.
You're a good person.
Let me push back on something though, real quick, that you introduced, Mr. McCain. And I know we got to get on the other callers.
Yeah.
For years, we've talked about catering to the youth and the youth and the youth and the youth.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard this for years, right? The truth of the matter is, what we need to start doing is crafting messages that attract men to the church.
I like that. No, I get that for sure.
We need to craft messages that attract men to the church, because that's what's missing. Right?
Okay.
Because when you do the youth programs, I mean, I've seen it. You do the hip hop concerts, or you do this, or you do that, and you're trying to appeal to them. You're trying to mix this with that just to appeal to them. And guess what? Them shorties are running away quicker, because there's not. It's the same thing what I was saying earlier. The sacred has become secular now. You shorties look at a lot of elders in the church like they hypocrites.
But they've always been hypocrites in the church, though. I mean, there's always been people who were, even in the old days, there were people who were stepping out on the line.
Hypocrites everywhere.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing that we're missing, fam. Those hypocrites used to be in the minority.
You think so?
Those hypocrites?
I don't know, man. Okay, here's my thing about the Bible, man. Honestly, every major figure outside of Jesus in the Bible had issues, secret sins that they were dealing with, situations. Only Jesus was the only one that was pure. I mean, look, so I just.
Yeah,
and Anton on Tuesdays.
And this the thing. See, when we get into these conversations, we talking absolute. I'm not talking absolute, because you know what? The Bible records that David was a man after God's own heart.
True.
How can we say, now I can rationalize this, but how can we say that David was a man after God's own heart when all of his deeds are recorded as such?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mm-hmm. So my point being is that it's not about, the fact that hypocrites doesn't exist.
Right.
We're talking about in numbers, what we see reflected now and what's being portrayed out in the open. And so again, what we need to do, because I do understand what you're saying in terms of building up that next generation, I agree, but we got to start crafting a message that bring men back to the church. That's what we need to do, because the men need to be in position of leadership and hearing from God, and we don't see that in the church.
Yeah, and I think what we need to do, honestly, and I get what you're saying, but I think
I
when
better
it
get your
comes to
final
the
point,
youth,
McCann, because we got
okay, final point. All right. My thing about the youth, right? I feel like the youth is more directly influenced with younger people, not like young men from the ages of like, I want to say 17 to 25. You don't see that same strong influence in every church. Maybe there's exceptions, but what I'm saying is you see a lot of the youth with younger kids. You don't see that same to me, that same ministry, that same outreach for that 17 to 25-year-old group. You see it more so when people talk about young
What is
adults,
this?
they talk about like it's like the 30-year-old groups. I'm telling you, man, just that that's just my perspective, just being here in North Carolina, but I don't know. I could be wrong on it.
Oh, you up there in North Carolina?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
All right,
Great
McCann.
show.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the support too, brother.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, Lapeef.
All right. What's going on, Sailor?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Want to find out about yourself?
I'm good. Thanks for taking me in. I just had a question for Riva. I agree with you regarding the deodorant. I don't use deodorant. I use lemon, a slice of lemon, and it kills all bacteria. It works perfectly well. So I completely agree with you and Kay regarding that. But I wanted to ask you about the earthy thing. Sorry.
Wait. Let me get some clarification here. Are you telling me that you go to the store and you go pick up some lemons and you slice them in half and you put them under your arms and you rub them under there and you good for the day?
For the whole day, exercise.
You out there doing yoga, you can
Yes.
play basketball like Kay.
Oh yes, it works. You just have to do it every day.
Why do you do this?
After you shower.
Because Kay is backing you up with the basketball. She posting you up. Then give you the Kobe shake and then come back on and hit you.
Yeah,
with
with exercising, running, everything. My mother taught me that. That's what they used in Africa. A slice of lemon. It kills all bacteria. As long as you're waxed or you're sugared and there's no hair. And then you could, it's the hair that causes the smell from the bacteria.
Are you earthy?
No, I'm not
Sailor?
earthy. No.
I was about to say, I need you to cam up. I need to see what I'm dealing with.
No, I'm not.
The last person, and we didn't let Cam up. They hit Courtney with the Uwat shebang on the live stream.
He was there. Sailor was there.
I was there. I was traumatized. I was shocked. I've never seen what I saw that day. I was in shock.
Oh my God.
Traumatic. Yeah. But I wanted to talk to you, Riva. I went to Ethiopia a few years ago, and I saw lots of Rastafarians.
Yes.
And then when I talked to the people there, they told me they called them people of the book because they're based on the Old Testament.
Correct.
And they believe in one God, and most of their scriptures and things were from the Old Testament. Correct. Why do you see them as earthy? I know they're very healthy, but it's all based on the Old Testament. No drinking, your body is a temple, so on and so on.
I'm so glad that you came on, and I'm so glad that you asked that question, because that's the point. I think that that's what I was saying about earthy people and being in a box. Now, the reason why I made the statement of saying earthy people is left up to interpretation is because I that's why I said my foundation of knowing what I would consider earthy people. When I say earthy people, I mean naturalist. And I said that before, but I think that kind of got misconstrued as well. But naturalists, people who were, and I'm so glad you gave me the words that I was trying to find to say when you said the people of the Old Testament, because they literally, that's why I said that a lot of people are still Christians. I don't know if you heard when I said that. I was like, a lot of these people that you consider earthy, they live a natural lifestyle, but they are still considered Christians. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a religion, is it? Like, it ain't no.
That's why I said earthy.
I mean, they just don't wear shoes and they be floating when they walk.
Right, but when I was saying it, I was saying that earthy is not a religious standpoint. So when we say, oh, you're attacking Christians and you're attacking earthy people, that's all I was saying. It's a lifestyle, whereas people who have very different belief systems believe in that. And that's why I said, Selah, that that was my interpretation of the word earthy. And I realized that the more that Anton spoke and the more that everybody else on the panel spoke, their definition of earthy became a grander spectrum of people. So that's why I said that. But exactly, I'm so glad that you came to say that, because that's exactly how the Rastafarians live.
Man, y'all about to have me with
I
using
got
some
you.
lemon.
I gotta say though, but
About to have
I
me
was
with some
kind of
lemons on and out here offending people.
I
Out
really
here offending people.
when Anton said earthy, I'm happy you explained, Riva, because I thought occult, witchcraft, supernatural. That's the impression that I got when I hear earthy.
Yeah,
I hear non-organized religion. So that's why I kind of got confused. I see what you're saying, but I see the other point where it's like there's a lot of that happening now. There's a trend with that. It's all getting boxed in together. So I completely hear you. There's a huge box, but yeah.
And this is why I also said that we can't put these people in a box. Sayla, I'm just so glad that you're here. I'm so glad. Thank you so much.
No problem.
She is a joy.
But she's
thank you, Courtney. You guys are so sweet.
Yeah,
this is exactly what
such a pleasant voice. I wish it came up.
Yeah, I really need to it too. But because this is exactly what I was trying to. This is the point that I was trying to get across, and that's why I said that I didn't understand the word earthy. Because we can only understand things from our level of interpretation, right? So from my
Can
level,
I use lemon juice too?
Oh, here we go.
Or can I only use lemons? Can I use lemon juice?
Lemon, because it has more bacteria fighting properties.
Hey, so I was going to ask you guys this.
Lemon or lime.
This is said 100% lemon juice.
No,
That's what
not
it say
that.
on there.
Like the actual fruit.
Okay, Sailor.
And it got natural strength right here.
Can you guys explain people that just want to try this? So you just take the lemon, you cut it in half, and just squeeze the juice up under your arms?
Yeah, so you don't have to cut it in half, just a slice, because a half is a lot. It could last you for 2-3 days. Like you cut a slice.
You won't get musty for 2 or 3 days with the lemon?
Oh, yeah. My sister did it for a whole week.
Well,
no.
You might need to put some lemon juice down their pants then, too. Shit.
It burns, though, JR. It burns. It does burn.
Oh, it burns. Okay, well, I want that then.
Recently sugared, waxed. You just got to be careful.
Right.
Okay. But now have me out here with my armpits on fire, bro.
The sugaring or waxing, like I was saying earlier, you need to detox your armpits first.
Detox.
Like after 20 years of wearing regular. No, there's other ways. There's other ways. After 20, 30 years, however long y'all been wearing deodorant, and just rinse it off and put a limit, like it's probably not going to work.
Yeah, so
you have to detox your armpits
all these years.
Because
how do you detox?
Right. It has a link to cancer, breast cancer, all aluminum. Is very dangerous. You're now connecting it to lots of. It may not affect men the same way as women.
Let me read this.
Hey,
a real lemon bottle.
Man, you going over K crib, and we're gonna see if we can get some. See if we get this. Nope. I just want to know if it's gonna work.
It'll change your life. Also, drink
lemon juice.
Liquid chlorophyll in water.
Oh yes, that does work too.
It's an internal, like you will not be funky ever, any part of your body ever.
Try it, JR. I swear to you,
it's real.
You will become addicted to it.
Say that again.
Yeah, and it doesn't cost you anything. It's really cheap.
Liquid chlorophyll, it lasts forever. You only need a little bit. Plus,
sounding real pleasant on this.
You have to detoxify your armpits, and then you can use a lemon or a lime. After they've been detoxed, though, if you don't detox them, it's not gonna work.
You don't.
JR about to.
I don't know.
JR about to put. JR about to jump off the bridge.
I need somebody to show me. Yeah, I need somebody to show me, man, because I'm not.
Well, that's the only question I had. Thank you so much for answering it, Riva. And you guys have a good night.
I'm gonna try this first and see if it works.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye. Anton, put that back in the fridge.
Burning.
Sit down somewhere.
Hey,
What?
JR said somebody need to rub a lemon down there.
Down their pants.
Dog, think about it though, y'all.
JR say that.
I heard him, bro.
Look at all them freaking spells that Erykah Badu cast on all of her boyfriends, bro.
Hey man,
Let
Erica
him feed in the
Badu got
mud,
some
bro.
incense.
But she said she's a witch.
Blizzy.
What's good? What's going on, my guy?
What's going
Hey,
on, bro?
EP.
What
Hey.
the business is, man?
Man, very good show. The one thing I kind of got stuck on was how we kind of address the church. You know, man, I want to tell you this. You know, as a man, I think we need to just stop complaining and start putting our action forward and start going back into the church and changing it.
Well, what is?
Hold on, Rilla. I want you to ask your question. That is probably the first thing that you said that I've agreed with E-Block in probably about a good month and a half. But I 1000% agree with you across the board. You are absolutely correct, bro. You couldn't have said it any more clear and direct. I agree with you 100%, bro.
So then here's my question, Anton. What is the incentive at this point, as it currently stands, for men to go back in the church?
Your salvation.
Come on.
Like, yeah, salvation is individual.
Hallelujah.
I mean, the reason why, because it's like this, you know. I've seen people go into the church and they leave gum on the tables, and they just treat the church like it's their own buffet or a McDonald's, and they don't have no ownership of their community in which they're trying to bring in. And the fact of the matter is that the church is what you make it. There is a community that you have to bring. You can't have good men in your community if men don't go into the community.
I agree.
You can't have a good church if you don't go into the church and make it a better church. The problem is a lot of people go into the church and then they want to be deacon the first week. They want to be on the usher board the first month. They want to be.
Wait, you think men?
I agree 100%.
Wait. So wait. There are
he preaching today.
He is.
Okay, I see you.
Come on.
I had a lot of communion juice.
Jesus.
Wait. So there are men going into the church this day, present day and time, and they want to be in positions of leadership off muscle, right? They're not going in and casually observing, as most men do, seeing what they connect with in terms of messaging. They're not looking at the pastor, right, and seeing the message that most preachers preach, a message that caters to women. Yeah.
I wouldn't say it caters to women. I think it caters to each individual.
Okay.
I mean, think about it. It's going to speak to whoever it is that is most supportive and relevant within the organization. If somebody rocks with me, then I'm gonna rock with them. That's really how it is. It's a relationship. And so honestly, I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, I've been to a lot of different churches, and it's so funny that y'all had said that y'all been to these churches and this is what y'all seen, because what I seen was a pillar of the community that helped people with addiction. I've seen biker gangs and dudes that transformed and changed over their lives from used to being in these biker gangs. I mean, some of the tattooed grizzly dudes that I've ever seen in my entire life, white dudes, black dudes, and now they the security and they, actually doing the thing as far as doing the parking at the church and making sure everybody get out their car and secure, and the kids and everything like that. Like, I've seen so much help and growth, and it's just funny to me because it's almost like it gets a bad rap and it gets painted negatively, but there's so many people with so many stories that's actually come out of it in a better space. And when people, let's be clear, because everybody got a lot to say about the church, but when everything goes bad, it's the first place in a lot of these people's lives that they turn to. They ain't got nothing to say, and people welcome them with open arms. They don't judge them, none of that type of stuff. I've seen some people do be on the last leg. Man, we used to have so many people sleeping in my house. And I told the story about my father being called Tree Father because there was so many kids that came in from the community that we met through the church, and then we just gave them a place to stay. There's so many people that see my mom in the street now and they just call her Mother Less because she's poured so much into people. And so I've seen it from the other way. I've seen it completely the other side, and I don't know why it gets such a bad rap. But there's a lot of people doing good.
No, and I'm not saying that. Listen. On a previous show,
because I want the audience to understand too. On a previous show, there was a caller that called in, and I want us to separate relationship from religion, because I think we're getting a lot more into religion and buildings and so on and so forth. On another call, another caller called in, and I was the main one saying, like, you can't distract me from my faith. You can't distract me from my God. If you wanted to convince me that he didn't exist or that he's not good, you should have got to me before I knew he was real, right? So what I'm saying is I'm really looking at the situation objectively. Anton, I do see what you're saying. I do agree with you. I also know that by and large, women fund the church. Women, and maybe I'm just speaking to the black church. Maybe I'm not speaking to interracial churches or white churches or Asian churches. I'm speaking black church in particular. Women fund the church. The messages that come out of the black pulpit most times is catered to the woman. This is the message that says you don't need a man, girl. You could do bad all by yourself, and all these things that absolve women of their responsibility and their duty in the black community. This happens. We can't skirt it like it's not happening, and we can't act like there are not only men that have left the church and continue to lead the church, that there are youth who don't even identify with the gospel.
Gorilla, you the one that say all the time, men lead, and we don't wait for women to do the thing that we supposed to do in order to make sure that we lead our household. So if that be the case, why are we then talking about what women have to say when men are the ones that's the state of the community?
Nope, that's not what I'm saying, bro. What I've actually said since we've had this conversation is acknowledge what is. And every time I say what is, y'all come back and say and counter with what y'all see. So when I say what is and this is happening, you don't acknowledge and say, yeah, I see that. I agree with you. Or that
because I don't see anything that you're talking about in the churches.
And that's why I keep saying, just because you pour syrup on it, don't make it pancakes.
No, Rilla. The only people that I see complaining about the churches overwhelmingly, and I see it on social media all the time, is people that don't actually attend church. Those are the main people that have the most to say about churches, the people that's not a part of church or they don't attend church. And you be like, well, do you tithe? Do you participate? Do you understand exactly what's going on?
I got you.
Are you intimately connected? And they be like, no. And you be like, okay, so I mean, honestly, I don't see the people that's actually participating in the community. Listen, I outgrew my home church. Mm-hmm. I outgrew it. It aged out similarly to Courtney. I didn't stop going to church. I found another one, and I continued to participate and pour into the people.
Let me ask, because I don't, if I ask you this, Anton, I don't think you'll be familiar with it. E-Black or Court, are you guys familiar with the hashtag church hurt?
Yes.
What is that hashtag about?
So something has happened where I think people go to the church and are trying to find something in the church. Now, whether their pastor might have hurt them, they didn't get what they were seeking in the church. And so therefore they rebuked the whole entire church, the whole essence of what church is about. And then they go on a tirade about how church is horrible, church is bad, church has pimps in it. So that's the essence of church hurt. They got hurt by something that happened in a church, which, it doesn't mean that happens everywhere, every church. You can't generalize that, but then they take that hurt and then that hurt spews on other people. And then you'll see them tweet negatively about the church, negative about Christianity, how it's so fake and blah, blah, blah. So that is what church hurt is, and it's real.
And I'm probably one of the main components of church hurt. Like my church, when I was younger, it closed down because the pastor was on 2020. He was spending the money on BMWs and everything. But my faith stays strong. And I think a lot of people are missing the fact that in the church, you can learn a lot of stories that can keep a man safe. You can't live in the lifestyle that you're living in and act as if you don't have any repercussions. The church is there to help you form the world around you. So, that's why I think when we talk about going to church, you have to be in the church. You have to form the church, create coalitions within the church, join the men's group, join the men's choir, have your daughter in the choir, Sunday school, do the things that you might, if you don't like something, if you feel it's too feminine, then you talk to the pastor, have a vocal issue in the church. You can't sit here and expect for things to change, and then people want to go to different church, then they join a Joel Osteen, and then they don't have no connection to the pastor at all. You know, you have. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think that with what you're saying, and especially with what Courtney just said, I think it's the bottom line is like, what are you going to church for? Right? Like, what are you going? Are you going to church to hear the word and to better yourself and then to go home? Are you going to church for fellowship? Are you going to church for community, like how you just said, of like being a part and like being within it? Because if that's the case, then you do need to find your family or your church home and a space that works best for you, you know? But I think that it kind of gets, especially with the whole church hurt. Like for me personally, I've personally never gone to a church and experienced anything against myself personally. That's me being completely honest. Not that I haven't seen a whole bunch of mess, but me personally, I have never experienced anything. So when people, I agree with if you're going to be complaining about it, obviously that means that you still care about it. So what are you going to do to change that? And I also agree I agree with what everyone is saying, because I also agree with what Rilla is saying as well, as in maybe the churches around there or the churches that he's speaking about, that person is catering to only women. So then where do we fit in? Where do we go? How do we move? So I think it's all relative. Like, yeah, if you are going to find a different home and that's where your feet are planted and that's what you want, or that's the lifestyle that you're accustomed to, you do need to find somewhere that you fit in.
And have better expectations. Like I said, you just can't walk into a church day one and expect to be in the back row with the preachers. It's like you just got saved, you barely got baptized. You need to get better in your faith, and then you can get into leadership positions. Then you can start making changes.
All right, there you go, E Black. We gotta get to these other people, man. Appreciate you calling. Thanks for this.
Hey, E Black, I rock with that, bro. You are absolutely on point, and you did no simping today either.
I simp for the church, man.
There you go.
I can deal with that.
Instead of pimping for the church, he's simping for the church. Hallelujah.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, E Black.
Oh, my Facebook Live gonna be on tilt tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on, Mr. O? Just living?
What's going on?
Yeah, I'm just living too.
I think I wanted to come in and chime in on the.
It's going down.
H-Town in here. Yeah, you did. But I wanted to chime in on the can a man build a woman? I think y'all had posed that question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I believe I watched the Oprah interview where Beyonce she thanked Jay-Z and said she wouldn't be half the woman she was without that man. And I know that like our little girls, you were saying molding and all this other thing, but we get them ready to become wives. And I feel like that when they meet their husbands turn them into one of Antoine's words, phenomenal women that they ultimately supposed to become. And so if we try to define like what is a woman, I don't think you're born a woman, you're born a female, and like males are born males, and the role of a man and a woman is a title that we one day hope to acquire and earn. And so when we look at it from that perspective, for sure, a man that's with the right woman can mold her or build her into what she's ultimately supposed to become, which is the woman that she's put to be. So just perspective is probably what we're getting tangled up on. I don't know. What you think?
No, like I said before, I think we talking semantics because I would probably make the case that Matthew knows, you know, and I know Beyonce credits Jay-Z, you know, for what he's invested, what he's meant to her, and so on and so forth. But I don't think Jay-Z built her, right? She was her own woman.
He's saying when
he got her. So I just think we talking semantics. That's all.
Okay. And this church thing, I was in there 6 days a week, and I dealt with the church hurt my pastor took ill. He skipped over who was supposed to take over and put his son in charge, who had just got out of prison for embezzlement, and what he turned around and do, embezzle the church again. I was in that church where they were able to chastise me, all the women of the church, everybody knew my business. and we were in there for different reasons. But I noticed when men started to leave the church, it was for similar reasons to what happened to my godfather. He was over the finances, the treasurer, and when that pastor come in there and asked for a check, and he said, "Don't worry about what it's for," men like to hold men accountable for things like that. And when he would not answer that question, him and his family and several other families left that church. Now, to Anton's credit, a lot of those families found other homes. But for me, it really did scar me. And so when we get into what is church, that altar right there could be my church in the mornings on Sundays. I want a fellowship like what we're doing now and with other like-minded people, but I don't know if the church has done what it's supposed to do in modern times and if it's failed us or not. And from my perspective, what I've seen in my observable reality and what maybe anecdotal, it's failed. It's not what it used to be. We can't go for the same reasons. I can't go and get help with my homework at church. I can't go and ask advice about coupling with the churches. I went to a church out here maybe a few years ago, and I put in to get counseling and all these little things, and they really wanted money. They wanted money to sit down with you. Watching this pastor ask for money before he'd walk into the room to pray on top of my grandmother before she passed, it just let us down. It's not what it used to be. I'm not saying it can never get back there, but I used to love church, putting on them little suits and my penny loafers and singing them songs. To say that, like, I don't know what's going on in churches all around, like, when I say God is good, everybody on here gonna say all the time. If I start a song right now, everybody gonna pick up on that same hymn. I know what's going on in most churches, no different than I know what's going on the third Thursday of November at everybody's house. I know what's on the table. I know how to come into your homes, and my mother is everybody's mom in the neighborhood. She was team mom on the baseball team. We kind of know what our community, the pulse of our community. And in today's world, we can see on TV what's happening, and especially in the mega churches. And why we outgrowing our older churches is because of these same reasons. Men are left. They're not there. And so when we get back to the question, can you find a spouse in the church? Not if they're not there.
I will say that, but at some point, right? Yeah. I believe, and I'm not speaking to your specific situation, right? But I know that you are intimately familiar with the church, right? I think that at some point we need to evolve beyond just continuing to stay dependent on the place that we came from, and that because sometimes some things are a season. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily meant for you to be in that specific spot. Relationships are a season. Everybody that you meet in your lifetime is not meant to be with you until you die. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that it's also an extra step that a lot of us don't take in continuing to evolve and finding our tribe, and that may be outside of where we were raised at. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The space that I'm at in my life, I'm in a space where these are some of the most phenomenal dudes, young dudes. As a young pastor that is in his 30s, and he is doing some great things. I mean, we got a great relationship. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have dinner at my house. I didn't have dinner at his house. He moved all the way from Houston, just up and left with nothing, just to come and pour into people down here in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? He stayed on the streets with him. He stayed up. I mean, these are some of the most dedicated to the well-being of individuals that I've ever seen in my type of life. I mean, in my life. So I say all that to say that, maybe it was just a season, you know what I'm saying, for you to be able to go through that. But there are other things and other journeys that you're supposed to take, and it does not end with the hurt that you experience. That was just something for you to be able to grow through.
I took a lot from it. We used to get together on Saturdays and go down to the Star Hope, and whatever clothing we had, we donated. We made sandwiches for hours before we went. Igloo cooler full of chili. We just go out there every Saturday. Our church ain't doing that no more. No closer to that. We ain't doing dinners after church anymore. We're not doing any of the
It
things
might be
that
time
kept
for
us
you to
together.
move forward, bro.
You're right, but is that going on anywhere anymore? Is
Yeah,
it the community that it used
it
to be?
is.
It
It
is.
is.
It goes on
I
in my
know it is.
church where we have dinner. Seniors eat first, as always, on Sundays. Do we go out in the community? Yes. My uncle is a pastor, and he, he's one of the street pastors too. So he go out in the community, walking in the projects, talking, knocking on doors, preaching the word of God. So it still goes on. But then, some churches you do outgrow. Sometimes your church that you went to as a child, you need a little bit more. Or you're seeing some stuff that is like, you know what, this ain't what I need. This is not fulfilling me. So then you move on and you go find another church. And sometimes it may take you a little longer to find your home church where you're getting fed. But don't give up on it, because once you find that place where you're getting fed, man, it's amazing going to church and having a church family. And when you're going through and have a circle of people just surround you and praying for you. And the people that know you and call you by your name and call you on the phone, sister, I just want to make sure you're good. It's something about that. And that's the fellowship. That's why I love church. Because it's another family that I have that believes in what I believe in. And when I need my praying mothers of the church, they don't play.
Like I said, right. When I used to get in trouble at school.
Hey, final thoughts, Mr. We gotta get a few more people in here.
I was just gonna agree with Courtney said. I had to deal with the whole church, not just my mama when I got home.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be like that. And hello to River. I want to say hello.
Hi.
I got an opportunity before I go.
Hi. And shout out to Texas. Shout out to Texas.
I don't think that
Texas shouting out to you. Maybe we can have coffee one day.
Texas has a special place in my heart.
I don't think that Miss TV is even earthy, but that's a whole nother conversation.
I love to work with you someday, River. I just started my channel.
No, but I wanted to say really quick to Mr. O, I wanted to say also that it sounds like you do miss that community just by hearing your conversation and hearing here you are saying.
I miss the way it was, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I definitely agree that you should look for that because everybody needs something, right? Everybody needs that foundation. So if that's what you're looking for and if that's what you're missing, I think that you definitely should do, because sometimes maybe it's not going to a physical place. Sometimes you just pull it up your computer and pull it up and you stay right where you are and you just watch it if it's going to pour life into you. I think that's something that you should do.
I agree. I appreciate that.
All right, Mr. O, we got to keep it moving. Appreciate the support. Thank you, sir. All right.
Easy.
Let's calm through these.
Grieving ain't even earthy.
All right. William Chandler, how you doing, sir?
How you guys doing?
We're doing good. Welcome to the show. What you got for us? Make sure you keep it brief.
All right. A little background about myself. I'm 53 years old. I've been in church very, very long time. I used to have to go to church every single day. And the question you guys had for the day was, is church a good place to find a wife or a husband? I disagree. Church is a place for you to get your religion, get closer to God. It's not a place for you to go hook up. There's too many things that's going on with churches now today. And I'm like with Rilla and Reva, I've seen all those churches and all those different ones that when you grow up, you see all the stuff that's going on in the church. And that's why I disagree with anything about trying to, when you go to church, you should be going there to get closer to God and get closer to your faith. You can find your wife. If a woman is being a wife, a man will find her.
In the church.
Not necessarily in the church. You can find your wife anywhere, long as she's being a wife.
Right. It could be in the church, right?
Yeah, it could be in a church. I'm not saying it couldn't. I'm saying it's not the best place. It's one of the places it could happen. You could find your mate there, but I wouldn't say it was the best place to find.
Can I say something?
Can I ask you a question really quickly?
Sure.
Are you married, sir?
Yes, my wife right over here.
Where did you meet her?
I met her from school and grew up in We went to school, we was seeing the stores, all like that. I've known her for over 14, 15 years.
Oh, okay. Because I mean, you said school, and I'm guessing like college or something like that, or y'all work together.
No, we didn't work together, but we used to be together back in the day, and then we found each other and came back together.
Oh, so y'all had a relationship way before. So it was like a friendship.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, I got you.
So
was she involved in the church also, or is she?
Yeah, she used to be in the church.
The church that you went to?
No.
I got you.
I grew up in Chicago, in Illinois, Joliet, all in that area. So when I was there, my aunt and my mother took me to church 7 days out of the week. Then we moved to Ohio, where I'm at now, and I've been going to church with my mother and my sisters, and the churches are all the same. No matter where I went, I've seen the same stuff. Rilla's seen, and Rave, I can't get your name right. I seen these same things they talk about, and it's like it's a hustle.
I know Reva had some questions for you. So.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna go off of what Mr. William was saying. I think that one big point about dating in the church is that this just came to me too. It's just like people sometimes in the church are showing their representative. So they're showing their best self when they're in church. And I'm not saying all the time, but I'm saying sometimes you can meet somebody in church, and then when you get out of church, you be like, oh, I really thought I knew you, but this is not the person that I thought I knew. And I'm not saying that doesn't go for everywhere, but church is a very intimate setting. It's a very intimate place where you can really feel connected to someone, and you can really be drawn to the idea of somebody, and it can be something that's completely different.
Yes, but your whole purpose of church is not to go to find a mate. Your whole purpose of church is to get closer to God, and the man that get closest to God and live because it goes God, man, wife, child, correct?
Yeah, but the problem with your argument, Will, though, is that you don't do anything in order to go and find, like, where do you go and find a wife? And give me a spot that you go to find wives.
There is no place to go find wife. That's why I said church is not the best point. That's my point too. That's why church is not the best place to me. You can find your wife anywhere.
But it absolutely is, because it's the space where you more closely align with people that's going in the direction that you're going, especially when you're talking about spiritually. So it's not that you're going to find that you're going to look for one, but you more or less align with people, especially that. Oh, snaps. What was that, JR? But I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to necessarily.
I don't. Because there's no problem in going to church, praising God, and also praying that you get or find a husband, and God open my eyes if she's in this church and fellowshipping with me. Because again, what you said to me, God, is that you don't want me unequally yoked. So if my Christian woman and I'm a Christian man is in this Christian building, please open my eyes and let me find her. There's no problem in praising him, and also doing what God wants you to do is to be a husband. Like, you're aligning yourself with Christianity when you're searching for a wife. That's what he wants you to do. That's why there's Christian ministries in the church. Church offers so much more than just worship and praise. There's different organizations in the church that goes out into the community. Christian, like I said, singles ministry that help singles, get together. There's a reason why before you get married and you get marriage counseling, you go to the church, and usually the pastor would do that for you. So there's so much more, and so much more that you can do besides I'm just here to praise God and then go home. We're a community. We network, we fellowship, and it's much more than just limiting church as to I'm just going to pray on Sunday, go there on Wednesday, and then I'm going to go home.
Yeah, but mostly what I say, and I get final thoughts on this. Yeah, mostly what I said when I grew up on it is that most of the women there are broken, and they're trying to get back with God because of the stuff they did. You know what I'm saying? So when they get themselves together and finally get together, that maybe they become wives and stuff like that, and then you can find your wife there. But I wouldn't suggest that to be the best place to find.
Who's not broken? Who's
I
not
know
going
that,
through something? We
but
all
most people,
messed up.
yeah, we all messed up, and it's like that wouldn't be the best place to me. Just living your life and being the best person you can be, and you will find your wife. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't call it the best place to find your wife, because
well, what's the best place?
My wife follow me, and whatever church or religion that I am, she's with me. She's on board with me.
Okay. Well, if church isn't the best place, what's the best place?
There is no best place. That's my point.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
There's no best place to find. You find your wife as you live day by day, being the best person that you can be.
All right, we got it, Will. Channel. I got to move on.
All right.
I definitely
Love y'all
appreciate
channel.
Yeah, William.
Thanks for the support, William. All right. What's going on? Bill with me.
Hello.
Yeah, I'll be coming up with
It's
some
nice
names,
to
don't
right.
Yeah. It's nice to kind of finally say hi to everybody. I was in the group chat for a little bit. I'm not super old, but since you guys talked on church a little bit, I wasn't here for everything. Hey, this is one of the things I've recently been talking about, and I've just been trying to just be 100% real about it, because I see a lot of things happening, and from my youth, as I'm getting older, as I'm seeing things, there's a lot of things that just have to get fixed. And at the end of the day, it requires somebody to do it. And yet, and what Chicago really said earlier, it's factual. As in many little churches, big churches, I don't see a catering towards men per se coming into what they need to be. There are some churches that do it, and you see a whole lot of men all of a sudden. But at the same time, from my small experience, the focus isn't on men. It's usually about protecting women in some form or fashion. But men need to develop also. They need to be fine-tuned. And that's my basic experience. But on the flip of it, I've also seen where there are men who are very zealous, and they'll come into church and they just try to take it by storm, as E Black was talking about earlier. And it doesn't work that way. And this is where I pose the question: are you truly willing to work for free, to put in that service just for the betterment of everybody else? No monetary gain, nothing. Do you have that mindset? Because I think that's part of the thing. I posed it to my friend a long time ago. I'm sorry, I'm probably rambling now, but it was just one of those things, like, are you willing to take the sacrifice for what it means to actually make something better? I'm not going too far, but I hope you get what my general thoughts are.
Where are you from?
Oh, my family's from New York. Well, I shouldn't say that. They're from Jamaica, but I was born in New York.
Okay.
Pond de River.
Pond de Bank. No, I'm just kidding.
Anybody want to respond? Let me get one person to respond.
Yeah, Jamaica is one of the places that has the most churches ever, literally in that country. There's literally a church like 2 steps away from each other. There's so many. I just said that for no reason, but I agree with the fact that if you're a part of a church, or if you're a part of the church community, if you consider yourself a Christian who goes to church, if you find flaws in the system, the only way to fix a flawed system is to be a part of the change. So I agree with that.
All right.
Fix the church you're in. That's one of my little slogans. If you see a church that's actually trying, why not you try also?
There you go.
Yeah, if people took those leadership positions in their own home community church and changed it. And this also kind of goes to what Anton was saying about his church, because he did say something about how his pastor, did you say that your pastor was younger? Anton? Like in his 30s? Did you say that?
Yeah, the church that I started going to probably within the last 2 years. He's pretty young. Yep.
And I think that also has to probably that probably affects the experience that you're also having at that church as well, because this person is probably very knowledgeable with a lot of different things. So they're probably like, okay, hey, like we're not just going to be in church and do things the normal way that it's supposed to be done. We're going to probably talk about like credit building and maybe health and maybe all these other.
I think that he's more intentional with not just him, but just the whole place in general. It's just a younger place. Is more guys there. Actually, it's probably close to 50-50, but it's definitely if I had to give the nod, it would probably be a little bit more guys than, girls there. And it's just dope. It's just a vibe. We go bowling together. You know what I'm saying? It's just fun. You know what I'm saying? It's just a very, very fun place to be at. And it's, he dope. I just think that it's a dope place. It's a dope spot. And I enjoy it. I really, really enjoy it.
That's part of building a community. And it's hard and it's not easy. And you have to give. And I have no place to talk on that. I do hope one day I can get to the point where I can balance everything and do that.
Yep.
But I'm not at that full level yet, but I'm still trying.
Gotcha. We got to move on, Bill, with me. Appreciate the support, man. Thanks for calling in.
Brook wine.
All right. Yoma, keep it real brief. Real brief. You on mute, just so you know, brother.
Hey, guys. First time calling in. Love your show. It's amazing. I'm super nervous, but also excited. To answer a few of the questions, is the church still a good place to find a wife? Definitely. I'm a Christian. I believe those kind of stuff. If you're looking for someone who is going along the same path as you, especially if belief is something that's very strong for you, then for sure find your person where you find your person. If education's a big deal, find them at school. If you love someone with a great work ethic, find them at work. It depends on where you want to find them. But for me personally, yes, church is an amazing place to find a future spouse. Definition of earthy. I look at someone who's earthy as a hippie, basically. And Anton and Lapeef, you guys are starting to enter that earthy realm with your plant-based diet. You're getting there.
There you go.
Can a woman build a man? I don't think so, but I also know it's possible in the sense of you had no direction in your life until this person came to your life. It's like those people who say, oh, my baby changed my life. I now know exactly what I need to do, or I need to make more money, and it pushes you to be a better person. So if that's not building, it's motivation, but is it possible? I do think so. Can you be with someone who's from a different religion from you? Can you be happy with someone who's from a different religion with you? It's possible. Is it the majority? Most likely not, especially if religion is something that's super serious to you. Horoscopes, witchcraft. Do I believe in witchcraft? Yes, I do. Do I practice it? No. I am African with the background of African. I'm talking fast. Okay. But I have the background of like Nigerian, born and raised in Jamaica though. Do I believe in voodoo, witchcraft? Yes, it is real. It is possible. It does happen. Do I practice it? No. Horoscopes. I feel everyone just wants something to believe in at the end of the day. For
I'm sorry.
Mercury's
Is it Yoma? Is it
Yoma? Yeah.
Yeah. So help me understand that. You say you identify as Nigerian.
Yeah.
And so voodoo is witchcraft to you?
No, I mean voodoo, witchcraft, all the, I would say, powers that don't come from God. I would just put that.
Santeria is witchcraft.
Oh, I don't know the specifics. I don't know the specifics of it. For me, anything that doesn't come from God is its own thing.
What do you mean come from God?
So
Christian
in
God.
the Bible, it literally talks about there's certain things you're not supposed to practice. There's certain things you're not supposed to even feed because it can mess with you. So
is the Bible
horoscopes and
native
stuff
to
like that.
Nigeria?
No.
Okay, never mind. That might be a whole nother conversation. But Chicago, I got where you were coming from.
Oh no, I'm not. I hope I'm not grouping them together all as witchcraft, but like for
I mean,
me,
because
anything
there
that
are,
isn't from God, it's
it
different.
sounded like it, but it's all good. Okay, I'm just tapping gloves. That's all. It's no, we can save it for after hours.
I do have one question for Anton. It's pretty serious. I don't know if I should ask it anymore. But basically, you were talking about how you rock with homosexuals, and that's great and all. I believe with that. I'm on your thing. Okay, but you hate the sin, not the sinner.
Mm-hmm.
Can we agree on that?
I said JR is my work husband.
No.
Hey,
you talked about this on another show, and you talked about it.
No.
He's talking about when you said that even though you don't
I missed it. What happened?
Lifestyle or whatever, you still
You laughing too damn hard.
I got what he's saying. I know what he's saying. I'm just messing
skip over
with it.
that, man.
Okay, so
I ain't heard you laugh like that all night, brother. What's going on? I dip out for 1 second, and y'all.
My super serious question to you, Anton.
What's going on?
You
You
do
crying?
not have to answer.
What happened?
Go ahead.
Somebody fill me in. What happened? Yoma.
What
happened?
I don't know.
He's about to ask me a question.
Right,
I just heard somebody work. What's going on? And so ain't nobody gonna fill me in?
Wait, Jay, are you somebody's work?
No.
Really, you trolling, really? What's going on? Courtney, baby girl. Okay, stop texting for a second.
I was texting you.
Ow.
I was just go ahead, Yoma. What's the question?
All right. The question is, if you can separate the sin from the sinner, is there certain sinners that you refuse to work with? So let's say R word, P word, bestiality, incest. Are those people off limits too, or are you just like, you know what, I can look past the sin?
Is it beast?
I think that, here's the difference. Doing business with somebody and respecting somebody on a human level, right? Their humanity is two different things. Because I think that you have to have a very tight-knit, close relationship to be able to do business with somebody, especially when you're putting your money together, you're affecting communities, you know what I'm saying? You're affecting people. They may have a different perspective on how it is that they feel is the right thing to do as far as how far they're willing to go in order to be able to justify making a profit. Whereas I feel like, you know what I'm saying, I'm on a completely different spectrum. So I think that doing business with somebody is much different than respecting somebody's humanity. I'm not going to do anybody dirty. I'm not going, you know what I'm saying, treat them bad just because they live a different lifestyle or they have a different view or a different opinion than me. You know what I'm saying?
Other things, like where do you draw the line?
On what?
He asked like R words, P words, like, are you still going to do business?
I don't know what the piss up.
Great jelly. Great jelly. And
okay.
people who harm children
Like
and whatnot.
Grapists and stuff like that.
Great jelliest.
And people that harm children and whatnot. He's saying, are you able to separate the thing that they do from their, you know, whatever other thing they do? He's asking that.
As far as their humanity?
No, in terms of like, would you do business with people?
No. That's why I don't even. That's why I didn't cam up with Glendon Cameron.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know who that is, but okay.
No, I understand. The reason why I asked was because like they would look at homosexuality and bestiality as in the same system of what God didn't want us to do. Like it's an abomination to him. So I just wanted to know if there's certain lines that you draw and where you draw them. That's all.
Yeah, we all got lines, I think. Everybody has a line.
Sure. Right.
But again, it still doesn't mean that I'm going to not respect them as a human. I mean, I think that there are certain things that everybody that you're just gonna be like, nah, you know what I'm saying? You just a little too much. You know, somebody that rock with little kids, I'm a pass on that. Somebody that's a murderer, I'm a probably not align myself with you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's some basic human things that
oh my goodness, I'm so glad.
It's some basic human things that I think that is universal, and that don't have nothing to do with religion. That has something to do with just being a human. Like I think that we should all just respect each other to a certain extent.
All right, I respect the answer. Thank you.
And I think
Yoma, we definitely gotta move on.
Anton, I was over here like,
we definitely appreciate the support. I know they talking, but I appreciate you, brother. We all do.
Shout out to the gaps.
Yep. See what time it is.
See that gap.
All right, guys.
Uh-oh.
Have a good night.
Okay.
You too.
Hold on. I think Cordy shot. Hold on, Yoma. I think Cordy shooting a shot a little bit. Talk your
I'm
talk, Cordy.
23. I'm 23. Let me just put that out
I
there.
don't mean
I
nothing.
am a baby. I'm a child.
That don't mean nothing, man. You gotta learn. You're gonna learn today.
Hooga.
You're gonna learn today.
Y'all don't calm down.
Thundercat.
Yeah, there you go, Yoma. That one's for you, Yoma. I appreciate
Thank
the
you.
support, brother.
Have a good one, guys.
I'm always amazed. Not the Yoma dude. Not the Yoma dude, but I'm always amazed when people want me to hate somebody else. I don't hate people. You know what I'm saying? it's just not my thing.
What's going on, Dre J? You on? Let me take you off mute. There you go.
Yeah. Shout out to my Detroit fan. What up, Anton?
What up, though?
Yeah. Got my Detroit city right there. You know.
Yeah, we know that old English D hat, baby.
This is my first time on the show, man. I'm gonna try to do what my man did, rapid fire, right? Time is short. The church, man. So let me say first, I'm a Christian. You know, I subscribe to Christianity, scripture, Bible, all that, right? And I think church as a whole, church is awesome, right? As a Christian, you gotta believe in the fellowship coming together in church as a whole. But I'm totally rocking with what we're really talking about, because the church right now today is flawed. It's tremendously flawed. And it's like, I get everything and everybody's saying that everybody got problems, people got problems, it's, you know, and everything like that. But the problem with the church is the leadership. Leadership in the church is catering to what people want to hear and not necessarily what they need to hear. Okay, there's a lack of accountability in church. So when we talk about people being broken and we talk about women being broken, of course, men are broken, right? If you go to a bad hospital and you're not getting proper treatment, they're not really healing your wounds. They're not really taking good care of you. Instead, they just pacifying you, you know, just giving you some pain medication and not really, you know, doing the hard work of getting you back to really being healthy, then you're not benefiting. And so you got a church full of people under bad leadership, not getting good teaching. And you talk about going to find a spouse in a place like that. You're basically going to the same place to find a spouse that you would go out in the world and find a spouse, because they broken in the world and they broken in the church, and they're not getting better in the church. It's like they're not getting better in the world because of the leadership, right? It's a lot of emotionalism that's in the church. It's a lot of, you know, tickling of the ears. They telling people what they want to hear. Lack of accountability. We talk about lack of accountability all the time, right? People need accountability. People need to be told, hey, you need to stop that. That's wrong. That's sinful. But in this era, it's more seeker friendly. That's the word for it. They are more catering to what people want to hear and not being God centered. Like, this is what you need to hear. So that's the reason I still say, I mean, compared to everywhere else, maybe the church might still be a better place if you are a Bible believing Christian, but it's not an easy fix. Like, you can still go up in there and still have a hard time finding a quality individual because bad leadership, they're not getting good teaching. Other thing I wanted to talk about is the adulthood thing. Go back to my Christian faith, right? Go back to the way God designed things. If you really look at how God designed us, it's biological when you reach adulthood, right? When you reach puberty as a man, when that woman, when she, you know, she comes into womanhood, that's when you're biologically an adult. The reason why we don't consider the teenagers these days adults is because of the modern era, industrialism, right? Science and technology. And what that did is that required a lot of us to go to school longer for money, right? For the economy, right? So you got, you know, 9th grade to 12th grade where you got young adults in school just so they can learn more, so they can go into the workforce. But they have the same physical abilities to do the same things that adults do, but they are not mentally, There's a book. It's called Do Hard Things. And in that book, it talks about the low expectations of teenagers because they're really young adults. But because we don't consider them adults, we don't challenge them. We don't require responsibility of them. We don't require them to make good decisions. They just in this stage of life where the expectations are not really that high, except just go to school and get good grades. And the whole concept of the teenager is really a new concept. If you look at the history of man, the teenager is only been around maybe like 80, 90 years. Throughout the whole history of man, that's why your grandma and them or your great grandmother and them, they were getting married at 15, 14 years old because they were old enough, mature enough, and had the capabilities to be able to go out there and get a job, provide for a family, and all that kind of stuff. When you used to hear those stories of your grandparents saying, yeah, you know, my great granddaddy, he didn't finish school. He only went to the 6th grade. Well, guess what? After 8th grade, they were done anyway.
Do you think
finish school because
now?
Say that again.
I think that should be like revived. I don't know the word. Do you think that right now that's how it should be? No,
you can't go backwards.
Okay, so
you
then
can't go backwards because the truth of the matter is because you need more education, because you need to learn more, because you need to understand more. You're stuck in these. All of our kids are stuck in this teenage stage. But if we understand how it's supposed to be, we can require more of our teenagers, right, and not have such low expectations of our teenagers. The reason why it takes them to 25 in our culture to mature is because we don't require them to mature until they're 25. We don't even expect it. When they're in 9th grade, 8th grade, we expect them to be kids, even though they're young adults. So it takes them longer to mature. It takes them longer to get it together. It takes them longer to figure out what life is really about. We got them in this pocket, right? Just low expectations. It's just that simple.
We talked about that, but the 25 thing is not like a society thing. That's like a scientific thing.
But I believe I believe it's a brain thing because just like human beings, just like everything in nature, it adapts to the situation. It adapts to what's currently going on. You can't tell me that back in 1920, people didn't mature until they was 25.
It's not.
That's today.
Or it's people's frontal lobes weren't fully developed. So you're saying that the science that,
what I'm saying,
and we're going to finalize this. Got a few other people to get on.
Yeah, what I'm just saying is that we adapt to the situations physically, mentally, emotionally, everything, just like everything in nature does. So back in 1920, it didn't take a man or a woman to the age of 25 to become mature enough to be able to be an adult and function as an adult.
He's not saying that.
That might have been the case. All I'm saying is human beings adapt to the circumstances that they are in. If we understand that, then we can challenge those circumstances in the ways that we need to, and we can accept the ones we can't change. But that's one thing we can expect more of our young people, so they don't take them to 25 to become adults. We can expect more out of them.
I get what you're saying.
I don't think
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but yeah.
No, I think point taken, Dre J.
Yeah, I just have
the tongue
why
twister.
People always, just because I ask a question, I don't get it. I just like to hear more.
I know. We got some other people. I'm not trying to I'm just trying to give people like 2 minutes and then.
I think that was I'm sorry. I think that was a very intelligent perspective. Absolutely.
Team Gap, Courtney. Team Gap.
Hey!
Wow. I got this Gap action going on tonight.
Whoa. I know I like you, Dre J. I don't know why I want to call you Ray J. I almost called you Ray J.
All right, Dre J. We definitely appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks for the support.
Thanks for having me.
All right, no doubt, man. You guys is coming up. I got we got 4 more people, man. Y'all got to keep it at 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Then I'm gonna start making these sounds and starting to ask you guys off, but we got to keep it 2 minutes. Got to be mindful of the time. I see you laughing. You hear me, brother? Yeah.
Oh, I was on mute. My first comment is to Kay. Kay, you definitely look like you smell good.
Thank
my
you.
second comment, my second comment is to Anton, Dog. you was talking that talk when you was talking to that Petty a couple shows ago. My third comment is to JR. JR, you the truth, mastermind. I'll be hearing your sneak little buttons you be pushing in there. And my question is for, the ones who subscribe to Christianity. Who would we believe? Who was our God before we was colonized? That would be my question to anybody on the panel who subscribed to Christianity. Who was our God before we was colonized?
Before we came over to, what do you mean? Pre-slavery?
Colonized. Yes. Who did we as African people or African descent, or the people who was brung here, who was our God before we was colonized? Who did we believe in?
Christianity was in Africa pre-slavery. Did you know that?
Then why was it used against us during slavery? Why didn't we already know the knowledge of what they were trying to use against us?
Okay. Well, it was used against us because first we couldn't read, and the Bibles that we had that our slave masters was telling us that we need to follow wasn't in our language, and they interpreted it wrong. That's why you have amazing Christians like Nat Turner who could read and read and understood what it meant when they talked about slavery and understood the language back in the time. Wasn't meaning enslave and enslave. It was indentured servitude. So that's what it meant in the Bible. And once Nat Turner understood that and told the Africans that we are being taught completely wrong, that's why he rebelled.
So from us being colonized, the Caucasian took the Bibles then, right? They took
Misinterpretation, which we do all the time. We'll take one sentence, won't read the whole book of the Bible, take a sentence and then use it as if it's saying something that, oh, this is what the Bible said, and takes it out of context, which is done.
Hold on 1 second, Court. Hold on 1 second, Court. So Emery, let me answer your question, and I got a couple questions for you. So the oldest church in the history of existence of the church is found where? Ethiopia. The first remains of humans, right? The oldest bones are found where?
Should be in Africa.
Ethiopia. So they identified the Garden of Eden, right, as being where?
You got it.
Ethiopia. So when you say before we got colonized, the concept, the ideology, and however else you want to frame it, the theory of Christianity or whatever, the church existed in Africa before Islam, right? And before westernized Christianity, right? And one thing that we can't conflate is that we can't start with slavery and colonization, and because the Bible existed way before then. It wasn't people coming from the Middle East to colonize Africans, right? The oldest church, the oldest Bible, the oldest human remains all exist in Ethiopia.
During the transatlantic slave trade, people were not necessarily being brought from Ethiopia. It was more so West Africa.
I get that, and I was about
and
to
in
go
West Africa, where was there Christianity before colonization? I think that's what EJ, right? Was getting at.
Yes.
Well, you're
making it prior to wait. So prior, so okay, to your point, prior to that, what did they practice on the West Coast, in West Africa? It was Islam, right?
There were not necessarily. There's tons of other religions. There's Ifa, there's Odinani, there's all types of other things that people did that were not Islam, Christianity, the major few religions that people find popular today. There are many religions and things that people did that don't have anything to do with the most popular religions of the world today. And the thing is, we cannot overlook the fact that there was colonization, that there was this in people coming in and selling these religions in whatever way to people. Like, oh, so everything that people were doing before these other people came in, of whatever sort of people, whether whoever came in, those are just obsolete, huh? Like, no.
But we can't look over the fact that Christianity wasn't some kind of random religion that started for.
Okay, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I didn't say you did. But
right.
that's a very
if that's the
lot
case,
of people say, a lot of people think that is that Christianity was made because they wanted to keep Black people enslaved. But the truth is, Christianity existed prior to slavery. It was
where?
in the first.
What part of history? What part of history in Africa did that exist before we was colonized? That would be my question. So I can go do
was
a
in Ethiopia,
better deep dive.
First century.
I just wanted to add a point, a very quick point.
I'm gonna go do some more soul searching, deep diving, so I can understand that part. Because just to my knowledge, my understanding of life and what was brought to me, that's not what we was believing in. That was not our God before we was colonized. Just my belief.
But
just our African people that was brought to this country.
He's talking about West Africa.
But how many different religions are in Nigeria alone? How many different religions are on the continent? So we can't say, well, that's not what we praise. You don't know what you praise because you don't know who your ancestors are.
Okay, if that's the case, then how do we know then Christianity was already there if we don't know?
I want to say that really quick.
We got to start finding that as this, y'all.
Okay. Yes. The first Bible.
My last thing is.
What,
go ahead.
River was like in the middle of her sentence.
Yeah. The last thing that I was gonna say was that yes, Ethiopia has the original Bible. Now I think that a fair argument to support yourself, Emery, is our translation of how we got it is something that's completely different. So yes, it may have the original Bible, but is that the same exact Bible that people are reading today is a strong argument.
Agreed.
Okay, I'm about to flip my phone. Can y'all still see me?
We can see you, Emery, but you gotta keep it real quick. Man.
This is my last one because y'all was talking about earthy people and I looked up the definition. If you describe someone as earthy, you mean that they are open and direct and talk about subjects that other people avoid or feel ashamed. That's what it means to be earthy. Or if you describe someone as earthy, that's all I wanted to say. Love the show, man. Y'all keep it up, man.
Appreciate you.
Bye,
Good night.
All right.
There's a definition for earthy people.
Right. Wait a minute.
Hello, my brothers and
Courtney, I was like,
how you doing?
What's going on, brother?
Hi, Canadian.
Hey, Courtney, my sister.
Hi, darling. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Yeah,
what's going on, Black man?
No, that's Black David. That's Black David.
Black David.
Yeah.
I had to keep my promise. Man, y'all had a very deep conversation. I don't want to get too deep about it because when you talk about finding your wife, we talk about finding your wife in the church. I would say from personal experience growing up, I can agree with Chicago Willa, but at the same time, I can agree with Anton. Going to church in Nigeria for 7 years is completely different than going to church in the United States. People were hungry for God more in Nigeria than in the United States. I've seen that big difference. I grew up to be a person, don't be a spectator of the gospel, be a partaker of the gospel. That's a whole different conversation altogether. Listen to Dre J. He said something about what he saw in the church. Not only I personally saw that growing up, I saw that in my teenage year, and I saw that in my adult year. Not every church are the same. Let's make that one very, very clear. Anton is right. You will find some church, they're not perfect. They're doing the best they can to follow after God, which is true. But at the same token, you will also go to find churches that what Chicago is talking about, which I saw that growing up, to the point whereby it kind of shocked you see people who are in leader watching pornography in your dad's living room, and your dad taking you to the bedroom to go mind your business. So that's a whole different story. So, hey, I'm just gonna let you know that right now. I got a lot of deep experience, and I don't want to do too much of it, but I would say I learned something about Christianity after you do my own personal research. Christianity is not a religion; it's a lifestyle. Society make it a religion. There's a poet guy named Jefferson Burke. I remember pronouncing. He had a thing why I love Jesus but hate religion. He spoke about a decade ago. The Catholic Church was bashing him back. He was on CNN and everything before he became big. I believe there's a misunderstanding what's needed in the church, but it takes a lot. I don't want to go too much deep. As far if a man can build a woman, yes. Can a woman build a man? No. You can influence. I'll be honest. You can
I gotta keep it
influence.
brief now. I gotta keep it brief.
I'm trying to make it brief. That's why I'm trying to compact everything in one. I'm not trying to get too much into it. Other than that, I don't want to get too deep into the Christian conversation because I know when I get to that thing, I go a little bit too deep. So I say I'm not the typical Christian. I'm more like Bible-based who doing his own research whatsoever. Other than that, JR, you're a mastermind. This is one of the best shows I've seen so far, hand down. JR, I've been watching your face so patiently. You be trying to laugh, but you're trying to fight it.
Oh, okay.
Anton, keep it real. Courtney, you're a comedian.
Oh, thank you. I try.
I cannot be around you because you will get me in trouble with my wife because she said, why you laugh too damn much, and you will put me in that situation. I don't want that from you. Okay? You're just my sister regardless, even though I may bum head with you, I still respect you. River, nice knowing you. Other than that, keep on the
Nice
great
knowing you. Going somewhere?
Nice knowing you.
You say keep it brief, so I can't say too much. I'm Black David.
Black David.
Black David says, nice knowing you.
All
right, Black David, appreciate you.
If you want to roast me, fine. I can take it.
Nah, you good.
Have a good night. Black David. Nice knowing you, girl. Bye.
Nice knowing you.
Don't bring that girl back now.
You gotta keep it under 2 minutes. I'm
gonna keep it brief.
All right.
Keep it brief. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Anton, part of the Patreon gang. Usually I wouldn't agree with Kate on a lot, but I gotta say with this one, regarding Catholicism not being a denomination of Christianity, I don't know if that was cleared up or not, but it's 100% a denomination of Christianity.
Wait.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I agree with you.
I'm
saying I agree.
Oh, he gave the disclaimer because he's a secret.
A secret. Disagree. Okay, yeah.
You know, everybody gotta give the disclaimer. They're like, I never agree with you, but I like.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Case.
I don't have to do that. Nobody's gonna make fun of
exactly. I'm gonna just give you a flowers while I can.
You don't have to do that.
Yeah, Catholicism is probably the largest denomination.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Christianity. And I grew up Roman Catholic. My aunts are Catholic. I went to a Jesuit high school. I went to a Christian Brothers college.
And they're Christians.
And yes, they're very much Christian. Christianity is accepting Jesus as your Lord and Savior. It's too much arbitrary. Like, it's a lifestyle. It is a religion, just like Islam's a religion. Just like Judaism is a religion, Christianity is very much a religion. It's too much arbitrary. And I think that's the issue. Too much misinformation is going on. And that's what's like deterring people away from the church. Like even the concept of hell, right? It is eternal damnation, fire and brimstone, according to the Bible. It's not like this, hell on earth. And no, it's you being judged for your actions on earth and then God taking it up with you when Jesus comes back again. But that's my 2 minutes, JR. Shout out to everybody.
Oh man, hey, I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, I tried my best.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna go longer, and then you hit me with that. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I ain't really have a question. I just want to,
with that. Wrap it up, B. Yeah. Wrap it up.
Right.
Thank you, Marvin.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Okay, hush.
Later.
But it's true.
No.
We on the last caller. Joel.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Yeah, boy, he on that lunch break now. I see him.
On the lunch
He ain't
break.
in that
I'm
truck.
going
He
right
ain't in
now.
that pickup.
I'm gonna see if you can talk to previous caller.
Oh, I think I can.
There, why is it getting dark?
Huh?
He getting
I'm gonna
ready.
do this real quick.
Who down the hall?
I know.
Who down
It's
there?
almost like a movie or something like that.
It
Like
was
you
like
coming
the
out the psych
Walking
ward or
Dead
something.
in that hospital.
Like you breaking free
But
from the psych ward.
forgive me
Right.
if I get a little off topic, but I did want to kind of bring stuff together, wrap a bow around some stuff that was put in action last week, and talk about some topics that have been talked about on the show previously. Let me start by, I'm gonna give y'all flowers first. You know, shout out to you, Mr. JR, Anton, for providing the platform. You know, shout out to you, Rilla, Miss Courtney, Miss Kay, and hey, Miss Reva, for, you know, contributing. Um, I had said some stuff last show, and I meant it 100%. You know, when it comes to Kay, like her being a very, very important part of the platform. No, bear with me, please, please, because I said last show she's here to make us better. You know, I said that, and I meant that.
What?
Because if y'all don't realize, they're on our way to greatness. You know, as you try to do better, do great, there are people that will try to get in your way, try to push you out of your frame, try to get you to do what you aren't, you know, what you aren't used to doing. You know, Anton, you had a video with a guy that tried to do that to you. You know,
What
live, right?
compliment is this?
Rilla, you know, unfortunately, there was a situation tonight where you got a bit out of frame and Kay got under your skin, you know, and you woke some kids up, but you had to get back in frame, right? And I'm saying this because if you guys don't realize the opportunity we have here to get better, you have to realize how to deal with individuals like this. And I talked about having a high EQ, social skills, that kind of thing, right? And forgive me if I'm stepping on your toes, you know, because I don't want to give all the game out. But some of these guys, as they get better, men today were taught to be simps. You know, we're taught to be submissive and do what the lady wants, and et cetera, et cetera. And you know, I had a conversation with Mr. Shannon, you know, yesterday, and a couple of days
What
ago.
does any of this have to do with me?
I'm gonna bring it back around.
Okay.
Trust me.
I thought you said 2
Trust me.
minutes, Joel.
No, I said I could do it in a 5 uninterrupted, but sorry, you know, Miss K, let me talk, please. So we talked about how, you know, the definition of simp is just, it pertains to with dealing with the opposite sex, right? But that's just how men today are taught, and they need to be taught proper social skills. And one of the social skills that I showed off last week was I had made a request of you, Miss K, and might I say thank you for fulfilling that request.
What
And
was your
unfortunately, the curly kinky hair. And when I want to show to the public,
this hair on a very regular basis?
and when I want to show to the public,
Well,
there was a
you're
discussion
weird.
had
You're really weird.
last week. I made a request, and
Oh
depending on
my
how you bring that
God.
to certain people, they will fulfill that request. And shout out to you, Miss Courtney, as well.
Oh my God, JR, get him off. He's weird.
But
He's
the way
like,
you socialize with people, and Anton, you said something way back when you were saying
weird.
as you move as a certain man,
Oh
women will naturally align, right?
What I miss?
To a certain extent.
JR.
And I have to agree
I missed what
100%
happened.
with that.
Yeah. Last week,
Courtney,
Joel
what
asked
happened?
Kay if she could wear her hair twisted. Meaning,
Politely. I asked
twisted
politely.
and then let it go.
Same way, Courtney.
And whether she did it, and
last
whether
night,
it was
my hair was the same
unintentional
way.
or intentional, I made her feel a certain way. Like you said, about 2 hours and 2 minutes into this show, if someone's able to make you feel a certain way, Miss K,
strange.
you will act upon it.
Ew, JR, please, ew.
Now,
Creepy.
apparently there are some weird people on here who think I'm shooting a shot. I'm not trying to shoot my shot. I'm just making a point.
Oh my goodness, it's weird, it's gross, it's creepy.
Wow, I just thought about that. Now Joel.
I'm just making a point. I just want to make a point because I was buttering it up for a reason. It's social skills. It's called social skills.
Think that I've done something for you, even though I wear
I
my
didn't say that. I just said whether it was intentional or unintentional.
Is my hair not like this on the cover photo.
I gave you your ups.
Like
I gave you your ups. I made you feel a certain way.
Joel, the fact that you think
And
you have some kind of power over me is gross and disgusting. Don't you have a wife or something?
I'm not shooting my shot. See, this is the thing. This is the thing. I don't get why people think I'm shooting my shot. I'm not. I'm not trying to shoot my shot. I just made a point, which is I made a request.
Oh my gosh.
And whether it was unintentional or not.
Anything to do with your request?
I'm sorry. Yeah, let me
Joel,
get out of here. But Anton, you were right earlier. If you move a certain way as a man, and I have realized that in my life, I have moved a certain way, and I've had social skills. And lady, I haven't had any horror stories like a lot of guys out here with ladies and dealing with ladies. And you're 100% right on that. But
one at a time, you guys.
But if you move a certain way, you will get the cooperation, like Anton says, like Mr. Lapeef says, like Rilla says. So just believe it, guys. Do what you got to do.
Because I've been wearing my hair the same way I've wear all the time.
Wow.
Gross.
See, Courtney, you get what I'm saying. You understand, right?
No, she doesn't. You're weird.
I'm just saying. Like,
don't put me
Ew. JR, I can't believe you're letting him continue to be here.
But
really
I mean,
Miss
Courtney, I mean, if you want to ask me a question or something, that's fine. But I mean, if you want to.
All right, Joel. I don't.
All right, thank you.
I don't know if something serious or not was going on, Joel, but we appreciate you.
No, it's not. It's nothing weird. I don't know where this whole I'm trying to shoot my shot, and of course, like I said, it's deflection. Like I said, there are going to be people that are going to try to do this, and it's nothing like that. It's just a point I made where I moved a certain way. I showed social skills. I made a point, and it happened.
Okay.
You know.
All right. Well,
I'm just saying.
I'm glad your dream was able to come true tonight, Joel.
It wasn't a dream. It was just the point I was trying to make. I'm playing chess, not checkers.
Okay, I got you, brother. All right.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for having me.
I don't think she thought about you with doing her hair.
No, like I said, like whether it was unintentional or intentional, I made a request, and the request was fulfilled. Right. I made it very obvious. I mean, people was hitting me up in my on the Facebook group talking about, don't I have a girlfriend? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, I don't even get it.
Yeah, I don't know, Joel. You know, fuck them. Shit. All right, Joel. Appreciate it.
Why are you
Thanks for having me.
Right. I'm not doing nothing. I'm just.
Why are you in the complete dark?
Your screen is out.
It's really weird.
I'll see the type
cameras
of
out.
weird things that people do. Like, what? That would be like if I was like, Anton, shave your head bald next week, even though you've been doing it the whole damn time. And then be like, yes, I knew I had power over you, Anton. I knew you would do what I told you. That's creepy.
Yeah, it came with the voices.
Creepy. And weird. And the fact that y'all just sat here and let that rock was very strange. Because y'all stopped me from asking a regular question. Meanwhile, this man is going very Lifetime movie special, and y'all just think it's fine. I don't understand.
What is going on?
I don't.
I think your hair is cute, Kay.
Courtney, didn't I have this hair last night?
You did.
Okay, was Joel there? Like, I don't understand.
Well, he did call on the show last night.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, my thing is that I just have this hair all the time. It's like my go-to hairstyle.
I'm delirious.
Yeah,
and it's gross. And the fact that y'all think that I think it's weird and creepy.
Wait a minute, Kay. Because wait a minute.
Now, why y'all think this is funny?
Because I'm trying to figure out, like, he wasn't disrespectful. He did call you out your name. It was weird and creepy to you. He just said he made a request, and he was talking about the power of manifestation.
Okay, whatever.
Or affirmations.
Whatever.
He said he put the request in the universe, and the universe granted his wish.
Okay.
The fact is, maybe, Kay, you need to ask, why was he wishing that? Hello. Hey, Joel. Why are you wishing her hair to be a certain type of way, sir? Hey, Ray.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'll be brief.
Hey, good to see you, Ray.
Good to see y'all again. But I just wanted to touch on the little church thing. One of the reasons why I think that people was leaving the church because the morals is down. The clergy, they're not really holding people really accountable. The guy, he touched on it earlier. I kind of agree with that. That there's really no accountability, but there are churches where, the clergy, they do hold people accountable. I think there was one minister that was on some radio show, and he was talking to a lady, and he was holding her accountable and talking about the dress and groom and things like that. But it's all across the board. It ain't just women; it's also men too, and it starts with the men. Another thing, Kay, you was talking about the was there any Christians before colonization? It was about several centuries before.
I didn't say that.
You asked,
I didn't say there were no Christians before. I didn't even ask that.
I thought that's what you asked.
I didn't.
Well, man, I could be wrong.
You are.
I thought that's what you said, but
I didn't.
Said that there was in Ethiopia. It changed in 2019. They changed it. They changed how Christianity started. It kind of rewrote the history books, and they found out that in Ethiopia that Christianity was started there. So now they have to change that. So
why do people just make up stuff that I said? I literally didn't say that. That was that man.
I didn't say you said it. I just said I said if I said you said it, I'm wrong. If I thought you said it, I'm wrong. Hey,
Okay.
Kay, look, I don't want no smoke. We good.
I know we are. I'm just saying.
No,
there's
I'm good. I don't want no
common
smoke.
thing
I don't
where
want no
people
smoke.
just make up random things, and I'm like, I never
I
said
just
that.
apologize to you too.
I know. Thank you.
All right.
I
so
still
let's
get to
move
talk,
on.
and I'm just saying.
Let's move on.
What?
Another thing.
Mr. Ray.
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Ray. Go ahead with your point. Go ahead.
Okay,
And
go
one
ahead.
thing,
Go ahead.
I think y'all asked about the men. One thing that you wanted from women. I just want women to be more accountable. That's all. Because it's hard. It's like pulling teeth trying to get a woman to be accountable. Even my wife. When I try to get her to tell the truth about something, it's like we boxing.
You should communicate with her. Maybe seek therapy.
Oh, we do communicate.
Did y'all go to therapy?
Oh, we did that too.
It didn't work.
We've been married for 10 years and together 12. It's working.
Oh, good. No, I'm asking if the therapy worked.
It did.
Good. Then what are you talking about?
She wasn't accountable at first. She had to learn.
But now she is. Good.
Yeah, she's a good wife. Can't take
Yeah,
nothing away from her.
the nature is definitely to deflect and get defensive when somebody is showing you yourself. So the fact that she's trying and attempting to be accountable, and that you guys are working through that, I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean that's what marriage is. It's endurance. You gotta endure a lot of things. So it's what you put into it. If you put into it, you're gonna get what you put into it. So that's how I see it. But yeah, I'm with my wife for life, so that's how it's gonna be.
That's good.
Well, congratulations on 10 years.
I wanted to talk to Chicago Gorilla. I also deal with kids too from 7 and up. I train kids how to box, so I try to keep the kids out of the street. So maybe one day, we can talk and we can link up about the kids because I deal with kids from 7 and up.
You in a Facebook group? Hit me up.
Yes, I will. I follow y'all on there. So thanks for having me again.
Right, I should be the one you're hitting up. I'm the one that deals with kids on a regular basis.
Yeah, you're a teacher,
okay.
right? Okay. Thanks for having me again. It's always good to see y'all.
Wow.
Bye, Ray.
All right, y'all have a good night.
What people be doing? And that's no shade to you, Chicago, at all.
I'm sitting here like, what?
No, it's no shade to you. But it's just funny how people act. Like, I mentor the kids. Of all of us, I deal with the most kids daily, all day, every day, for more than 10 years. Like, okay.
Well, I have one. He ain't asked me about nothing. I live with one. Well, he ain't asked me for nothing. I got one.
He rules y'all's house. You're like, I live with her.
That's right. I live with her. Okay.
She's a little grown lady.
Well, everybody, We definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. We're gonna have a little bit of after hours. Anybody want to stick around? Anybody want to? Everybody good?
Hey man,
Yeah.
if Anton ain't giving us his dial-on, I'm out of here, man. I need a hot 16, fam. I need
trying to go get
16.
that Polish.
Nah.
Right.
Man, pause.
You gotta go get something to eat.
Well, I ain't mean like that. You trying to get that hot pocket?
Hey, and then he jumped to the hot pocket.
What are y'all on tonight? He said he about to go get that Polish.
Pause.
Okay. I see you.
Hey man, make sure y'all get the
wrong
likes
with it.
up, man. This is the greatest show ever, man. I don't think nobody doing nothing like this, man. Even if they
Hey,
are,
man, I might swing through either 390 or Jimmy's.
What the hell is that? What's some
Yeah,
after hours strip clubs?
See?
What's that? A secret society? Really? Let me. What's really good, fam? Why nobody else laughing? This is one of the moments when I just told another joke and everybody else had the stale face.
Material for your like.
Yeah, that was the cue to laugh. Okay,
it's not funny.
I'm gonna work on my material, man. I'm like
really
mad.
0 for 5 right now.
I see what you're doing.
Who?
You.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You're practicing your
Yo,
material.
wow. Every time we ain't got the road for after hours.
Oh my goodness, a light pink one. Wait.
All right, y'all. We're about to ready to have.
Answer?
We're about to have after hours. I'm gonna put up this little thing, let y'all know what time it was for the night. I'm gonna do about 60 seconds, and we're gonna hop right into after hours real quick. We'll probably get about a good hot
Let me go change and put on some lingerie.
Yeah, like hot 30 minutes real quick, man. So if you guys want more from the network, guess what? You're gonna get more tonight.
Put on some lingerie.
Lingerie.
Yeah.
Lingerie.
I'm gonna go ahead and play this real quick.
You guys are awesome, man. Y'all are such a tight family. Every single day I get comments about y'all. I get comments about Kay every single day.
JR, why you gotta let Anton like have the last word of some stuff that he's
Not
doing?
the last word. I mean somebody got to
disrespectful
stop.
and incorrect.
But see, here's the difference.
Hold on,
JR. Hey, JR, can you do me a favor and move Courtney back to me?
Hey, he's been like, yes, no, I'm gonna call.
What is that? I thought those was K Roaches.
You be acting drunk sometimes. So you don't think that when you go back and you replay your performance when you call in on some of these shows, you don't be like, man, I looked a little drunk. You don't, honestly, seriously. Really? Seriously?
What? No.
What you mean? What? Did anybody understand what I said? He was on the lead attorney's live stream today, and I watched. What's that? Somebody feeling the funk? Who's that?
Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk.
How y'all doing, family? After hours.
What's up, baby girl?
I put on my list from Ulta.
Hi.
Anton.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm truly expecting this fancy robe for Christmas because mine came from. I am.
I'm gonna have to check the budget.
Budget deck a millionaire.
I'm a millionaire on paper. I'm cash poor.
Emery, you back?
He's back.
I mean, y'all, shit. I was like, if y'all doing the after hour show, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get back in.
You at work?
I just got off of work. I just got to the house.
Okay.
Yeah, I was sitting in my car when I was talking to y'all earlier.
Okay. Well, we definitely appreciate the support, man. We about to ready to have some after hours, man. We got to get some of us down now, man. And we
Oh shit, y'all do y'all, man. I just wanted to come back and I figured y'all gonna let some folk in here.
we just gave y'all a hot 60 minutes.
Well, shit, I'm gonna definitely keep paying attention to what y'all got going on.
Oh, no doubt, man. We definitely appreciate it, man.
Most definitely.
Oh, look at Chicago with the different hoodie.
What that say? Magic? What that say? Magic? Oh, Magic City. Okay, I knew you worked at that strip club, man. So.
JR, did you see? You about to say Magic Mike? I heard that M sound.
Just keep it moving. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Fam. Keep it moving.
Yep. I don't do nothing. I just pass out flour with an A. Yeah, a little something.
Ariva, you sure you want to come on my show?
Just say yeah. He be saying that to everybody. He said that since my first time on the show. He was like, "Hey, are you scared? Yeah, sure you wanna come on." He was all nice and regular.
Okay, you got a robe on?
Yes.
What is that?
Yes.
Satin?
Hey,
what's that? Satin? What's that? Like a little fur collar with satin? What is that?
Ariva, you sure? You want to come on the show?
Free material.
Why are you asking me that, Anton?
Because I'm just wondering if you're prepared to have an extended conversation with me.
I mean, I definitely wasn't prepared to even be on the show initially at all. So I say from here, I don't know how hard this is. Where we're gonna go? I think I passed the hardest part already.
River, you're definitely prepared. He asked those questions.
Don't listen to
as like
Kay.
a psychological game, but you're definitely prepared.
Okay.
You are.
Thank you, Kay.
Look at him. Look at him.
Don't do it.
You're prepared, River, for sure. He's gonna be like, I rock with you, I like you, and you're cool. And then you're gonna just have a conversation. It's gonna be fine.
Look at Amira's face. She's like,
No. Don't trust them. Don't do it.
I'm tough.
okay.
You sure?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh my God.
I'm able to have good conversations without getting my feelings hurt or getting overly emotional about situations. I might be passionate when I speak, but I'm really good at I can have conversations. So I don't think
River, he's not gonna hurt your feelings.
Not the spotlight.
River, you are totally fine. You're like, okay, what do I do? What is that? What you doing, Courtney? Yeah,
just waving myself. I got a little hot
money.
Hey, Kay, what you got popping, man? You've been on IG a lot lately, man. What's going on?
I don't know. I just discovered IG Live. Well, I didn't just, but I just started doing it that day, and I've been, very much into
You've been having some real conversations over there.
Yeah, and there's some people that come every time, and I'm like, yeah, okay.
Dopeness.
And sometimes we have read alouds, and
are y'all really doing?
Is that a robe you got on?
A read out loud.
Read aloud.
Read aloud.
What the hell y'all reading to each other on IG?
No, I read it.
Look at the mirror.
I read it to them.
She's like, no.
No, I read it to them, and I like it. It's cool.
You read what to who?
She reading books to people on IG.
On IG?
Yeah, stop it. Oh my God. Stop. Oh my God.
You got a robe on too, Amira?
Yes, I'm putting on my robe. You guys
I know robe to put
something
on.
you're
I
not
gotta
supposed
throw
to
my
see.
drawers in, like I said.
Well, you gonna be like it's something you're not supposed to see. You got your camera on. Put a press on camera on. Like what?
What is happening?
Yeah, I said he got to put the drawers on. And Tom going like he Homer Simpson.
It's like I'm gonna keep my camera on, but you're not supposed to see this.
I'm
No.
trying to see who I'm spending my Usher bucks on tonight.
Man, we got about 2 people. We got 2 people need to dim their lights a little bit.
Oh wait.
Y'all see my money?
Yeah. You was acting a fool in Vegas, huh? You was acting a fool in Vegas.
A plum diddy dum dum fool. You hear me? It's all right. I got money.
Mm-hmm.
Usher Raymond on it. It was his birthday today.
So how'd you guys enjoy the show?
I think these were some of the best topics you've ever come up with, by far.
Really?
By far.
I don't know why it wasn't in the topics, because those were really good topics for me to answer.
Oh, okay.
By far, JR.
They were really good.
What you think about it, River? How was your experience in the chamber?
Well, for those who don't know, on my channel, I actually do reactions. I have a reaction channel. So this is, when I do my reactions to, content, I'm the only person talking. So I liked the continuous dialogue, and I like the perspective that every single person on this panel brought to each question. And I absolutely would have loved to hear your opinion on some of those things, actually, Amira, as well. So hopefully we can get some of those answers.
Well, welcome to Death Row. You down to what? You down to what? Let's just get straight to it. Is you with us or you not? River.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah. I said welcome to Death Row. You either with us or you're not.
I'm with you.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You said if you don't want the CEO, so I don't think I had a choice.
He said if you don't want the CEO all up in your video, all on your YouTube
She
channel.
ain't even wait. We can't do that yet because she ain't been through her rites of passage of getting on the show and going through my grillings.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, okay.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Is this an interview?
Everybody go through my grillings.
I'm too rich for y'all today. I just don't have the time. I don't even know why I'm even still here.
Hey, Court.
Too rich.
You know that Joker went and threw them bucks in the strip club, right?
I heard a story like that, but
what?
But before the concert, he had this Usher experience where you go to this secret area, right? And then there was a man at the door, and he walked us in, me and my homegirls, and he said, "You want to know
what kind of experience it was?"
Like? It was called the Usher experience. It was great. It was a man at the door, and it was a hidden door. You didn't know what it was. We had to have security.
Yeah.
We got to the door, and the security man said, "You want to know how Usher really living?" We was like, "Uh-huh." I do. And then he opened. Ain't nobody got time for that. This is a real story. And then he opened the door, and we went into a room of mirrors. And we looked. We was like, we in a room of mirrors, and there was a man. They turned off the lights, and then a mirror came on with the backlight, and there was a man back there dancing. I said, "This how Usher living?"
Court, why you always doing that body roll?
That's a habit.
But I got a bad and the voice. There's the two things that just gotta be.
Wait, Courtney has a bad back and a bad knee. Come on, girl. You're always moving.
Because it's always popping. I gotta, stretch a little bit off. I put that pop. I gotta put my alignment. So then in another room, it was a strip club, and we walked in there, and it was strippers everywhere. And they gave me a whole
They was
stack
bucket
of Usher
naked.
bucks.
Was they bucket naked?
Almost. And then all I remember was making it rain on them all for Usher. I did. They did good too. The acrobatics was amazing.
Oh, okay.
That was my Usher experience. He wasn't there though.
Wait, Courtney, you don't have any more spoken word for us?
Oh, don't do that. Don't put me on the line now.
Oh shit.
Come on, Nina. Come on, Nina.
No. I'm waiting on if
JR
K
got that brother
sings.
to the night. JR got that brother to the night.
If K sings.
No, please, just you, Courtney, please.
No.
I'm so sorry.
K better sing a song.
Come on, y'all.
Row your boat.
Come on, y'all.
Fill it down the stream.
Hey, really, go hit that bar, man. Said a couple bars.
Nope.
Yeah, you don't have to do this. Just do it. I know you want to.
Who, me?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Kay? Don't play
I
with me
know
like
you
that.
want to. You're just.
I know you want to. That's what it is. You trying to
No,
egg
no,
me on.
no.
You trying to wait till I kick on, and then you gonna kick right back. Go ahead. We live, baby. Go ahead. We live, baby.
No, I can. I know you
ahead.
are. I know you. I know you want to. Go ahead.
I'm waiting on you.
No, you're not.
You gotta lead by example now. Come on, I got the beat going. You need another beat? Come on.
God damn.
There you go. Somebody gonna kick it off. River, go ahead.
I'm about to say that's an initiation. Go ahead, River, kick it off.
What am I supposed to do?
You got freestyle.
Freestyle? What do you mean by freestyle?
You missed your county in.
Like vocally?
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
You can sing. You can rap. You can do a little poem.
River TV in 3D. There you go.
I told you, JR wanted to.
Wait, why Anton not rapping anymore?
Go ahead, JR. Go ahead.
I'm barely conscious right now.
If someone goes
I don't
first,
even know how I'm still keeping my head up.
That's because you got that red light special on.
Hey.
Nah, I've been up since what, 4:30?
Look at Philip creep ass. Don't shake some. Come on, Mira, go ahead.
I need some Arabic music. I can't do this. It's very slow. I don't know what to do.
Okay, well then belly dance.
She
Then.
said she need
I need some Arabic music.
I'm about to get y'all some better cameras, man. Y'all shit.
No, it's me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna buy a camera.
It's like the refresh rate is just. Let's say, I guess y'all ain't gonna do it, man.
You know, I'm sorry. I'm looking in the comments. Man, people are some weirdos.
Mm-hmm.
I literally just said Usher experience. I went to go see Usher concert. I didn't say I was in a strip club. It wasn't a real strip club. It was fake. I got fake Usher bugs. Y'all think I'm using these in the strip club?
Usher bugs.
What is wrong with people?
That doesn't look like George Washington.
It wasn't a real strip club. You can't use
Usher
these. Fake. Look, it's Usher Raymond. Usher.
World Star, they said it was going crazy after Usher bucks.
What is wrong with people? I'm looking at the comments. Y'all be slow. Like,
was that the one you just went to?
Yes, when in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to go back for my birthday. He's coming for New Year's Eve. But yeah, people are so slow. Courtney went to the strip club. Oh my God. She's a harlot. It's a fake.
You did.
It was not real.
Usher bucks.
Harlot. Oh, that's funny.
You even called them Usher bucks.
I did. You didn't really think I'm.
Shout out to Brittany.
Oh my goodness.
Brittany said she went to sleep and woke up for work and everything. Shout out to you, Brittany.
Wow. Wow.
This is how we give it up, River. The chat. Hey, somebody in the chat wanted to know if you were single, River.
Is she? Is she not? Some may never know.
We don't. I don't know.
They're still on.
We adding the people on here?
2:45.
Is that fully?
Yeah.
Oh no, they actually put me in the show too.
What the hell?
What was
that? Anton dropped out. I know that joke say he's knocked out. I ain't mad at him.
What's going on? What's going on?
So I wanted to talk to you guys because I wasn't here for the topics. I wanted to ask you guys really quickly. You guys were talking about if two people of different religion can marry, yeah? And I wanted to tell you that in Islam, the woman cannot marry another man who's not Muslim, but a man is permitted to marry any woman that he pleases of any religion. The reason for that is for mostly for conquering reasons, because, you conquer the woman from different tribes, yeah? And anyway, so a man can marry a woman from a different religion, but typically she will have to convert after. And I'm not sure what they do if she doesn't convert, but I know that the children will be brought up in the Muslim fashion. So that will make more Muslims no matter what. So And do I think that they'll be happy? I don't. I don't think it's right. And I think that if you're marrying someone of a different religion, that you are not following your own religion. So that kind of makes you secular if you marry another person who isn't of your religion, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Where'd Anton go?
He's sleeping.
He took it. He went.
That joker said he was knocked out.
And somebody said Katie's the battle rapper mirror.
Yeah, I was just seeing that.
Battle rap.
Oh shit.
Wait,
hey
what?
Kay, why we ain't been getting that Freestyle Friday though, fam? Why you playing?
Yeah.
No, that's K. That's up K Alley.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said, Kay, why we ain't been getting that Freestyle Friday?
And do something, Jay-Z, since Rilla was hating so tough on Jay.
I didn't say I was hating. I just said
He
I'm
was
not
hating.
a fan of
He
him
said,
as
I
an
can't
artist.
stand that camel looking. He said that old ass old needle.
You sound like
believe
So
it.
if Courtney
Uncle
did
Ruckus.
spoken word, like I've rapped on the show before.
Right.
So now it's up to y'all. Somebody else got to do something different. Somebody got to rap or sing or something like that between Kay, River, Amir, and Rilla. Don't start grabbing the albums. We ain't gonna do that
No,
shit.
I got a
No, we're not
couple
gonna do that shit. I said nah.
No, I got a couple of them.
You've been deflecting all night, River. No,
Nah.
we're gonna do that tonight,
Man, go ahead and put on some juke, man. I'll juke for y'all niggas, man.
Oh, he gonna dance?
Put some juke.
JR said we not about to grab some albums.
I hear some footwork.
I know the only thing that I know is I know the 50 states from an alphabetical order. And so,
No. You got to sing.
You
You got to sing. You got to sing. You got to make up something. All right. So River and Amir are gonna sing, and then we're gonna have Kay and Rilla rap, and then we're gonna have Courtney do the ad libs.
I can do that.
All
I
right.
can do that.
Courtney.
All right, go ahead. All right, Rilla, kick it off. Show them where you from, bro.
Yeah.
Show where you from. All right, Amir and River, go ahead and sing.
what am I doing?
Just sing it. Y'all gotta make up
sing
something. Just sing like Lapeef. Just say Lapeef in the melody or some shit. Lapeef.
But I can't sing.
That ain't no melody. Lapeef.
Was that you?
Okay, there you go. Okay, well then, set them up. Go ahead.
Lapeef.
All right, Rilla, go hit that rap, Rilla.
There you go.
Go ahead. Magic City. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, don't tell me no. I was setting you up. That was alley oop. You got to dunk it out. Sometimes look shit up, man. You try to look up some shit in the 1980s a rap so you can go ahead and rap it. No, I see.
Wait. Okay, I got you. Come on. No, I got you. Come on.
Don't disappear on me now.
2 years ago, a friend of mine asked me to say some MC rhymes. So I said the rhyme I'm about to say. The rhyme was deaf and it went this way.
It's giving very like Run DMC vibes. Yes.
Sounds that way, don't it, Kay?
Come on, man. What was it?
I like it.
Mirror.
I like
All right, Kay, your turn. Go ahead.
Ram. No, you cannot put me on the spot. No.
Go ahead, Kay.
Do it, Habibti.
That
Do
voice.
it.
Oh my
Go ahead, Kay.
No.
Come on, Walt, rooting for you, man. He's rooting for you.
Thank you, Walt.
You need another beat or something?
Do it, Habibti. Do it.
No, she needs something. Hold on.
We're waiting for you.
There you go. That's K-Speed right there. Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Why is this my speed?
I like that though.
JR, people be hitting me up like where
No, don't try to deflect. No. We waiting.
I'm not
Get the people
deflecting.
that been
My
waiting
answer
on.
was already no. I was just saying, people hit me up asking where did those beats come from.
Rilla gave a freestyle. All right, Mira, come on. It's on you rapping. Go ahead.
What is going on?
I can't rap.
Okay, well, sing then.
I don't know how to sing either.
You do know how to sing. I heard you sing.
No, you didn't.
I did hear you sing.
I don't dance now. I make money move. I don't have to dance. I'm trying.
I saw the Cardi B vibe that was trying to come in a little bit.
Joker just said, I don't dance, I make money move.
I said she turned into Cardi B.
It took me a second to figure out what she was
Hey, really, you messed that
doing.
one up, man. You messed that one up, man.
I'm trying.
Oh, man.
All right, go ahead, baby girl. Go ahead. Go really mess you up. Hold on.
Oh, Cardi B.
My bad. Let me mute.
Hold on. Go ahead. Oh, I see you, River. Go ahead. I see that.
Hey.
I see that shit. Go ahead.
That's that H10.
I'm trying to gas Amira up.
Oh, I thought you were.
Oh, I don't need any more gassing. I'm being up there. Okay, wait.
I'll start it off with you. Hey.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, well, y'all know this shit gonna go viral too.
No, it better not.
Courtney's gonna do booty whoop.
Flip this up.
Okay, hold up.
Doody
I
whoop.
see you, Rilla. Magic City. Got all these girls trying to be me. Hey, yo, K. On the show. Niggas hate.
What?
Got Usher though.
Hey.
Nashville in the house.
Hey.
So country summer niggas don't know what I'm talking about. It's so good, okay. Nigga, do you hear what I gotta say? Hey!
Okay, Courtney.
Courtney.
Okay,
All right, River, it's on you, River.
Courtney was okay.
Go ahead, River.
Yes, out of money. Spin it.
I don't rap though, so I'm gonna sing.
Okay, go ahead and sing.
Oh.
Okay. You said we could sing Lapeef, no?
Yeah, whatever you want to sing.
Can I have a different beat? This is a little trill. This is a little trill for my vocals.
You're like, then you're like, no, different beat.
Not giving us today.
JR.
Yeah. Go ahead,
That's
Amira.
beautiful. It's so like angelic, like angel singing.
I said, well, come on, Ashanti. I see you. I'm about to get my Ja Rule on.
Yes.
Hey, River, they feeling it.
Yay. All right, who next?
Amira next. She's gonna have to finish up. She got to finish her two
Gotta finish
piece.
that Cardi B.
Go ahead, Amira.
No. You know I make that out of money. Real cool. We have the camels.
I was rocking with you.
I started off pretty good. Wait. Okay. So we. I can't. I can't.
Hey, come on.
It's embarrassing. It's so cringe.
Hey. Huh. Come on, Mary.
No, I can't.
Sing
I
that
can't
shit.
rhyme.
Sing that shit. You got that shit. Come on, sing that shit.
I don't sing.
I help you out, Amira.
Go, Courtney.
Come on, girl.
Amira with that whole cash
Hell
money.
Yeah.
This year look like honey. We got River TV. So bad you can't see me. Yo, I bust a rhyme every time. Niggas search my name up online. I'm back in these YouTube streets, baby.
Yes.
Okay, Courtney. Okay, Courtney.
I mean, you know, this is country slang. You see?
And here I was thinking that in our duo, I was gonna be the rapper and you were gonna be the singer, but it's gonna be vice
I
versa.
thought you was rapping.
I thought you was rapping too.
I thought she was rapping like Lil Durk. No. What's the guy that be rapping off beat? Brother from Chicago, G Herbo.
Yeah, okay, do it.
There's a couple of them. G Herbo definitely.
You said it's a couple of them.
Yeah, G Herbo be off beat.
Okay, do it.
Okay, hit him with that do or die flow.
Do it.
Oh my goodness, no. If we're gonna be doing something like this, I need planning time. Absolutely not.
It's freestyle. You can't plan a freestyle.
Come on, we all have to do it.
No, we don't. Like, this is at will. You don't have to.
I didn't know that. No, we did.
That's all right. Somebody gonna sign me. I'm about to get a record deal. Okay.
Somebody gonna sign you.
You know what I'm saying? It's Terrence Howard, man.
Hustle and flow, yeah.
I
You
mean,
gonna be
you know,
signed. You gonna be signed. What's his name?
Hustle and flow, man.
What's his
I
name?
mean, it's hustle and flow, man.
Gonna be
Terrence
signed.
Howard, man.
Gonna be signed Ludacris.
I mean, you know, just sign me, man. That's all I can tell you, man. Terrence Howard, man. Hustle and flow, man. You near me, man. I'm a crazy.
I love the voices. Oh my goodness.
Terrence Howard, man.
All the shatter chats in the chats. They're trying to hear us thinking rats.
Said stinky rats.
I thought my mic was muted.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know you didn't.
No,
Somebody said Kay has so much
to
to say any other time, as if talking opinions is the same as just busting out like an artistic expression. People are so weird.
Yeah, I think y'all say everybody. If people don't agree with y'all said it weird.
No, but
Everybody
like,
say.
how can you equate speaking your opinion on something?
I don't know. It's too late to be thinking like that, Kay. That's too deep.
No, it's not.
That's too
So
deep.
then why did you say that?
It's too late. I don't know what I'm saying. I just know what you're saying right there. That shit's too
Here's
deep.
a question. So people want to know: Do we really get along, or do we, like, when they see us go at it in the show, are we really beefing? Do we got issues with each other?
Oh man. I'm gonna answer
Everything
like
is
Terrence
real.
Howard, man. Oh man. Turn that off, man.
Wait, that's your Terrence Howard?
Why is the voice so shaky?
I keep trying to think about yeah, because every time you talking, I'm thinking about the white girl he was pimping on.
Courtney, oh my
Can't treat me like that, D.
No,
I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna get this mic for you, D.
Hold on, man. Talk about my hoes, man. That personal to me, man. I do my hustle and flow, man. You messing up my money, man.
JR, what's the science on the what's the name? The thumbnail you chose, man.
You go.
You already know.
I wonder
After hours.
Yeah. Well, if you guys look here,
Uh-oh.
you see the
We're looking.
pyramid, right?
Oh. Yeah,
Right. And then you see the workers and stuff down there. So what they gotta understand is that we are here, right up top, right here.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
Oh.
Yeah, we at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah, there's no camels there, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. At the top of the pyramid, man. This is a modern picture, so you won't see camels, you're gonna see horses.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay. So it's
there
the
you go.
placement of the logo, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
We are here and you
yeah.
are there.
Yeah.
We are here. You are there. She
We
wants
are
you to do
here.
that poem again so bad, bro.
I do.
What poem?
We are here.
Oh, do it, Junior.
Do what? Do what?
Your poem. We
So
are
my
here.
poem?
You are there. We are everywhere.
Oh.
Oh God.
As I said before, you got River TV in 3D.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all supposed to snap. Y'all go. Yeah.
There y'all go.
We got
Yes,
Chicago.
motherfucker. Yes, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. You see, back in the day, we didn't have all those things. We just wanted all the blues and all the rings. All I wanted y'all to do in this show is just to sing. But yet y'all failed me. Y'all failed me. Let me finish. This is not my time to sing. But let me bring that back a little bit. Let me slow it down for y'all because I don't think y'all understand. Who the fuck are y'all? See, this shit just gets so fucking real. And on King Talk, we had Trill, but guess what? We got Chicago Rilla right now on King Talk. That shit didn't make no fucking sense, but
It
oh
didn't.
well.
But
That
that's
shit
all
was
right.
the real deal. Y'all fucking on my snaps, but it's cool. If you can't snap, just go ahead and clap. Just trying to keep that shit real. You feel me?
Courtney.
Yeah.
What's Courtney doing?
Courtney came through with the aggressive clap.
Oh my God.
Like, look.
She got that masculine clap, but it's all good. Teach me. That's what they said. Teach me.
Oh my gosh. Y'all are too much, man.
This shit is not hilarious if everybody ain't laughing at my jokes.
Never funny. Never funny.
Career off the ground during this entire episode.
What was that?
JR, do you have like aspirations of being a comedian? Did
No.
Dave Chappelle inspire you? Like, have you recently become like into this comedy thing?
I don't know, man. I thought about crossing over a little bit.
I can tell you're practicing. You're practicing new material. Like, you know,
Yeah.
You're getting feedback. You're like, hey, man.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah. Oh, my camera went out. Y'all got to see this shit.
They ain't go out.
What's going on? He just went.
JR be doing stuff. Talking about his camera went out.
Man, I need some new equipment, man.
Your camera did not go out. We see your name.
Exactly.
Right, we see your name.
JR.
This is the crazy part. There's still like 700 people in the chat rocking with us, man.
Yeah, no.
Really?
I like the intro.
Yeah.
Yo, that intro hard than a mug, man.
I was
Can
like,
we see it
look
again?
at it. It's Kurt.
Can we see it again,
I won't
please?
say it's hard, man. I mean, it's a little something I got somebody working on, man.
Oh, it's
But
not
it-
finished?
I don't think Amira saw it fully.
I'll play it again for y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome, man. Y'all are such a tight family. Every single day I get comments about y'all. I get comments about Kay every single day.
JR, why you gotta let Anton like have the last word of some stuff that he's
Not
doing?
the
that's
last word. I mean somebody got to
disrespectful
stop.
and incorrect.
But see, here's the difference.
Hold on.
Hold on, JR. Hey, JR, can you do me a favor and move Courtney back to me? I think I'm starting to feel
He's just like, yes, no, I'm gonna call.
What is that?
it's the
I
only
thought those
one.
was K Roaches.
You be acting drunk sometimes. So you don't think that when you go back and you replay your performance when you call in on some of these shows, you don't be like, man, I looked a little drunk. You don't, honestly, seriously. Really? Seriously?
What? No,
What you mean? What? Did anybody understand what I said? He was on the lead attorney's live stream today, and I watched. What's that? Somebody feeling the funk? Who's that? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. 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 How y'all doing, family? What y'all dreaming about that shit now?
That's so precious.
That's why I said PBS intro.
Oh, it did kind of look like. Oh, that's hilarious. It does.
How did you decide the song, JR?
Like Reading Rainbow.
How did you decide the song?
I didn't decide no song. Somebody did that.
Oh,
Somebody did that. Yeah.
And you were just like, okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, that one didn't make the cut, but it was. Just thought I still play it anyway.
Oh, so it's another one coming out.
Oh my God. Where is it? Show us now. Show it to us.
But why do they have to put the water part when I'm pouring the water? It makes me look bad.
And you were just like, Amira, I knew you weren't gonna like that part. I was like, why they do her like that?
No, I just wanted to break up the conversation a little bit.
Look, you see Reva picture? Ain't it cute?
Why does everybody keep going back and forth between Riva and Reva?
Reva,
Really, we got Riva.
Riva.
Yes,
River.
Like a river.
Like a river, exactly. That's what
But it's okay. Either way, it's still me.
It's just funny that it's like going back and forth between like the same person saying two different things within the same. Anton kept,
that's true. I didn't even think about that.
Anton kept doing it all night, and it's, you know, if you pick one, okay, fine. But then he's like Reva.
Oh, yeah, he was like, so Reva. Riva said. That's true.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the chat has no mercy.
No.
No, all I know is y'all too broke for me today.
Those Usher bucks.
Y'all are just too broke for me today. I don't even think I want to talk to nobody right now.
You're too good for us.
Too good.
Throw the money, Habibti.
Somebody said Reva.
I want to teach you guys something really quickly. It's easy to remember, okay? Do you guys know how in English you guys say make it rain? Make it rain when you throw the money. In Arabic, it's ti rash rash. Ti rash rash. That means like make it rain. Ti rash rash.
In what instance would you do that?
Do y'all make it rain over there?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's lots of parties, like, you know, like lounge parties and such, where they have these girls dancing, and like a lot of rich prince, they will come and throw like millions of not millions of dollars, but millions of our kind of money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
is it only for grown women?
Yeah, it's grown women.
Because you know, in the Nigerian situation, it could be a little girl, a grown man, a married couple.
Any party, you got to throw money at.
Any party that's going on.
Yeah, I saw it at a baby shower.
Oh my God.
A funeral, a baby shower, a wedding.
And that's respectful?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just randomly you dancing in your backyard. It could be anything. Is happening.
I love it.
That's interesting how everything is so different, you know, between.
No, African culture is very similar to Middle Eastern, actually.
No, I'm talking about in terms of this thing. You just said it would never be little kids.
Oh yeah, no.
So I'm saying it's different.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's videos online. You guys can see it. There are videos of like Prince. Just put in Prince throws money on girl, and you'll see all the videos of these women. They're beautiful, and they'll do like, you know, dances. They're not belly dancing precisely. They're just dancing, Arabic dancing. Throw money. And the crazy part is they throw it on their face, like they put it right on top of their head and just let it fall on their face. It's
What you saying? Nobody gonna argue with no money, huh?
And it falls down.
That's ain't gonna argue. They ain't gonna argue with that money, huh?
No, what you say, Kay?
You gonna slap somebody $1 million? Oh, how dare you?
Not slap.
All over me.
Oh my god.
Oh my eye.
It is okay. It's okay.
What is going on?
Man. After hours, man. It's after hours.
It don't make no sense. After
Y'all
hours,
wild.
we don't know what he's talking about. Talking about his eye.
You know, like the corner of the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, the corner of the money is, you know.
Oh, I don't know about that. Okay. Because I'm over here being rich.
Oh my god.
You are there.
I don't think my camera gonna last.
You are there. Man. We are here.
We are here. You are there with the money.
What's wrong with your camera? Is it battery operated?
I don't know, man. I might have to pull out the other one or something. I don't know what's going on, man. It's probably tired. It's probably hot.
Like what else you doing with that camera?
Oh Lord.
Hello.
Courtney, what?
Said,
Hello.
Yo, River, what part of Jamaica your people's from? Are you from Jamaica, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my family.
What's up going on? What part did you say?
They're from Kingston, and to say that's what everybody says that they're from. When they say they're from Jamaica, but that's really where they're from.
Uptown, downtown, right near the beach.
They moved around a lot, so they lived in. They were actually just born in Kingston, but then they moved to Port Royal. Then they moved to some of my family moved to Montego Bay. So
I've been to Jamaica once.
Oh yeah, where did you go?
Montego Bay.
Oh yeah, you stayed in the resorts.
You know I did.
Yeah.
I was trying to get up to Kingston, and they were like, when I go somewhere, I like to be around the people. I want to be
local. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be immersed in the culture.
You gotta get your Airbnb, man. That's why I said I ain't doing no more resorts.
Yeah, they was like, nah, don't go. Yada yada yada. But I wanted to go.
Nah, you gotta get out there.
Well, my battery is dying, guys. I gotta go.
Okay. Yeah, I think we all about to get about
See you guys next time.
I had to get my beauty rest.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where I want to go for my birthday.
When's your birthday, Court? No, don't say it here. Don't say it here. Well, unless you want to.
Courtney, I'm about to put my Cash App. Okay, yes, I'm gonna say my birthday. Y'all gonna know it a month in advance. Cash App.
That joker said MONF.
Courtney.
Month in advance.
A month.
Courtney, come here and meet Chicago and everybody can like show you the time of your life. Oh my God. Yes, come here.
It's gonna be my birthday's in the winter. My birthday's January.
Nope.
Why in the world would I want to go to Chicago in the wintertime?
Chicagoland. Just come here.
In the winter?
Yeah.
I've been there in the winter before. I wanted to kill everybody there.
Just come again.
She said I want to kill.
I wanted to kill. I was assassin. Call me Beatrice Kiddo. Because I was gonna kill everybody up in that.
Courtney, I'm about to.
I went to Harvey.
Flew out. I'm about to.
What the hell was you doing in Harvey?
Because I'm a G.
Which strip club was you at?
Huh?
You was at Geno's? You was at Geno's, wasn't you?
I did go to Geno's.
Look at you. Little sassy tail. Sit your tail down somewhere.
So no, Chicago in the wintertime, that's a fail. I want some warmth.
Okay, well, where are you going?
Jamaica's nice.
I was gonna figure out.
You want some warmth? Come over to Death Row.
Death Row. Y'all wild.
I am a bad boy fan.
Wait, so Court, you saying bad boy over Death Row?
Yes. How could you not? Bad boy?
Snoop.
Courtney's thinking about like
Ray.
112 and stuff.
I'm talking about all that. Boy, I'm Biggie, Mace.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah.
It has, I say
Greg
Bad
Mac.
Boy.
Yeah, 112, Faith.
I don't know why
Carl
I
Thomas.
immediately thought you. We talk about this, Courtney.
Sherry Dennis. I mean, I can go.
Oh no,
with
you
Bad
can't do
Boy.
that. You can't do that.
Wait, hold up.
She had a hit.
No.
Thank you. That was Sherry Dennis.
I know that song.
Thank you. And then it was Bad Boy South.
No.
Come on, Young Jock.
No, please don't do Bad Boy South.
What?
Please don't do Young Jock.
I did.
No. Dang, that's a good one though. Bad Boy over Death Row.
Yes.
We talking about
Who else?
quality.
Shine?
Oh, don't do Shine. Please don't do that.
I did.
You just named this stuff. That's like me saying
No.
no.
See, who wanna with us?
Bad Boy. Right.
No.
Yeah.
You see,
You know what? I don't like
No.
to pick between these types of things.
I
because
can.
I just don't like to. There's just so much.
Who else? I know I'm not,
It's like those people who try to make me choose between Wu-Tang and Tribe. Like, I can't.
That is not even a comparison though.
They're
That's not even-
different though.
Yeah,
They're
they're way too different.
I can't choose.
But wait, what is the issue that you have with me that I say I'm not a fan of Jay-Z's music?
First of all, Jay-Z is one of, I'm not saying the best, but one of the best to ever do it. He is. You objectively, like, even if you don't like rap, Jay-Z objectively
Is one of the best to ever do what?
rap, mother effer.
Come on, mother effer.
Yay. Look at oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm relaxed.
But no, I'm super Bad Boy.
What? First of all, Kyle, the only reason I've been doing this to you all night, first of all, I would have probably still been questioning you, but I felt like some form of, I felt some kind of way.
Well, you felt some kind of way.
Because
over Jay-Z?
Yes.
No, I like him as a businessman. I'm not a fan of his music.
You don't like Jay-Z's music.
I said I'm not a fan of his music.
I listen to
American Gangster. I think that's his best
Do
album.
you like it?
No, it is not.
Oh, y'all are bugging.
But
Wait, hold on. You're about to tell me American Gangster. Okay, what's Jay-Z's best album?
Hold on. Can I ask, Rilla, who's your favorite rapper of all time?
That's a great question. I don't have one.
Top two.
Right. Give it to
Rakim
him.
and Big Daddy Kane.
Who? Rakim and Big Daddy Kane.
Rakim Allah.
BD Kane
and Antonio Hardy.
Okay, third.
Right. Go ahead.
KRS
Where
One.
are you going?
Come on.
KRS
Keep going.
One.
Uh-huh.
Fourth.
Keep going. LL Cool J.
Hey.
River, I see you. Keep going.
You trying to see how long it's gonna take me to get to Jay-Z? We're gonna be in the 20s.
No.
We're gonna be in the 20s.
River, I know exactly what you're doing.
What about fifth?
Fifth. I don't know. I have to think about the fifth.
Isn't it always hard? I think it's really hard.
But I would say with Jay-Z, I think my best top albums of Jay-Z would be Reasonable Doubt and The Life of Sean Carter. What? Let's stop, Carter. You must try harder. Competition is harder. Ladies scream, Papa, Kate, stop you. Competition is no.
Gary.
Let me see what the cat's saying, man. Y'all bugging.
That make me feel.
I was about to say that.
That makes me feel so inhale.
Zero bloodline. I was about to say that.
Oh my gosh.
It'd be like, there's been a murder. Like, there's like a lot of songs on there that
serious. It's a classic.
Yeah, no. It's a no
I
for me.
think that was Mariah Carey, wasn't it?
Yeah, on that song. And she
screamed for me, mama.
Anything about
it. It's Reasonable Doubt. What Dynasty? No.
Reasonable Doubt is a dope album.
I mean, it's his classic album.
It's his first album. And
Well,
I
the
think
first
that's why a
album
lot of
is
y'all
him.
say it. No, I think that's why a lot of people.
Nas' best album is Illmatic. It's the most classic.
Well, Illmatic came together at a perfect moment with the perfect production. It was just amazing. Everything, the stars aligned for Illmatic to happen. But you know
Looking
what?
for vinyl.
People be like Illmatic, but you know what? Stillmatic was dope too. But my thing is, I definitely like Illmatic better. But I'm not mad at some people who like Stillmatic better.
I'm not mad at Stillmatic.
Me either. Not at all.
Not at all.
Look at Chicago.
So people got mad at me because I was bumping Nostradamus.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God, Courtney. I swear, and I'm not even lying. And this is so weird because I just told JR I was thinking about something random earlier during this show. But I was really thinking today while I was like about to
That's
get on
great.
here. I was thinking like, wait, you know, so some people really didn't like Nasty Nas the Esco
to Esco by now. He is Nostradamus.
Some people like hated that. I thought that exact I thought of that thought today.
Yeah.
And
Was that with the Genuine song?
Validated.
Was that with the Genuine song?
What's
say what's your price? Just 2 seconds. You can
Oh,
have my
my
price. Now you say you owe me something. Yeah. Owe me back like you owe your tax. Owe me back like the money I spent.
Gentlemen, y'all see, it's interesting what the ladies find to be dope from Nas and Jay-Z.
That's Nas. Escobar. Escobar season has begun.
Escobar season has begun. You know, somebody asked, I did like a thing.
Was Pierre right?
And my favorite, if I had to pick, I hate picking, but definitely Nas, Jay-Z, Lupe. And then
Lupe's top 20. Lupe is top 20.
Woo.
Nas, Jay-Z, Lupe, and then like Tribe and Wu-Tang. But I can't leave out people like Camp Lo. I can't leave out Mobb Deep. No, I can't.
Camp Lo had one
See,
out.
we doing groups. We talking
That's
solo
what I'm saying.
artists.
That's what I'm saying. I need more
Groups
You
specificity.
can't leave out like, but it's like then you also can't leave out like a Jadakiss. And then
Right.
if you
I agree.
Jadakiss is a
really
solo
on it,
artist.
you can't
See,
leave
but
out.
the thing is, I
Lil
need it to
Wayne
be
either.
categorized by group versus duo versus single artist, you know, because then it's easier.
Well, we said, y'all said, I think she said who's the top 5 MCs.
I
no?
think my
Oh,
top
just for
five.
you?
My top 5 is Nas, number 1, Biggie, Jay 3rd, Pac 4th, T.I. 5th.
Nas, Big J, Pac. I wouldn't put T.I. in there for me.
T.I. my 5.
Yeah, yeah.
You
but
saying,
I-
are you saying artist? Wait, let me ask
I
you this.
don't understand
You
it, though.
saying artist, lyricist, or MC?
That's a good question.
I mean,
See,
you
there's
don't
too
think
many
lyrics
categories.
is MCing, right?
Okay, yeah. So we talking MC. So you said
MCing. That mean what?
Nas, Big, J.
People be sleeping.
Wait a minute.
I mean, I think if you're not in the South, people sleep on T.I. T.I. is
T.I.
an amazing lyricist.
I'm
Every
not
single
mad at
album is
T.I.
down there.
being in
Classic.
anybody's top 5.
Urban legend.
I'm not mad at T.I.
I've seen
being
T.I.
in
perform.
anyone's top 5. He's amazing.
That's my top 5.
Dope. Like, I get that 100%.
I love T.I. He the king of the South. I mean, he is.
You know how people always compare like Biggie and Tupac?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think the much better comparison is Biggie and Nas. Only because they are both
New York.
No, not necessarily, but just both like storytelling, like, you know, that type of
Oh, I
thing.
see what you're saying. But
how they
oh
told
no,
it.
then when you talk about that, then you got to get into like Slick Rick.
Yeah, that's what I'm about. Slick Rick.
Easy Rap.
But see,
Easy Rap.
But Nas is a storyteller, and he was.
Yeah, but I
Nas
think Slick Rick is the
Outshines
greatest.
the master though.
Slick Rick is the
Slick Rick,
greatest.
you know, influenced
The
him.
greatest.
Right, but
storyteller
Nas
of all time.
outshines the master.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Go back and listen to Children's Story.
I don't have
What are you putting up?
He's not a better lyricist than Nas.
No.
I didn't say lyricist. I said storyteller. I was very
He's
specific.
not a better storyteller than Nas.
Bugging. You was bugging. What story are you putting up against Children's Story from Nas?
JR, do you have some like songs on hand? Can you?
JR,
No, you can just say 'em. You can just say 'em.
JR's over there playing Candy Crush.
I can't.
I don't play games.
That nigga's like Candy Crush.
Okay, you bugging. You is not putting nothing from Nas's catalog in a storytelling category up against Slick Rick children's story.
What?
Nothing. Nothing.
My head hurts.
Think about it. Not One Love. Not.
I was just about to say One Love.
No.
Yes.
You bugging. Somebody said
I
Kanye.
think that would be safe to say, mainly because like the generation that Slick Rick is from, you know, so it's probably inspired, obviously.
Yeah.
So I think that's.
I get the difference because Chicago is much older than me. So
not much older.
Courtney.
It don't make me no never
now I
mind.
gotta talk about you now, Kay.
Courtney, this has been our point of contention. Look, I'm just
keep bringing this ageism.
No, Kay is young, and that's why I'm giving her grace because there's nothing you're gonna put.
Courtney.
I'm giving her grace because there's nothing from Nas catalog in a storytelling.
The second time I seen you taking off earrings during our Lapeef, you know.
I'm putting no Vaseline on your face.
So that's how I know you're serious.
When I take the hoop off,
you're like, wait, what?
What?
Hold on, let me see.
Somebody asked in the chat, asked the ladies who's the best female MC. I'm gonna say Lauryn Hill, hands down.
Dang. Over Queen Latifah and MC Light.
You see, look at Chicago. How old are you?
Talking about? Look at me. Look at you.
No, Chicago. I'm not attacking you.
I said. Listen, I just
Yeah,
asked over because Lauryn Hill came out of that. She's around.
But
how old are you?
Here's the thing. Well, I mean, I guess
you don't want to answer
the Fugees.
I did, but okay, wait. So yes.
How old are you, Riva?
29.
Okay.
Yes. So
Okay.
I'm saying,
yeah.
Lauryn Hill, though, if we're gonna talk about Lauryn Hill, is one of the best rappers ever, male or female. We want to talk about cadence. We want to talk about penmanship.
Oh, come on. Y'all giving these people too much hype. Lauryn Hill had one album. You can't call someone the GOAT off one album.
No, exactly. But she has one album.
And the whole album wasn't even just, it wasn't just hip hop.
It was a lot of singing.
It was a lot of singing. So that's not even just an authentic hip hop album.
I got that album for my birthday.
We're also talking about her younger days before Fugees, when she used to be like ciphering and just freestyling,
I mean, we can count Nicki Minaj doing that, but I'm talking about who made
Rod Digger did that.
Rod Digger, right? Remy Ma.
Amazing. But I'm just giving my personal one though.
Yeah,
I got you.
That's my personal.
Said Mia X, man, don't get into this no limit.
Now wait, Mia X.
There is no limit.
I'm from Tennessee. I'm gonna say
Mia X is up there.
Look, my brothers were
She is up there.
I liked it.
We can talk about like the Little Kims and the Fox.
Yeah, my favorite, my favorite female MC is Little Kim. However, I do understand that her ghostwriter was Biggie. So I can't separate the two, but however, because I'm such a Biggie fan, her flow was intoxicating. But I remember when hardcore came out. Forgive me, Mama. I was going in the 8th, 9th grade, listening to hardcore. If someone shouldn't have beat me to Hades, listening to hardcore at that age, but I still listen to it now.
Hey, somebody said Missy Elliott.
Absolutely,
Missy Elliott started something, right, Courtney? She paved the way for so much. Yeah,
there wouldn't be not
so
a hip-hop.
Iconic. Little Kim is iconic for sure.
I agree.
Well,
I mean, I like Lauryn
that,
Hill. I like Missy. I like
Lil Kim is iconic as a
Little
Kim for that marketing aspect, but as a female MC, you're not looking at Lil Kim like, oh, she got bars.
Yes, you are.
She did have bars, though.
Are you serious?
I'm very serious.
Hardcore.
Marketing. Listen to what I just said.
This is the same man that thought Jay-Z doesn't have bars.
Right.
I did not say that.
We have to like.
But for somebody, but look,
of the
listen.
score.
Okay, for somebody that's like, oh, you gotta get my words exactly right. You ain't hear me say Jay-Z ain't got no bars. That's not what I said.
No. I was just
I'm just messing with you, Kay.
Chicago, I'm just
It's okay. You gotta let me finish, Kay.
I'm not letting you finish anything after what you said about Jay-Z.
Man, ooh, your feelings eternally hurt. Nuh-uh.
This may be the first time my feelings were hurt.
Over
Yeah,
Jay-Z?
Eve is a
You
great rapper as well.
bugging. You bugging.
Eve is a really good
You
rapper.
did it, Chicago.
Mm-mm.
The
Cut it
thing
out, Kay.
many men before you have tried to do.
No.
But you accomplished it.
Oh, what did Nas say? From Sean Carter to Jay. What'd he say? Man,
Are you talking
on
about
jazz.
Ether?
Yeah. What'd he say from Sean Carter?
From Jazz.
Oh,
Okay.
man, you on jazz. I know that part.
Yeah.
From Sean Corey to Jay-Z. Yeah, nah. I'm good on Jay. As an artist.
Oh, because he got ethered?
No,
I mean, he got
nah,
ethered. These are facts.
No. Said M ate you up on your own song. Yeah, dog.
Eminem murdered you on your own. You up. I can't say any of it.
No, you cannot.
Damn. Said Queens run you. Ask Russell Simmons.
Yeah. What is hold up?
How do y'all feel about Eminem?
I don't.
I have no feelings.
You know what? Because people are always like, Eminem, what about? And I'm like,
what about him?
They're like, what about Rap God?
No, see, like Slim
Always
Shady,
a
the
thing.
Slim Shady LP.
I like Eminem. I do. When I was growing up, Slim Shady, the Marshall Mathers.
The Marshall Mathers LP. I did
Oh,
have
LP,
that. Yeah,
Both
I did have that.
I liked it. I liked his ability to tell stories as well. I like how different he was.
It just got played out. He's unrelatable. And I'm sorry, he is
sustainable, right? It's not sustainable. It was
He's
good.
not
While it was
relatable.
good. Yeah.
Like there's no I mean, I get his lyricists, but again, I mean, I don't think. Do you think Eminem would be Eminem if he was black?
Nope. That's what I always say. Courtney, I said that on Anton's show when I did the racism show with him.
Yeah, he wouldn't.
I said if Eminem were black, he wouldn't even probably be famous.
No. They would be like, you're a psycho, and him up like R. Kelly.
Him up.
Him up.
Him up.
I don't know. That's a
I
good
have a question because River, where are you located, city wise?
I am in Florida.
You're in Florida.
Yeah, I'm closest to like Fort Lauderdale. I'm in Fort Lauderdale area.
Are you a local or you just moved there?
Well, I lived here for a while. Yeah, but originally, no, I'm not from here. I was actually born in Texas. That's why I was like,
okay, so you're listening.
Yeah,
because I wanted to know, what you guys thought about Southern music.
Well, I love Southern music though too. I was gonna say that as
Texas.
Yeah, but I think Court, I think we talked about it before, like the connection between like Memphis and Chicago, it's a straight shot down 57. So when I was growing up, what I loved about growing up here is that we got everything kind of late when it came to East and West Coast, but when it came to like Southern music and you would get people coming home from HBCUs, we would get all that. So Suave House, got doggone Rap a Lot.
That's Texas, baby.
Yeah, we used to get all that. So,
man,
who was that? Tila. Like we used to get all. Yeah, we used to get all of that. And then when the box came out, we used to get all the Florida stuff, all the Miami, all the Miami bass, all the Luke, all the Half Pint, all the Uncle Al stuff. So in Chicago, Southern music hit really, really hard. And
Tila, that's at Memphis right there, bro. That's Memphis.
Yeah, a lot of pimping going on, man.
Yeah.
A lot of pimping going on.
Oh no,
between the churches and the rappers, I don't know what people gonna do.
Terrence came out again. Right. You talked about Memphis.
Hey, you Kay, if you go listen to if you go listen to one episode of like Sinful to P, well, you ain't in the church, so you wouldn't understand it, but it's a lot of similarities in how he delivers his content. on what you see in the church in some churches today.
R.I.P. DJ Screw. I grew up on DJ
Yeah,
Screw.
I didn't get into Screw like that.
I did, man. We played a lot of Screw music here.
Was you on that, sir?
No,
on some scissor.
No, I was like, I wasn't on syrup. No,
you on syrup?
I was like, no, I wasn't on drugs. But
I couldn't get into it. You ain't puff pass? Yeah,
what?
you did.
Marijuana?
Yeah. While you was listening to DJ Screw.
Tipping on fofos. Hey,
tipping on fofos.
Look at
I
you
mean,
with
yes, I've had a blunt before in my life. Yes, I have.
Did you
inhale? Did you inhale it?
Do the Obama and say you didn't. You did. I inhaled. That was the point.
Well,
hey JR, when you was coming up at the crib, go ahead.
You got your president trying to tell you that I have smoked the reefer. I believe you kids maybe call it. Oh, what Sasha say? Sasha and Malia, those are my kids. I believe they call it me and Michelle Obama. Sure you heard of her. We call it reefer. We sometimes call it Winnie Twin, but I know some of y'all don't know. But I will say this, Rilla. You keep asking about weed and reefer. Have you, since you have Magic City?
What is this thing you just brought up in your head?
She don't know.
Honey, I can't.
Look like some lotion.
The voice, I just done.
Okay. I know you like animals. I would love to hire you to walk my dog Bo, if you could.
I would love it.
However, you're gonna keep those roaches away from the dog. My dog is presidential, like me and Michelle. That's Michelle Obama to you. You will call her by her first and last name. Because I respect my black queen. Michelle Obama.
You funny for it.
Keep the roaches away. Oh my goodness.
Gotta keep the roaches away.
See, if only the roaches knew how famous they were.
Gotta keep them away.
Not only you mentioned them. JR put them in the little intro. Kevin Samuels has mentioned them.
Who did?
KS.
No, you pronounced that Samuels.
Yeah.
Many people's pride and joy. Like they're popular.
Girl, we just are confused. We're confused.
Why are you scratching, Courtney?
Well, am I scratching? Because you talk about roaches. I'm used to being in the hood where we had to get rid of them. We stomped on them. They got stomped out.
You would never step on that type of roach. You would never step on them. They're too big.
They were big. I would have to put out my 20. You're right. And I got a 20 gauge for them.
Right.
So
you would have to bring out,
I would bring the 20 gauge out. Just, that's it. Dead.
Yep.
All right, y'all. I gotta be up.
You ain't gotta be up nothing. Just
Use a lie. I ain't Tommy. I got a job.
I ain't Tommy.
Hey, shout out to the other 600 still rocking with us, man. Like that just bugs me out every week that we do these after hours, and I love the way it developed because it was organic. I had to pull JR arm a little bit to just stay on sometime and play some music for the people. Yeah. They started asking for them after hours, bro.
Yeah. And I think it's cool because, people get to see another side of us, like, besides talking about topics. Like, this is who we are. Like, we're a goofy bunch of folks.
Yeah.
It's good.
Well, there you have it. River TV, definitely appreciate you for sitting in on this.
Thank you.
Yes.
Honor. We had a great time. Yeah, she did. And for you guys who are still rocking with us, all 603 of you guys, we appreciate the support. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Also, make sure you guys hit that like button on your way out. and it's 2:37 a.m. my time. Well, it should be all our time, except for you, River TV.
Right. Yeah. Oh, it's later for her.
Yeah, it's later for that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's been real, man. This is the greatest network ever.
Oh
Greatest
my
show
God,
ever.
we've been on it for 7 hours.
Yeah,
That's a whole shift.
Whole shift.
We be putting in work, man.
And I gotta wake up in the morning to go teach these kids, man.
Babies.
Yeah. All three of them.
All tree.
Homeschool. All right, y'all. We appreciate y'all guys again. I'll talk to y'all later. Love y'all.
Bro. Love, King.